playtime have shown the power of it. Kaori is 6 again, very early.
They want to do something with it straight away. They get the coil onto Notice.
He's just egging
into the egg. Well, that'll do it.
Another aggressive play. Aurora setting tempo, 6-1. Oh, he's so aggressive with Kaori. Again, doing the same thing. Sits at like 100 HP, dives in their face. Trying to find the angle here.
Diving him could get messy. They open with the grip.
Donald's coming in.
So the Guardian heal, is it enough to keep him safe? The Rolling Thunder's there, he'll fall. Now bringing in the gyro, Paravision, they're looking to see if they can find something more from this. Homing missile over the way of WS. No one able to continue the Rolling Thunder over towards him. Allows Satanic to close him with the rocket barrage and get away from the Supernova. As Paravision, they only lose the IO. They get themselves 2 huge kills. Now able to get that fighting as well just before the Radiance pickup was there. He will have it on the respawn when he's back out on the map, Nightfall. But able to get that little play in before that is complete.
Notice Mikoto is trying to bring it to him, at least steal away these Ancients.
A lot of damage, but 9 Class is here to keep him safe. And Mikoto,
he's gone too aggressive.
The orb already used. He's not got a way out of this.
Oh, and the Dominator creep even coming into play, the boulder.
Throwing the rocks at him, yeah.
And top, the Kaori.
On a Kaori.
Oh, Paravision
calls them.
So much done here. And Aurora, their draft definitely wants to play with an advantage. They do not want to be getting behind versus this Gyrocopter who's going to scale incredibly hard in this game. Because they have to be pretty fast, right? If the Fiend Script comes out, they have to like pretty much instant Donald. Or even like be even faster, like be ready for as soon as you see the Spine.
Kind of the... Might get caught here again. Paravision, they put the grip towards dangerous. The Dawn. And now with the Rolling Thunder, WS, he may be able to bring down the Bane, but he will die for this.
Big money again for No One and Satanic. Another potential catch, notice. Nightfall's trying to close the gap.
He managed to get away from the coil in time, and now 9 Class is in with the heals. The side's coming in. It's enough.
Mech down for 5 more seconds. Good timing. Nightfall closes that gap. Notice could have turned a little bit there, too. Gets caught.
You get caught by a grip or a call, a relocate's going to be in on top of you.
They are smoked up, looking for the fight themselves.
Carlos?
They'll break it.
Find the Bane does mean that Notice.
He might get caught also.
Looks like he will. They get the setup, the Scythe comes in. They ensure that they get more than just the support. They get a big kill, allowing Nightfall to Scythe away Notice.
And they have Coil for the next play. They have Egg too. They did commit just really the Reaper. A lot harder to execute on Aurora when those come out.
Because Notice, he'll just pop BKB and walk at you and call you, right?
So Collis. Here he's going for a solo play. We'll find him.
Did you get the silence as well?
Can they finish him off?
Dream Core to control him. Supernova with the Sunray here.
Nice catches. Kaori leading the charge, baiting No One to show. Gets the follow-up there. This is without Nightfall even needing to get involved with that BKB too, finding them some great grabs.
Yeah, he could keep farming.
Looking for the fights into Aurora themselves.
I mean, yeah, they're so strong right now around Satanic with this Gyro IO.
Aurora has to kite the BKBs. Can't commit into a fight versus it. Mikoto might just get caught here.
They're just able to walk up and get the grip on him.
Oh god, that's a rush. That's a real painful death. Instantaneous Roshan, and they don't even have to commit much of anything, just the Fiend's grip. Where did they relocate from it? They did it from a safe position here. Nightfall stepping up a little bit here. Notice. Blink is cooldown for 1 second.
Rolling Thunder's going to be there first. They get the bounce back as well. The damage coming in, so the Guardian's not going to save him. They kill him off, and now with the call on the WS, they'll get the Dawnbreaker as well.
They've been waiting for this moment. Look how patient. Did you see, notice this whole time? He had Blink call, and he's like, I'm not going. Waiting till the Dawn lands. Then he goes, he gets the catch. Backs up, rejoins his team. Aghanim's now finished up for 9 Class, so he's also getting increased scaling as this progresses as well.
Looking at Satanic, but I mean, he's perfectly fine, and Notice just comes in with a call onto Mira.
You just have to run. Mikoto, careful.
Yontis is going to get popped.
He's caught. Oh, no.
Oh, this might come to a pretty gruesome end. It's the tier 3 tower. Nightfall taking heavy damage here from the flak.
Can't touch Satanic, though. With all these heals from 9 Class, they want to take out the banner because the catapult doesn't work, but not...
So the Guardian's coming in. See if they can keep him alive. The nullified down upon him, but to be able to put the BKB Nightfall. A retreat for now, they get the drag back on towards the eye. They're trying to burst through him with the side, but the defensive nightmare comes into play. 9 class is under the solar spray and the egg though.
Oh my god, the damage!
Kaori holding here on the Phoenix, but they come in straight away with the 3 buybacks. They want to keep Satanic alive, keep this push going, because they know that whilst that was a big hit from Aurora,
it's the only hit.
Everything they had in the tank.
They back up, they're resetting. The banner is still down. The catapults are still alive.
I mean, this is quick moves from Paravision. You know, Aurora, they just gave us sort of the best showing of a fight that they've had so far this game, but Paravision know that it really was everything from Aurora there, and now they don't have anything left. That's going to be Makoto taken out here by the Rolling Thunder. Will come in with the buyback, but Mira's got no buyback on him. The feed script comes through. Will get the chance to break out of him, pop the shroud. In fact, he goes straight back over towards them, but the call's there from Notice. They lock down Nightfall, take him out of the game with a dunk. He's dead for 90. As Paravision will push on here for the Mega Creeps. Fortification buys a little bit of time,
but no Nightfall.
And no Mirror, 2 dead. Satanic jumps in, shoots down WS. The Mega Creeps are going to be out for them.
They've done it, Owen. The tips are coming out.
But can they stop Paravision here? The tier 4s are falling. No one. Try and pick up some more kills, but he will get caught out by the Hex. Solar Guardian coming in, but Satanic just jumps forward, takes out Kaori, and an immediate buyback there from the Phoenix. But the Ancient's exposed. Satanic ready to close this up. GG's called. Paravision will take this series, and with that, they're your Dream League Season 29 champions. As Paravision, folks, they're back on top.
They absolutely are. You can see some signs of some breathing of relief there from Satanic. 26 in a row, 9 class.
Indeed, it is kind of crazy that he got to play it twice in this grand finals, because his IO, it is literally that good. It does not lose. It has never lost when he's had it with Paravision. Without that sort of full combo, not a chance at all of threatening the lives of Paravision. Beautiful plays from them. A super fun sort of series to see how it played out in terms of the draft, right? We sort of had Aurora trying the same thing over and over again. They kind of, at the very last game though, switch it up pretty dramatically, right? They bring in the Nightfall Necrophos.
They can take fights, but hitting those towers a little more difficult at the moment.
Yeah, mate.
Oh, he's in trouble.
Still what they can go for here.
He gets the call with the blade mail.
He's actually able to just take out Wits. Well, that went horribly wrong there for playtime.
They just walked into him.
Uh-oh.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, they might just lose Schofield as well.
They just got outplayed.
Yeah, that was it. Don't do that at home, kids.
Void Sprint. He's the only one unsmoked. Might show him on the wave. Start with Riddies on this Dawnbreaker, but the counter PMA into the Chrono. The Kiss is landing. Solar Guardian. Problematic for Na'Vi though. The Supernova landing. This Chrono, it bites him in the backside. A failed execution from Na'Vi. They start on that Ursa, but get completely turned on and wiped off the face of the map.
That was not the Chronosphere.
Straight towards the buildings one more time. So you spent your roll, your solar, and your sharpshooter. You get no kills. They'll try again, but a raw, hang on, that's returned. The Tiny, though, getting blasted. Dawnbreaker holding the line, trying to protect his buddies as they get back to Fountain, but one by one they tumble, toppled over by BetBoom.
Ultra kill for GBK. Give him the rampage. They're trying to give it to him.
One more snap. Go on, Chase Nerdwick. Get in there. It's open season. Little Schofield. One more touch will do that trick. Gave him the rampage. And now give him the tip. Because the true sight comes before the...
Yes, what, he got something? Oh, he got slept? There's no way he gets slept here, right?
No way.
No fucking way, dude. What?
Actual God Gamer.
Goes for a cheeky play.
I mean, it was a risky one. He doesn't have buyback on the Wyvern, so won't be here for the high ground defense. They will look for the jump, and they get the Shackle as well on towards no one. Ravage comes through, but no one. He's got so much HP to try and get through. He's perfectly fine. We'll get the BKB off and the Bloodstone. Boxy, he pulled back for this. He's out for good. Ace is out of the game. No buyback on him. They'll get the grab on a Satanic, but Satanic's healing up. We'll get the parry off. Jumps over towards Big K. He's healing up here. Satanic, he'll survive. They're running out of buybacks as this game looks to be over. Everybody dead on Liquid. GG's called. Paravision.
And the Axe, it is done.
9 class. He's going to stop this whole play. In fact, he gets the angle in for the 3-man stun into the Reaper's dive straight down on towards him. Does Nisha out?
What a beauty.
I mean, he made that look easy. 9 class just stands there, gets a 3-man stun.
Foxy.
Is living on the edge here, and likely not to be living much longer. As that's Boxy gone. Mickey's going to try and fight back here with the BKB. He might just get to Carlos. He does. He'll get a kill. Can he get out, though? The BKB comes to an end. He'll turn towards 9 class. 9 class will also fall. Mickey kind of doing it here. Can he get more? Thompson.
Arrow will catch.
Still set up there. Is it enough to take him out though? He's got the shield crash and the swashbuckle off, and now the backup comes in. Skeeter jumps forward onto Thompson, but the shackle shot's in play. Holds him back. Rolling Thunder's there though from Amar. They take out Thompson.
A lot of damage.
Yuma turns though with the focus fire. Destroys the Sven. Also takes out Snaking. Amar and Marin are trying to finish off the job, but he's got the Aegis. He's going to be back for round 2, but he's completely on his own. The
And that's
Cog
why.
pushed back into the Light Strike array.
You've got the Glacier.
Stuff like
For
this.
aggressive force-staff telekinesis, the Drought dies immediately. Can they bail you out? Crush is not going to connect the jump in aggressively. Force-staff back, but a Hex back the other way. They're going to try and get the kill on a Satanic. He just dies to the double cookie. Oh no! And now they got to try and get back to the base with the motor. But Kiss is just raining in. The Magnetize doing so much work. Resilience will take game number 2.
BKB commits, and he is dicing up the Viper as well. That is not a tanky hero anymore. XM went in, and with this BKB, does some damage. Shiro's not going to commit, trying to go for Ace. Ace, he will get that kill, but Shiro, oh god, this Kez is just too much damage, an ultra kill, and XM will be run down by Nisha. GG is called. Vici Gaming have been drained from this game 1.
Meanwhile, T4 Towers under siege again, I do believe, by our creeps. They've got to get back and defend the Ancients exposed.
He wants to go in this tower.
Cowrie! Cowrie's on the Ancient! Cowrie's trying to have the game!
The right clicks!
He's trying to have the game! Meanwhile, Fade trying to run. Fade will go down, surely. He will die, no buyback available. Goes.
AoE Doom again. 2 cores dead. Kiritich gonna get gone on now. Popping the BKB finally is 33. Kiritich does get back to the fountain. A triple buyback from Boom Boys. Serpent Ward doing their work though, as the Echo Slash doing its own work against Kiritich. And gets silenced up. Fjord's gonna have to use his Aegis here, but he gets the kill first onto Kiritich. Does have the buyback, and that's another one expended for Boom Boys. Avalanche 33 gets the kill onto the Largo. That's a dieback for the Frogman. Avatos back, and now the Kiritich Drow left to his own devices. Gets a really good gust off, but BZM with the Avalanche, one more right click will do it. Dies in the fountain, and that should do it.
OG at high ground. Aegis on Gyrocopter, and Nick Galaxy trying to defend. In the back, Sven has gone for a move. Got a black hole at the front though. Gyro and DK both stuck inside. Dragon Knight down.
Fresh.
I've got another go here with a black hole on the Gyrocopter, and this damage just comes through from Lorinov. Meanwhile, Sumail has managed to get in the back lines, stay alive for long enough, and survive. The onslaught has ended from OG. They don't have anything left to give.
ward, jump forward, vacuum wall, onto 3, a big follow-up stun from Ducalix. Is it enough for 2 dead? Yes! Can they get any more? That's already Aegis down. Oh, but Viper under control, he's in trouble, but now Reen, he's stuck over to the side, the bear chewing him up. You're in the woods, mister! Get out of there! A satanic triple kill, looking for a little bit more. Skinner has got to get out of there. Oh, Rose, they got him! Rose, he got him!
Wait,
Save is right there for the moment, but can they go back in for another salvo? He's got to be careful. He's not healing at all.
His Satanic was put away!
Fire to fall, more is right there! He's down! 2 down, no buyback! Roche did all of the damage and they came in for the cleanup. Nine Class is looking right now for a backline punch, but they're able to keep himself alive on Malrine for a moment. Nullified, now dying though, rolls out, gets some separation, but the turnaround and the kill is there. Buybacks come out. How much do they have left in the tank? Malrine is low, but not quite low enough, and now
he's hitting throne.
A moment, Satanic, they're hitting onto the throne, trying to focus it, but there is going to be the clip. Can they take down Satanic? Can they take down any of these heroes? Malrine doing good damage, but not enough. He's gonna be dead 2 minutes.
Buyback
is still open. 9 Class, eyes on the prize. BKB taking it down and getting the GG. Team Vision come away with the victory.
What a fantastic day did we have yesterday. Looking at those highlights, it makes me all giddy for day number 2 that is coming your way. You are watching the International 15 and we're in the group stages. We are doing a modified Swiss group stage and you're joining us for day 2, which means we're in round 2. That's right. We're also going to finish round 3 today. Don't worry, we'll catch you up to speed. We'll talk all about it here, about what's coming today, and still a little bit more about what happened yesterday. I'm here with Saberlight, Fly, and Jenkins. Fly, how are we doing this morning?
A great morning to everyone. It has been a fantastic day 1 in terms of Dota. I love seeing all the different games, all the different hero pools. Everybody's coming out with their best strategies on day 1. And I think day 2 is going to be even better. We're going to have some really exciting matchups today that I'm looking forward to watching and paneling with everybody here. So looking forward to it.
Yeah, with day 1, everybody comes in, Saber, with their own plans. Still, maybe today we're going to see some adjustment to those plans, as of course some worked a little bit better than others.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see no more gyro mid. That's what I'm looking for. However, I think, a lot of teams have a lot of cool drafts, a lot of cool ideas, a lot of cool heroes. I'm excited to see what we have today as well.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes it's a bit slow on day 1s of group stages. Maybe less so for TI, more so for major tournaments. But like people are just straight out of the gate, like all in. And the play too is absolutely there. Like no one is screwing around for this, which makes sense. But like you can see it in the gameplay. It has been intense every single series.
Every single series has been great, or at least the majority has been great, but we had to make a little bit of a cut. We wanted to, highlight a couple so that if you missed all of the games yesterday, we know you don't have time to catch up with all of them, but there's some we feel like you should be aware of. Anyway, Fly, you think people should be very much aware of series yesterday between Boom Boys and Iron Wing?
Yeah, that series I got to catch a little bit of it, and it looked like game 3 especially, Iron Wing were winning the whole time. And I think we saw in the highlight reel actually this morning where Boom Boys was actually able to come back from something like a 35,000 gold lead or deficit.
True devastation.
And it was crazy. Like all the games I think went about 40, 50 minutes. So the entire series was just a banger. I think everybody should go back and watch that series. It was a very, very close match in every single game. I think only game 2 was a little more one-sided. But you can see some of the signature heroes we've seen, like the GPK Snapfire in this game, Kiritich on his Kez, 33 on his Centaur. I think this is just a banger of a series with tons of team fights, really close back and forth.
And IO carry.
Watching. And IO carry,
Very
which we
important.
have discussed, and this was actually a loss for the IO carry. So a lot of good stuff happening in this series that everybody should tune in for.
I mean, you try to do IO carry versus Kiritich. I feel like that's a bit of disrespect right there. Kiritich was the guy that brought this into the meta, so.
Also seems like not a pure hero at all. I can't imagine him playing IO.
Oh yeah, that is absolutely.
I think the game 2 they went for something a little more traditional. We see here like he was playing the Kez this game, and I think this game looked a lot cleaner from Iron Wing. I think they were leading the entire way. 33 on the signature Doom. Honestly, all of these are like signature heroes for Iron Wing. And we even saw the Elder Titan, which we actually saw pop up a few times yesterday. I think Ducalis played it. I think Katomi played it. Maybe we'll see more of this hero. I love this hero. He has some of the greatest TI moments where you get like a good stomp into an ET ultimate. It looks just incredible. And game 3, again, I think Iron Wing, like I was saying, they were leading the whole time. And I think it was like one clutch team fight where Boom Boys was able to get like a comeback fight and come back from a huge deficit. Kind of similar to Team Resilience, where it was actually a Drow Ranger as well. So Drow Ranger is a hero you can never really count out. You make one mistake and suddenly this hero is just going to completely take over the game, swing around, go destroy your base.
Hold on, in those highlights, it looked like Iron Wing was winning the series. That's,
they did not.
That is interesting. Yeah, that's a good one. Didn't want to spoil the end there.
Well, then wait, it's fine. If at this point you're worried about spoilers, you're tuning into the wrong channel. Let's be real. Jenkins, the one that you wanted to highlight. I don't think anybody's surprised that you want to highlight Aurora, but you went for Gamer Legion.
I did. You know, every major tournament, I feel like there's all these rumblings about Gamer Legion, like these guys are actually doing very good in the scrims, and do not count them out. We know there's the memes about NA Dota, but this is the one team that can always take games off of you. And in the first game of the series, it was really close the entire way through. The game went to something like 72 minutes, and I mean, I don't know how you guys feel about this, but if a game goes to 60 plus minutes, it means that no team had a better strategy. No team had like better gameplay. It was relatively even, right? No team wants to win at 72 minutes into the game.
I could say for even like when we used to scrim Gamer Legion, there are a lot of games that they actually just stomped us, like straight up. And you could tell that these guys have very good strategy. And I think ever since they've been working with their coach, Mungusu, I think they've improved tremendously. I don't know what training regimen this guy has them on, but it really seems like they have some sort of like team cohesive idea together of how they want to play Dota, how they do things around the map. They have their signature heroes that they're really good at. So you can see from even this team fight, that was an insane clutch team fight where they almost, I think, ended up winning that game. Fortunately, they lost, but it is true that if you're able to take it to 60 plus minutes against a team of the caliber of Aurora, you're good, right? It's not a joke, and I could see them making upsets at this tournament. Yesterday was almost a case of one.
I will always do this whenever we're covering Gamer Legion. Big shout outs to Speed and his YouTube channel. It is genuinely so cool that he is making now these like real life videos of what is it like to live the life of a pro player, and he talks about a lot of the stuff that you're talking about, like the regiment and how he's approaching his day-to-day, how he's approaching his pubs. He's not just pubbing 10 pubs in a row. He's pubbing, and then he's watching the replay. This is something that I think this was more his idea rather than his coach, but you can kind of see the process of what does it actually take to improve to get to this point in terms of day-to-day playing Dota.
Unfortunately, it did not result yesterday in a win. It was close games, but they did get 0-2'd, so they'll go up against, I think, Extreme Gaming today, see if they can get a win out of that one. There's one more series, Saber, that you want to highlight. You went for Vici Gaming versus Liquid.
Yes, indeed. I know that we have a lot of people watching that are Liquid fans. Everybody put them in their fantasy thing. I'm sure I have Nisha there. I'm sure many people have Nisha there.
I saw someone with 25k points.
Yeah.
On the fantasy, like mad. I think my highest was like 10k.
I think Purge has like 25k points.
Yeah, crazy.
Camp stacked is what he got. He got really good camp stacked for some reason.
Incredible. Just great performance from Nisha. I was really impressed by how they draft. They have, Ace on his Underlord. He loves that hero. They have Mika on his Kes. And this first game was very close. It took like 60 minutes for Liquid to win. And it was really close. And just great gameplay from Liquid. Game 2 was a bit faster. I really like the Bach Brewmaster. He got Blink, Refresher. He was kind of popping off in some of these fights. However, Liquid were just too strong this second game. And that's amazing for my fantasy points.
How much do you guys feel like the meta is sometimes defined by a guy on the top team just being really, really good at something? Because I feel like Ace Underlord he's the Underlord, and now we're seeing it in every single game. And Liquid just won the previous major tournament, right? So I think everybody's looking at that and seeing like, okay, what are they playing? Well, Ace is playing Underlord. let's try it out. Now we see it in pretty much every game.
I think some heroes are easier to replicate than others. I think Underlord is probably in that category where being able to have good Underlord gameplay is not going to be as complicated as, say, somebody who's really good at Invoker, right? Like a BZM Invoker, that's world class. But for a different mid laner to just come and pick up Invoker and be like, I'm going to do whatever BZM does, that's not as easy, I think. So I will say it's situational, but I do agree that Ace Underlord is definitely like a signature for him.
Absolutely. And of course, victory for Team Liquid yesterday. We can take a look at the results of yesterday's game. So we had 12 series. So I had to do the math there. We had 12 series played out. So this is our modified Swiss group stage. And I know it's a lot of information at once. So let's just, take it step by step. On the far left side, you see every round 1 series. This was all the opening matches that we saw yesterday, which surprisingly and also maybe unsurprisingly, there's a lot of 2-0s in there, but it also means that the seeding was kind of on par because, of course, the first matches is still very much teams seeded against teams that are of a little bit, on paper, lower quality. So we'll see how that translates into round number 2, because a part of round 2 has already been played. For Group A, round 2 has already been played. Yes, there are groups at play here. Don't worry, after today, we're done with the groups, because then everything gets merged in terms of results. But that's why you see only half of the games played here. And here you already see it's getting more even. So the teams are more evenly matched. And it also means that we are kind of seeing which teams are looking to be quite successful there with a lot of wins. 2 2-0 teams already on the board. I want to touch upon that, and potentially also on the 0-2 teams, because tomorrow already we will have 1 team advance to the main event and 1 team getting eliminated. And that's just as the first team. There's only 1 team that gets eliminated, and then you are the first team by a mile to get eliminated, and that's painful, Jenkins.
This is going to sound like a mean segue, but I promise I wanted to say this before you said what you just said. I feel really bad for Team Resilience. They had some really long series yesterday. They're 0-2, so it looks like, these guys, they're not very good. They're 0-2. They went 1-2 in both series, and they were really long, and the team that they went 1-2 against, one of them was Vision, and Vision is 2-0, and we saw them beat Falcons, in some 90-minute barn burner insane game. So they 1-2'd against the team that arguably looks the best so far, and yet they're 0-2. So I really hope for them that today they can bounce back from that.
Yeah, let's see what's coming their way today, as we do have, once again, 4 streams coming your way. So we're going to start things off with Stream B, seeing what's coming up there. Jenkins?
Oh, let's see. Bangers. It's so hard to pick. I mean, I would go with Iron Wing. I'd love to watch my boy 33 and see what he can pull out. And I think Falcons versus Iron Wing is such a classic matchup and a clash of 2 offlaners that are so entirely different. 33 we've talked about it, guys. He cheats. He just doesn't actually play Dota. And then you have Amar that is just pure raw skill. He's just himself. He's not really an offlaner. They're both super greedy, but in their own way. So I'm always excited to see that.
How can you not go for Yandex versus Liquid? You got literally the team that won the most recent event versus the team that a lot of people expect to win.
I want to watch my boy 33.
That's fair.
Okay.
I mean, he's an offlaner as well. He probably feels the same. You want to watch 33 play.
I love watching 33 play. It's like you just see what he cooks up next, Is he farming the back camps? Is he doing some crazy wave pulling shenanigans?
Yes.
The best.
Probably both. Probably both of those.
Probably both, yeah.
Okay. Well, let's see what's coming your way on Stream C, Fly.
Yeah, I think, first of all, great games all around. And I think for Stream C, there's going to be Gamer Legion, which I'm personally hyped up about, just as I talked about them earlier. And I think Extreme, we want to see them do well. So this one is actually really interesting for me, because I think these are both teams I'm kind of rooting for. Like NA Dota, there's got to be some representation. And also Extreme being a Chinese team, I want them to do well here. So I think this game can really go either way. And for the second series, we have LGD versus Enigma Galaxy. Another great banger, I think, where we're going to have Yuma versus Divide. These are previous teammates. I think they were really close with each other. I know I've played with Yuma. So there's going to be like an interesting battle there.
Yeah.
Because when I used to play with Yuma and we would face off against the Vi, I remember he would get tilted in the games because the Vi would like tip him and like do some funny stuff. So I think there's going to be like a personal funny battle there that I'm really looking forward to seeing as well.
A little bit of spice thrown in there. I really like spice, Saber, so that's extra there. We got Stream D coming your way as well, Saber.
You know me, I'm a spicy guy, and these are some spicy series. We got Hooligan against Vici and Resilience against OG. And I personally am kind of concurring with what Jenkins said, that Team Resilience is surprisingly good, even though they're 0-2. And it's also surprising that OG is 0-2. So for me, this matchup is going to be very interesting to see. I think both these teams should be very good on paper, and so far they didn't have that much success. However, you know, one of them will win, and one of them is going to be 0-3, and that's one step closer to being the first team eliminated.
Yeah, very scary position to be in. And in case you're wondering, at the end of the first round of games across all streams, that's when we'll have the information about who's playing on that slot that was TBD versus TBD on every single stream. So that will come your way later down the line. Now, we talked a lot about how all these teams got all these results and how cool it was, but you might be wondering, like, how did they do all that? What is good right now? We mentioned Elder Titan. We don't see Elder Titan that often, but we figured we'd do a little bit of a day one meta report to see how things are going, how things are lying, and how the teams have been winning, because it's been so different. On day one, everybody came in with their own plan, and to be honest, they were vastly different. I think, Fly, that one of the things that stood out for us for yesterday is we had 2 times an opening of a Drow Ranger, and one time it was answered with the PL. We got Drow versus PL in the opening 2 picks.
Yeah, yesterday was a lot of surprising things, right? Like, you come into this tournament, everybody has their own style. I think Yatoro Drow Ranger is a classic, so is Ame. And it's really cool to see that you come here, you have your own style, and like we said, you're going to try to adapt as the tournament goes on. And knowing playing a lot of TI is like, this is what you do. At the end of the day, you're going to look at all the games, you're going to look at who does well, and you're going to try to think, how do I incorporate this strategy, maybe like try to develop that into something more interesting, or maybe I should do something completely different and surprise with a hero that nobody knows we're playing. Like, there is a bit of saving strategies at TI especially, because there are so many games to play in the group stage that you can actually afford to change it up depending on who you're playing. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what these teams have saved up.
Well, and so far we do know what they have picked most, so we can take a little bit of a look inside maybe the minds of how people will decide what to play today, because these win rates, there is one that stands out above the rest, and actually there's also one that stands out below the rest for a good reason. But I want to talk about the Lina, because I feel like, Saber, we kind of knew that Lina was going to be pretty decent when we are coming in, but 75% win rate is super high.
Yeah, it's very impressive. I think the main allure of the Lina hero is that you can play it carry, you can play it mid. It's just really strong in lane for both lanes. So you just pick it, and the enemies, they like need to figure out, okay, what are we doing? I remember back in the day when Lina was super OP at Lima Major, it was just impossible to counter this hero. People try some Magnus, so you like skewer her into your team. People try some Lycans and stuff to take some physical damage, but it's just hard. It's hard to play against these heroes that kind of crush you in lane, and then they just do so much. This Magic Lina just throws spells at you. It's not fun.
No. And I think for the one that was picked a lot, but wasn't really successful, Mirana Jenkins, didn't look too hot.
But that's a bit surprising. I mean, it depends on the teams picking these certain heroes. Mirana is not like a Chen, for example, in terms of difficulty. However, I would say that Snaking, for example, will probably have a lot more success on Mirana than some of these other heroes. Undying is a hero that I feel like everyone is ignoring. No one wants to talk about it because maybe it's boring, maybe it's toxic, whatever. 62% win rate on a hero that is mostly being played as a 5.
Yeah.
Really crazy to me.
I love Undying as a hero. I've always loved him. And there's a lot of cool stuff you can do with this hero, because Tombstone is such a powerful ability where you can take objectives. You can take Roshan, you can fight for Wisdom Runes with it because it's really hard to deal with the Tombstone, and you have the save with the Shard. So
the Shard build is nuts.
It's crazy actually how good it is, because this hero did not used to have a save a long time ago, but now he has the save where people realize you should just buy it. It's just way too good.
Underrated component to it is there's, you could root somebody when they're going into a portal and they would be able to go through the portal, like Underlord portal or the side portals on the map. And they fixed that because they're like, hey, that's BS. That shouldn't be in the game. Undying Tombstone has the same interactions. You can be rooted and you can put yourself into the tombstone while rooted. There's a lot of interactions in the game, leash root, where you can use the tombstone as a save after it has already been used as a save by just jumping into it. So very good hero.
Also, it's like a permanent save. Usually when you have a save hero, it's going to be like some shadow demon with his disruption. That's like 3 seconds, right? But with tombstone, you're just going to drop it and you can sit there forever until they like kill the tombstone. Yeah. You can also get out, jump back in. It's
another hero can go in.
Yeah, exactly.
That's wild.
You can relax there. It's fun.
Let's take a look at the most banned heroes as we have those as well. I think Dream Protector is going to be on top of that. I think that is that every single game? Probably, because we had 12 series. What's up?
There was one game.
There was one game?
I think Falcons got it in the game 3 against Vision, and he did end up losing, but that was an extremely long game. So that's the only one I remember that Trient was actually left. And Coddle, I think, is also... This hero feels very powerful in all the games. I think in pubs, he was a complete menace because the healing is too strong and he's able to stack every camp. You can, every time you have ultimate, it's such a low cooldown and it's so hard to fight into this Coddle hero, especially when he's paired up with these mid lane heroes like Ember Spirit, Storm Spirit, Earth Spirit, etc. He warps the game, and I think that is what justifies banning a lot of these heroes. These are game warping heroes. Same for Earth Spirit, same for Lina. Invoker was a bit surprising for me, actually.
Invoker Egg Shard build, there's so many things you can do on the hero. You can run around Egg Shard as like a ganker. You can go for the multiple different like Eggs upgrades. You know what I love about Dota, by the way, is that I see that graphic and it provokes such an emotional response for me that I'm so like these heroes are just a scourge in pubs right now that it makes me angry to even see them on my screen, except for the offlaners. I'm cool with those.
The good thing is that these heroes are the most banned, so you actually see them least of all. So you get to be happy most of the time, and that's good. And we're all going to be happy looking at the schedule of what's coming your way today on this stream, because we got 3 series coming your way here as well. We're going to have our second series, Boom Boys versus Vision, but we are going to start the day with Team Spirit versus Aurora, and that is what we will dive into first, as these 2 teams successful yesterday, both having a 2-0 on the board, but need to mention that 1-2-0, I feel like Team Spirit's 2-0 yesterday, Saber, wasn't as obvious as maybe Aurora's 2-0 was.
I think it kind of depends on who you play. Sometimes it's a bit harder to like win cleanly. And I would say Spirit is also the type of team that, they will win no matter what, even if they're losing. So it's like you don't necessarily need to win cleanly when you're Spirit.
They were planning to lose yesterday too, but then they won.
No, unlike some like Yandex or Vision, who are usually just kind of stomping the entire game, I would say Spirit, they just kind of, they cook here and there, and it just kind of works out for them. The Drow Rangers, saving the hero like so many times in those team fights is kind of what got them to win.
Yeah, and speaking of cooking, I think Aurora has also been cooking throughout the year, not necessarily, well, also obviously in terms of the Dota 2, but also, Jenkins, in terms of their roster.
Yeah, the big storyline for Aurora is that they are this really cool mix of Eastern Europe and Southeast Asian Dota, and they put this roster together at a time where Southeast Asian Dota was like non-existent, right? So it was this, okay, can this finally work? And the previous roster for Aurora always had, potential. They were potential man of Dota, but they never really got anywhere. And then eventually you had the addition of Kaori, who was the 3 hero spammer from Chimera, and he had his own storyline. And you had this beautiful combination of storylines to form what is one of my favorite teams in the world. And then you got Nightfall, who has transitioned from being the most cowardly player to one of the most badass, manly players that is out there in terms of carry players.
I mean, he is a beast.
He's a beast.
He's a straight up beast. I think the team, he's very much like the captain and everything of the team. I know I've played with this guy. He's always been, he has a very strong opinion about Dota, and he's not afraid to vocalize it. Even every time you play with him, he will just tell everybody what to do. He will micro everyone like crazy, and not a lot of people can do that. It is very difficult and still play as good as he does. And I do think he actually became such a better player over the years. I agree that he used to have this BKB TP meme that we keep going on about, but it's not really been the case this season. He's playing much more aggressive. He's willing to take fights. He doesn't just want to split push endlessly. Like, he's a much more evolved player where he's just one of the best carries out there.
Yep, we heard throughout the year, earlier this year, we heard Skeeter say that he feels like Nightfall is the most improved carry of the season, and it shows also in the results of Aurora this season. They have done so well in getting second place. it's a bit like, because the meme now is, when is he gonna win? You know, the meme now is, when is Aurora gonna take a number one? Because we feel, Jenkins, that they should be doing that.
But it is all so much better than the previous roster, you know? Because I feel like we always talk about them now as if they're in contention to actually win the whole thing. And I guess the question is, you know, in previous tournaments, we would talk about them as if, like, these guys are really good. They could win the whole thing. They would do super good in the group stage and look like the best team there. And then that's when other teams, I guess, would adapt better than them. So we'll see what KP can do, because I feel like with the addition to him to the roster, that's also when they started looking like much more of a actual team rather than just like a bunch of skilled players. And I mean, KP is no slouch when it comes to being at TIs and having a very good record there, you know, multiple TI wins under his belt.
This is his 8th TI, actually, so yeah, it's got a lot there.
Very, very impressive.
Yeah, a lot of experience, and of course, I mean, everybody on the side of Aurora has been at a TI, but for example, Kaori and WS is their second. So I don't know how fast do you get used to being at a TI? Because, you know, we always like, oh, these are the first timers, but second timers, it's also kind of cool still.
I would say like the second, third TI, it gets a bit easier. I remember my first TI, and I was very nervous and on that one. But I would say like the second, third, you're like, okay, I know what's happening. I know this tournament, and then it gets a bit easier. But I would say that like everybody kind of has nerves. It is TI after all.
Yeah, I think everybody's noticed that a lot of the players have gotten a haircut. And that doesn't happen for every event. Let me tell you that. This is
not
already
in this e-sport.
No, this is clearly a sign that people care more, and it's a minuscule thing, but you know, you notice it, and you're like, yeah, people. It's just that little extra. I know, it was a long time since you were at your first TI, but do you remember like how the nerves got easier as time went on?
Honestly, I loved being a TI for the first time. It's actually just it's a magical feeling. I'm not kidding. Like when you get there for the first time and you see all these teams. Back then, like playing internationally was a little more rare, where you get to play everybody else. But it is just pure magic to come to TI, and I loved every second of it. I think I was not too nervous, having played competitive for a while, even before that. But for sure, there's always going to be nerves. I think some people just have it better for the first time. Some people need a little longer.
To be fair, I think on the side of Team Spirit, not me, this is his first TI, I don't see any nerves. We saw him on the cams yesterday. Like, he seems like he was having a great time.
And I think that's key to eliminate nerves, is just if you're having fun, you're enjoying what you're doing, you're playing well, you're playing with people who like to play, you're gonna just perform better. And you can see it on his face. This guy he just loves Dota. And it makes it so much more fun to watch him. And he had some really clutch plays yesterday. So I want to see more of this guy. He's been awesome.
To me, that's a shout to how good Spirit is at finding players that fit their vibe, I guess, and creating a culture within the team where people can kind of just be themselves and enjoy the game. I would love to have insight into exactly how that's happening. I think from some of the ESL documentaries that you can see, like Corbin is a big part of that in kind of rallying the team together. I know Maposhka and Silent were also a big part of that, and some of the staff. But then when Maposhka was gone and Silent was gone, and it was still happening, and they still had this culture, it was like, okay, who is it then? But I guess that's the thing with culture, is it's just it's an ephemeral thing, you know? Because like one person picks it up, all of a sudden Rue is teaching not me how to be part of Spirit. It's like, well, hold on a second, dude. You've been here for only 2 TIs. Like, you're new as well. But he fits right in.
Fits right in, and the stats don't lie. They are doing great. Let's take a look at some of those stats. I believe, Saber, you have prepared some stats regarding net worths.
That is true. We are, this is like a battle of the carries. Maybe a bit less so than like some Yatoro against Ame, but I would say both Yatoro and Nightfall are huge farmers, and as you can see, obviously Satanic at the top. This guy is clearly goated, but right below him is Nightfall in the second place. I feel like this guy is absolute menace in the lane. I hate laning against Nightfall. He, as you can see, wins his lanes consistently and just demolishes. And then if we can see, Yatoro is not even in the top 10.
He is not there. Missing.
He is. I do know how much it is, though. I think it's around 3,600. But
that's so much less.
It is so much less.
Well, he was Drow Ranger. Is this for the?
I think it's for the patch 741.
For the patch, okay.
So
it probably still was Drow Ranger for half of these games.
That's true.
Probably was.
But I think it's also it kind of says how these teams play Dota. I think Aurora, they love playing through Nightfall. He loves defending his tower. He loves playing through his lane. Whereas for Spirit, they also have Collapse. That guy also loves playing through him, you know.
Yeah.
He's super talented. So very often they end up rotating to Collapse's lane, open up his tower and just enable him, and Yatoro has to suffer.
Yeah, and speaking of Yatoro and potentially some Drow Rangers, we know Yatoro as a player that doesn't only play Drow Rangers. He plays a lot of different heroes fly, especially at TIs.
Yeah, I think Yatoro has been, I mean, we talked about it yesterday. This guy is considered one of the GOATs. Honestly, for when it comes to Dota, it's hard to name so many people as good as him. And you can see the amount of heroes this guy played at TI. It's absurd. He's played 34 heroes. He's had success on pretty much all of these heroes.
Like every carry.
I can remember. Are we missing any carries? I feel like we've covered them all.
Waiting.
Anti-mage? Sniper.
Anti-mage.
I mean, well, Sniper doesn't play safe lane, really.
I can't believe that there's Arc Warden as well. Like, when did he play Arc Warden?
There was a TI that I remember he played it, but having to face against this guy that can literally bust out any hero, depending on the meta, on the situation. He can play the super hard carries from Medusa to like these fast-paced heroes like Marcy. This guy is an undisputed GOAT of Dota. He really is. And I think something we touched on a little bit is that he can also play from behind, where I think Nightfall actually is a guy that needs to play from ahead consistently. I think Yatoro can do both. I think Nightfall, he needs to micro his team, needs to be ahead.
Yeah, otherwise, you know, you're going to get caught up in all the pings. He does ping a lot.
Oh, I was going to... For me, that's a day 4 stat.
Is it?
I'm going to bring it up.
Okay.
For a minute. Don't worry. We're going there.
Is he better than Boxy? I think Boxy used to be like
Nightfall is undisputed king
undisputed king of the pings.
But I think Eki was pretty close.
Eki was close. Boxy's up there. He's top 3 for sure. It's gone down over the years, but he's still number 1. He was just number 1 by so much before. That's I do want to talk about this guy on the screen right here. Mira often gets overlooked, but being at 6 TIs and
he's got 2 rings.
Winning 2 of them is an insane record. And in terms of 4 positions, it is hard to think of another 4 position that has so much kill threat on the map that you feel that this guy is out there hunting you. For a guy that is as reserved and chill as Mira, the dude just wants to kill you all the time in the games. Maybe like Boxy is another one where he's just playing to annoy you and to kill you.
It's true. And not only that, I also think he's an incredible laner. It's rare that you have a combinations of this. Because, for example, you know, I love Boxy. He's kind of goated. However, he did ruin many lanes when I lane with him. Whereas, for example, Mira, he is very consistent and consistently good. I would say he's one of the guys who has super OP hoodwink, so I know Tal is very excited to see some more hoodwink in this series.
You know, because obviously he's going up against his former team, and with the team that he got 2 rings with, the cores. But if it would be 2 other teams, we'd be like, oh, you know, is there some spice? You know, do they hate each other? They obviously don't hate each other. But I feel like when it's with Mira and Team Spirit, I feel like because of how wholesome Spirit is, we don't have that conversation at all. I feel like there's no beef whatsoever. Is that I'm looking at Fly and Saber. Maybe they have some inside scoop there.
Yeah, so Milan is a good friend of mine because he used to coach me back on Nouns back in the days, and now he's part of Spirit. And I talked to him like, hey, how is it like in Spirit? And he said, it's incredible. These guys are not just saying like they're family, they are family. And this goes into them having, these breaks and things that they do because they treat each other very well. They are able to bring in new players, put them into their culture, just bring them up together. And I agree, like with Mira, he used to be part of this family, and I think they're just very friendly. I see them hanging out when I'm at tournaments. They would just chill, they would play ping pong, whatever. And it's beautiful to see, and it's a testament to how good these guys are as a team, and how whoever has played on their team is going to be part of that family.
Yeah, and somehow we feel it also from a viewer perspective, which is really cool, and I think that definitely means how strong, shows how strong that is inside the team. As we are in Game 1 of this best of 3, we got Team Spirit on the Radiant side, Aurora on the Dire side, and they go for overall first pick, Shadow Fiend. It couldn't be Drow Ranger because Drow Ranger got banned.
That's so funny.
I got baited yesterday. I want to say real quick. So I was having dinner and I saw some of the Aurora guys. I'm friends with Nightfall, so I talked to him a little bit. He's like, tomorrow maybe there's gonna be a repeat of Drow versus PL. Like, he's gonna give them Drow Ranger to Spirit and take Phantom Lancer. And looks like he baited me. So shout out to Nightfall. Thanks. Good thing I didn't mention that before the draft.
I guess KP was like, Nightfall might have wanted it, but KP's like, nah, we're not doing that.
KP was the mastermind of it all.
Yeah.
What if they're planning on doing it on second pick, but now you leaked it, so they will know for the second game.
Second game?
Yeah,
I see.
We'll find out.
We will find out. We got Nature's Prophet to answer the Shadow Fiend. Nature's Prophet still very much a flex, but also we got 2 ranged carries potentially also coming out.
I think it's this Shadow Fiend. I wonder if it's like a byproduct of Vision doing so well with it. I know Satanics had some incredible standout performances on Shadow Fiend because I didn't see that many teams contest it as highly. So I wonder if Aurora looked at Vision or like, hey, Shadow Fiend is still a really good hero and Nightfall plays a good Shadow Fiend. Maybe we'll just go for that. And then we have Nature's Prophet, which I was thinking about when we were talking about Lina earlier. One of the old counters to Lina was Nature's Prophet, because Lina is very easy to attack early game. Same as a Shadow Fiend. It's this like range hero that does not have any way to escape. So you want to overwhelm them. You want to bring numbers. You want to TP behind them, attack them under the tower, and sort of pressure the map heavily. And that is what Nature's Prophet does. So same as a Lina and as a Shadow Fiend, any of these turret heroes, Drow Ranger, it's sort of this game plan that you have to create in order to beat them. So this means Spirit is going to play faster this game.
Yeah, I remember maybe like a month ago prior to the letter patch when SF was the single best carry in the game and just destroying every lane. Everybody was portal rotating on him at like 3 minutes, then portal rotating on him at 4 minutes, then 5 minutes. Like, the way to beat him in lane was to lose lane and then kill him over and over and over again. And with Nature's Prophet, you just click. You just click and you're there. So that does sound really convenient.
I'm also interested to see, we got the Undying, which is a really strong lane together with the Nature's Prophet. You can easily have that duo in the top lane. But you could also put the Undying offlane. I think Collapse does play it, even though not that often. And then you have like a super strong laner against the Shadow Fiend. I personally like this matchup a lot. And then you have the Prophet that can TP in and just kill people on cooldown.
I think this is going to be this battle now where both teams are going to realize what each other is doing. So the Undying lends into this game plan of attacking the Shadow Fiend, because assuming it's a Shadow Fiend carry, that's usually the role. The Undying is very good at going through the gate, dropping a tombstone, and diving the Shadow Fiend if it is a support Undying. So from Aurora's perspective, I'm thinking now, I have to defend this Shadow Fiend. I have to pick heroes that can body for him and maybe tank the ganks. I'm going to have to pick heroes that can rotate to the Shadow Fiend lane. I think Hoodwink is just generically a good hero for Mira. I think it's good against Nature's Prophet as well, because you can run around the trees with Scurry. So this is going to be interesting for me. Kaori doesn't play a lot of heroes, but he's going to pick one of his signatures here to kind of try to body for Shadow Fiend. Maybe he'll take his Jakiro. I think he plays like Jakiro, Phoenix, as some of his more popular ones. But no, they go for Axe. Okay, I guess they do know that most likely it is a Nature's Prophet carry with an Undying in the lane, and I think Axe lanes pretty well into these heroes because Undying does not take off the battle hunger very well because he doesn't have like a nuke that kills creeps easily. And I think Axe is a very good hero to attack Nature's Prophet in the game.
And on top of that, W's does have a really strong Axe.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see if he's going to be laning normally or if at some point he'll just start cutting the waves and farming their jungle.
Against Undying 5, I do like the cutting.
I think we now know that Undying is also the support.
Yeah.
Well, you never know. Falcons does run the Centaur mid.
I don't think that's going to be Spirit style. I think they'll pick some kind of position for maybe like a Willow here. I think Not Me played that really well yesterday. I don't really think he'll pick Rubik. It is good against Shadow Fiend, but nothing else I see is too good. So I think Dark Willow will be a great choice here. Some sort of setup that they can attack the Shadow Fiend with, and I'm liking what both teams are doing. I think they're picking. They are protecting their strategies, where it's going to be very interesting what kind of mid laners they're going to end up with, because that will dictate how the game is going to go. Because I think this is going to be a lot about people rotating to this Shadow Fiend. I know I keep talking about it, but this is how I envision this game.
Yeah, let's see what else they can find then to help rotate to that Shadow Fiend. And I guess in Aurora's case, you do still want, because you mentioned the Jakiro, but don't you normally want a melee support with the ranged carry, or why is that different for Aurora this game?
Oh, I like the Ringmaster. I didn't think about it, but that is a save for Axe. You know, when he calls somebody and then you turn them into a box, that means the Axe, like, you're not going to attack the Axe, so he doesn't get to proc his counter helix on you. So I like the Ringmaster. I think that's a cool pick. I think Kaori just doesn't play a lot of melee heroes.
It's a Kaori thing.
He's very much, he will play his 4 or 5 heroes, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think from the range heroes he plays, I think Jakiro is like the most pseudo melee, where he's like this low range, high HP hero that can kind of body for you.
This is why I like the Centaur pick though, because I feel like playing Jakiro on a Centaur kind of sucks.
It does.
You get the double hit right on the Centaur passive, and he just owns you.
He also has a lot of HP regen, so your harassment is not as strong. However, I like the Ember pick. I think Aurora did need some playmaker, because I think SF is just going to be farming, and Axe kind of needs to farm his Blade Mail and Blink, so you can't really do much until like minute 15-20. So it's really nice that they have this Ember that can play for runes, you can play from mid lane, pressure a lot. Yeah.
I also think Ember is good against Nature's Prophet in the sense that you want a hero that can deal with the third wave being pushed into you. Because Nature's Prophet, he's going to rat the map. There's always going to be treants pushing waves, and you want one hero that can deal with that and still connect to the fight. And that is exactly what Ember does. So they picked it here, and now they get 2 bans to kind of cover the Ember, one of which is a Slark. Which,
Slark mid, that's so base, dude.
The XM special.
That is the XM special. Apparently Laurel plays it too. Information we don't know. And I'm maybe expecting a Huskar ban. I know Laurel does play Huskar, even though he doesn't like it, but okay, they don't. So they're just saying, hey, you know, if you want to pick Huskar, go for it. It's totally fine. And we do see Jakiro ban, so what is Kaori down to? There's like a Phoenix in there.
Shadow Demon.
He will play a Wyvern.
Wyvern is also out.
Okay.
I don't know if he plays Clockwork. Does
I mean,
I don't think he does.
Clock would be good. But it's
Clock would be
The
good.
thing is, if he would be a good clock, that would be a clock ban rather than a Jakiro ban.
That is true.
Yeah, they're banning for the player, not like what's best for the game. So I think he really just he's just going down his list. What's left?
Okay,
There's like a Warlock in there.
There's 100% a Warlock in there and a Shadow Demon. Those are the 2 biggest ones.
Shadow Demon is good against Ringmaster.
But that's true.
But it's not good against Centaur.
Yeah.
You can't dispel the Centaur, but you can dispel the box.
There's also Bane, which I don't know if Kaori plays, but people do love this Bane SF lane. You like sleepwalk them into the SF, and then he raises 3 times.
Yeah, I would just have to look at his list and be like, okay, I'll just pick this next.
Yeah.
So actually, I I know it's a little weird, but I don't think he's going to pick it, but I would have liked Warlock in some way because I think the ultimate could be really good this game to kind of help with the team fights as a follow-up to Ember Spirit Chains. But I can see the Bane. That's like the most bodyguard hero left that I think Kaori plays.
Yeah.
And he's thinking a lot about this. He's like, guys, there's not much left on my list. What do I go for here?
It's got to be Bane. It's so funny to see Aurora in this position always.
Well, he's chatting, he's going through all his options.
His 2 options. He's just deliberating.
No,
He's thinking real hard.
I mean, the guy is a very skilled player.
He is.
I know he can play more heroes than that, so it's just funny to see how they decide to like use Kaori. Just like, hey,
if this turns out to be a Warlock, that'll be fun.
Okay,
but no, it's
it is
Bane. By the way, what's the option for Spirit to still rotate that Prophet to mid, or would you just not want to do that against an Ember?
I think you don't want to do that against Ember. I think it's just about Laurel now, what he wants to pick against the Ember, because when you see Ember, I think you have to punish this hero. I think if you want to go all in, you go Huskar, and that's going to be like a very... you need to be a Huskar expert to pull that off.
Okay. I mean, maybe more Laurel's like Monkey King, if you want to...
What about Snapfire?
It is a nice monkey game. Or Snap.
Snap is good too, yeah.
I can see the Snapfire being pretty good. I think Laurel plays a really good Snapfire.
There's actually quite a lot of options for him. Like,
so we're looking for something specific that's good against the Ember.
It beats Ember in lane. I agree. It feels... For me, Ember feels like you're picking a hero that can really easily be punished in lane for something that makes sense for the game. Like, Ember offers a lot to the game, but his laning is... There's so much stuff that punishes it.
Yeah, I think you don't want to give Ember free lane, because if he does, he gets to get all the runes, he gets to snowball, he gets an early vessel, and you cannot find him on the mid lane. Dragonite, that's an old answer. Actually, again, I know, I think I've said it before, that Dragonite is like this old answer. Because he is. I think Dragonite's been out of the meta for a while, so I'm kind of surprised to see him actually.
We saw Thompson bring it back yesterday. Don't be so surprised, Fly. Whenever Thompson does, everybody does it after that.
Exactly. True. This is a Thompson effect right here.
Is there a team we're leaning heavily towards with this draft done, with the 10 heroes on the board?
It's hard to say, to be fair. I feel like both drafts are very solid. They have like everything they need. They have a way to make plays. They have very good scaling. Maybe I'm leaning slightly towards Spirit personally, because I really like that they have 2 saves, and eventually Centaur will also be a save. However, I think anyone can super easily take this game.
I'm going to go with Aurora on this one. I think both teams have a strategy in mind, like, hey, we're going to do this, and we're going to do this, which I think is really cool to see. It's like a battle of these ideas. But I do like what Aurora is going to do in this game with the Ember Spirit. I think he's going to have a fantastic game. So I'm actually looking for Makoto to carry this one along with WS. I think they're going to have great games, and Nightfall's going to be a little contested, but I'm going to go for Aurora.
So Nightfall's going to play the Shadow Fiend, which was the overall first pick. Feel like it got countered by Spirit, because obviously they've got the whole draft to find a way to deal with the Shadow Fiend.
I don't actually think it's like crazy countered in any way. I mean, they have a lot of heroes to rotate on him, but Aurora clearly also knew that in the heroes that they were picking, and this is going to be a bloodbath. That's what I really like about this game, is I want to see how the early to mid game pans out. And
how early are you thinking for that?
Literally like 5+ minutes into the game, like they're gonna start rotating on SF, right?
Yeah, I think once the sieges spawn, that's like the first big timing that you can make rotations.
Yeah, try to take his tower down.
Yeah,
and they have a DK as well, so they can rotate the DK to the tower. And Aurora's not going to want to let that go, so they're going to rotate everybody. 5-man Dota.
We love it. We love a good brawl, and I know our commentary team loves a good brawl as well. Let's head over to them. It's Cap and SVG.
That's right. Thank you, Shiver. As much of a brawl as you can give us, that's what we would like between Spirit and Aurora. 2 teams that are coming into this a bit worse for wear. They have. It has been over a year since Team Spirit has won a Tier 1 tournament. And Aurora, well, they started off this season very, very good. But Avery, the last couple of months have not been kind to them.
Yeah, the loss against Rune Eaters probably set their morale back a little bit. So they're hoping to bounce back here. I think both these teams are looking to make a mark early in this group stage, just for their own sake. It's not about like them proving themselves against anybody else. It's proving it to themselves. We still have form. We're still finding some momentum. We're figuring out this meta. And this is going to be an interesting game 1. A lot of potential to pop off. I agree with the panel. There could be a lot of brawling in this game, a lot of skirmishing, a lot of early tower pressure coming out from Spirit. And then they have the saves to back up their classic team fighting prowess. but they're going to have to execute that because I really like what Aurora brought to the table here. A lot of heavy damage, some aggressive cores, a lot of play action that can come out from the support setting kills up. So Spirit are going to have to be in top form for this game.
Let's take a step back away from the draft, though, for a minute. Can you tell me, what would you say the style is of these two teams heading into TI?
In their peak form?
Sure.
I think Aurora is very suited around Nightfall because he's your big shot caller. He's going to tell you how to play this game, what's going to happen in this game. He's always yapping. We already see him yapping here.
Man doesn't stop.
Yeah,
he doesn't stop.
When I was talking to the squad at EWC, I was asking him, like, how many of you have Nightfall muted in the pubs? Let's be honest here. There were a couple that were like, I've had him muted at certain points. There's only so much yapping I can take.
Yep.
But that's a great thing to have on your team because it always gives you direction. It's always someone who's going to push your team forward. And it gives you a win condition in the game. And he's been delivering this season. I think this has been the biggest leap he's taken as a player in terms of gameplay. And so he's going to first pick his hero. He's going to be confident in it. It's going to give you a win condition. You just got to play around it.
Would you describe it as a 4 protect 1? Like, if it is so centered around Nightfall and he is the carry, does that make it a 4 protect 1 kind of team?
I don't think so. I don't think that's how Makoto will ever function. Like, Makoto is not protecting anybody. Makoto is getting his own game. He's also close to a 1 position from that mid lane. So you have to find that balance. But I think this is a team you have to respect how much farm this 1 and 2 are going to take off the map. WS has to play that more like flex offlane role, and you just have to believe in your scale. Like, I think that's what they're always looking for. Scaling comfortably in their game with the Tricore. These guys are a really scary Tricore in the late game. And if they're comfortable on their heroes in terms of what that scale looks like, they're going to feel great.
And then traditionally, I mean, everybody knows it about Team Spirit. They are also a scaling team. They've always been that way with a heavy emphasis on team fight. I mean, their team fight is just amazing to be able to watch at their peak form.
Oh, it's the best in the world. When they're firing on all cylinders, nobody executes a team fight in terms of all the little things going well. I think Not Me has fit into that really well. Like, this is a guy where we've seen some insane teamfight execution, particularly on the playmaking fours that have, 3 or 4 impactful spells. You need to get out multiple rounds. Ringmaster fits that. The Rubik fits that. Some of these, like, melee heroes that he'll play too are great, and they can flex them between him and Rue. So, again, this is a game where you need to hit tombstone saves. You need to hit the box saves. You need to hit some good wheels. Get in there with some undying punches without sacrificing your positioning. A lot of these little maneuverings in the fight are going to determine a lot for Spirit because you need to be able to turn the axe calls around. You need to be able to turn some of the ember jumps around and use Aurora's aggression against them. That's what's really going to decide a lot of this game. Keep Yatoro alive, keep the Dragon Knight alive, and use your other 3 heroes to make that happen.
It feels like Team Spirit always has a pretty heavy execution style no matter what they're doing. And, well, Yatoro is going to get caught off here as a late smoke from Aurora wrapped around and caught Yatoro as he was just trying to push out with the Transcendent Hero, and they will easily run him down for first blood for Nightfall. Now, there is still a trade-off. They do manage to kill Mira. In fact, it's Yatoro who killed Mira, apparently with the Treants. But all in all, good for Aurora getting that first blood, particularly in the hands of Nightfall.
Nice little start for the SF here as a scary hero to give that first blood to, scary player to give first blood to. And this is that Bane SF combination that's going to have the extra gold to inject in the lane. Yatoro's going to get some harass here.
He's going to punish them as much as he can.
It's like, don't you dare take my Twin Gate. Nobody takes my Twin Gate without paying the tax, the Yatoro tax.
He does take his toll. Okay, so can we then in turn, so we talked about the teams and their play style, then what is the difference here in this draft? Because this looks like Aurora definitely at the scale in my mind, but this looks like a lineup that Spirit are going to have to play a bit more aggressively, right?
They have to get something done between this DK and Furion in terms of objective pressure, or at least ganking lanes to translate into some objective pressure. That's what I would want to see. If you're going to pick DK into the Ember as Nami gets a whoopee cushion.
Ooh.
Very close.
Blood Grenade almost takes him out, but not
He has
quite.
a salve, so not that worse for wear. But I think when you pick DK against Ember, you sacrifice that ultimate cheese potential, right? It's not Huskar, it's not Necrophos. I think even the Snapfire would perform better in this matchup. Why opt for DK then, if it's not going to destroy this Ember pick as hard? Well, you get some early objective pressure, you get a lane you can rotate into and kind of collapse on, and Furion also likes that. Furion likes having another core on the map that's going to initiate the action. Create a pressure point that he can go into. That's super valuable for the hero. That is what the Dragon Knight will give you in this game. But you have to execute that. I don't want to see Laurel put in a position where he's on an island. Like, either you're rotating to this DK with his ults, or you're bringing that DK to top lane. Sure. These are your two options in this game. Against the Ember, I always prefer to bring heroes to that lane, especially if the DK out CSs him early with some extra Dragon Tail and denies, and then you can just bring supports in there, gank this Ember before he's 6. I think that's the highest potential if you can hit it. That's not always in the cards, right? It kind of comes down to that mid lane execution, but that's what you're hoping for.
It's that Nightmare back. The quick whip from Not Me stops most of the races. Nightfall damage not really done too heavily there.
Such a scary lane.
Yes, very.
It's bait SF, so it's like literally scary. But
that is true. Plenty of nightmares in this lane.
It's just, and honestly, you don't want to die early and have these Icar stacks put on you. They really add up. I think we've all felt, you know, getting to 6 stacks on this hero is pretty miserable in these cores in the late game. You're just slept forever. That extra status resistance, so don't want to feed early kills this lane. It really compounds over the long run.
A lot of little skirmishing here, fighting over the Lotus, but with a Blood Grenade slowdown, it's Nightfall in some trouble. They're going to get in front of him. He has to turn and fight and do what he can, and it's Nightfall to go down first.
Oh, what a big find. Getting aggressive there.
Gary does have the extra bit of resources here against Not Me.
Yeah, you're not winning that.
And that means Not Me's going to have to give up on the Lotus. So Team Spirit kind of win the engagement in that they... Oh, nice tree block. Making sure there was no Nightmare to finish him off there.
Damn, he's dead for sure with that Lotus.
And well, that just means the Centaur's going to be left alone. So, yeah, maybe Collapse got the experience for the Nightfall kill, but he comes back to a lane that is just not fun for him whatsoever. WS dies in the bottom lane off of the Undying Tombstone drop. Not much Mira can really do about that one.
He has no quelling, by the way. Pretty interesting. You go into a Furion lane with no quelling early on.
Oh!
And the double. Rue putting in work with that Tombstone Blood Grenade drop. I'm really surprised. He just got sprouted under Tombstone with no quelling. Just like, okay.
Yeah, that makes no sense. He's got the quelling queued up.
Yeah,
now,
it really surprises me that you don't opt for it early here. So he's going to go for it now, but now you're buying a quelling at 4 minutes, which is like you just missed a lot of the early CS value of the item, right?
Yep.
Very curious here why WS opted for it. Maybe wanted extra stats and armor, but did not pay off in this situation. And Yatoro gets the benefit of an early sprout. We'll buy an early raindrop here. Very interesting. Probably signifies he wants to TP into these other lanes, particularly maybe the SF lane, and have a little extra durability. An early investment for the MP that signifies fighting on the horizon for Spirit, which is probably what we summarized. Given the status of their lineup.
I mean, you said moved heroes to the Dragon Knight, especially if he's got a big CS lead. Well, he does have that currently. Yatoro, he's low. Mira commits for the kill and does manage to get it. Now let's see if he can get out. Rue is out of mana, will not be able to get the turnaround kill onto Mira. Tries for some punishing denies, but that's about as best as you're going to get. While Collapse continues to struggle against the raise spam of the SF. With the early Falcon Blade, plenty of mana regen for Nightfall to abuse this Centaur.
He's just laying into him, really putting pressure on the Centaur, who's suffering the most in this laning phase. And that'll force the teleportation bottom for Yatoro. Long level 1 cooldown. You're always happy to see that off the map here. I think it's a little early for him to rotate, but it's something to keep track of. Pressure continuing to mount top. Just no turnaround play here until Furion's willing to go into this lane.
But at this rate, it means that even if you do try and make that rotation, you could be met by the Ember Spirit. Such a mobile hero, kind of dangerous to go deep into a safe lane like that.
Oh, for sure.
But you got to put pressure somewhere on the map, because that will free up Laurel to either make moves to make kills or finish off this mid tower, which in early dragon form, he's going to start chipping away at it. Let's see where the power rune goes, though. Spirit's going to sit at top, Aurora at bottom. The 50-50 goes the way of Makoto.
That's a nice little rune to win here.
Yeah, big one. Regen.
Really helps you defend this tower. He's going to get to pull the wave.
Yeah, that was really nice. Being able to get the grab on the siege wagon.
Can't kill it here, though. It's a little awkward.
It'll at least waste out the dragon form, so maybe that'll turn into something. Centaur continues to struggle in the top lane, though.
You get slept, you're just dead up here. There's very little you can do about it. See if Spirit still want to bring heroes to mid. I mean, you still have the catapult alive mid. You still have the DK form that's wearing out, but I don't think you're going to get too much action here. Well defended by Aurora. and creating a lot of pressure on the side lanes, which is forcing Spirit supports to try and salvage these situations more than I think they want to. Can still look for Wisdom Shrines, though. They have Furion ulti available for this skirmish, plus teleportation, so a lot of firepower that you can bring Yatoro into one of these.
Rue, is he going to try and drop the tombstone here, or is this... Okay, he's going to drop it on the high ground. Hits it decay. Here comes that Wrath. Mira already low. Yatoro's going to show up with the Sprout to finish him off. Now WS, though, with the dunk.
Big chop.
And he can win this fight against Yatoro. He's going to chase the Furion out of here, who does have a TP.
Doesn't know if he has call or not.
Yeah, WS, he's just going to take the risk. And WS does not have a level in call.
So Shrines went to the Ember and the Ringmaster.
Point blank Requiem denied by a long range whip there from Not Me. And now the punish. Hit him with a stomp. Rue's going to follow up with a decay. Nightfall lets loose the Requiem defensively instead of the original plan, which was to kill the Centaur.
I want none of that when the multiple heroes show up. You have another DK4 mid, so this is number 2. Trying to put some pressure into the Ember in this mid tower. But again, where were the supports, right? They're dealing with this pressure from the top wave. It's really been an issue for Spirit.
Yeah, I feel like Laurel hasn't really hit that mid tower at all. 2 dragon forms, but Makoto is just pulling the creep wave so effectively.
Well, he got a very good rune.
That also helps, yeah.
This will do some damage here. Might just be a dead tower.
Yeah. Illusion rune, tough to beat. I mean, Dragon Knight's got to be the mid hero that uses Illusion rune the best, right?
I mean, probably just because the bar is so low. I don't who's using it at all, really. Well, you get some action there. You do lose your safe lane tower at the same time.
WS is going to be very large at this rate. I mean, taking that early tower, he can start clearing out some of these neutrals that Furion, any safe laner, would usually try and occupy.
A very even early game, other than Collapse, who is like, what about me, guys? Don't I get something in this early game? No, you get nothing.
Yeah, he doesn't even have Stampede yet.
He got the treatment, and that's life. You know, someone's got to get the treatment in this meta. If you're playing against Bane Shadow Fiend, there's not a lot that's going to be able to stand up there.
Fortunately, Centaur's got to be one of the best recovery offlaners right now. Between this Helmet Dawn build and the maxed out return, pretty easy for you to just default to the neutrals. Rue, well, that's going to be another dunk for WS. Racking up the extra armor, chasing down Yatoro as well. Yatoro, who's going to go for a TP here. Oh, the call right on the edge! That was crazy!
No, that
spacing.
Didn't hit. That didn't hit. I don't know. Someone check PC. Like, that's... What is that, some C server buff or
what? It
what?
felt like he had a Chasm Stone, man.
That did not hit. I'm going to stand by that did not hit. If I'm Yatoro, I'm
Collapse, he can round behind the tree, will catch Kaori off guards. Cute little play and a bit of punishment, a bit of revenge for a tough laning phase.
And that's a great rotation. This is what you want with the DK forms. A kill into some more tower pressure, snowball the map, progress the game. They're doing this kind of without the Furion, which is a little sad for Yatoro. Like, he has 3 deaths in this early game. The Wraths haven't really contributed a lot other than that 1 kill on the Wisdom Shrine. It's kind of just Laurel doing it on his own. It's still what you want from the game, but it's not that ideal game flow that I think Spirit were looking for between these 2 cores. I think the side lane pressure really did a number on them here, and just well played by Aurora. They played that top lane really well. They got a lot out of the Sax, who, you know, by the way, has gotten some early Culling Blade stacks, some early armor.
It's going to help a lot. Stampede gets used, almost dies anyway to the final right click of the Bane. But he does manage to survive, and I believe he finished up his Helmet Dom as well, so that will help kind of kick the Centaur into gear.
I think Spirit are going to have to play a slower game than maybe they wanted to in an ideal situation. They're going to have to kind of play out their side of the map, at least get the DK Blink up. But even with DK Blink, I'm a little dubious if you actually want the Blink here, because what are you going to do with it in this game? I don't think you're not setting up for much. What are you setting up for? There's no arrow. There's no hoodwink. It's like, okay, you Blink, stun somebody, he gets daggered, and then...
Oh, you Blink stun into Wheel, right? His best combos with Ringmaster.
I'm not convinced that fight or that aggressive go is going to work for you, though, until later on.
Okay.
This is the thing with Dragon Knight is, what else are you going here? There used to be a Mage Slayer build-up. This is probably not the game for it. There is a Midas build-up.
There's the Octarine Shard build that Thompson did in his pubs.
Yeah, you can do that. No, he's going to commit the Blink. That's just kind of Laurel style. You don't have another initiator in this game.
No, yeah, he has to do that. Otherwise, his supports are left with nothing to do, right?
We'll see if this move lands. To me, this is not an easy move to work. You do have the Fury on backup, but he just used the Wrath.
So to optimize your chances of this hitting successfully, where do you go?
Kind of have to go enemy triangle, which is, you know, you're looking for the SF potentially. He's not there yet. You're going to give up an amp damage rune to Ember right now. He's looking for the last tier 1 bottom. That's also an okay place to smoke to. It just takes a while, but there's nobody down here.
I do like the way Team Spirit is setting this up, even if it doesn't work. They have the Centaur pushing in the Helm Madame creep in the top lane, and then himself showing in the mid lane. So they're still keeping the lanes out while the Dragonite is gone. Unfortunately, though, Aurora just moved to the exact opposite side of the map. In fact, they made a play of their own into the triangle.
Interesting move for them. No blink on the Axe. They're just looking to contest some of those ancient stacks late to the party. Both teams just a little late on those plays. And this is where I think that DK blink, we'll see if it pays off in the long run, because I think that move was very hard to land. And it does hurt your farming speed a little bit. It hurts your scale a little bit. Hey, Toro recovered, though. A lot of space for this Furion. He's going to become highest net worth in this game. Just guaranteed. With this early Mjolnir buildup.
Yeah, I mean, he recovered to match the SF, but in this matchup, don't you need to be ahead?
At some point, yes. That said, this SF had such a good lane. I mean, what do you want him to do, right?
Yeah, he's Yasha Kaya already done at 13 and a half minutes. Very nice.
The Foreman, no.
That's right. The Bane, pretty good at setting up kills for these Helmadam creep split pushes.
Wanted to have a drink in the top lane, man.
No fun allowed.
I think Aurora are pretty happy right now with this game state. If they get to the Axe Blink, then their offensive potential skyrockets, and they're going to be able to look for a lot in this game.
Yeah, I feel like anytime you're able to keep a net worth lead in that 10 to 20 minute marker where Furion is pretty scary, then you get to the mid game where your team fight is probably just flat out superior for a little bit.
I think their team fight is better unless some very clutch saves come through. That's going to be the X factor here.
No doubt, yeah.
So positioning counts for a lot. And Spirit are eyeing bottom, but this is a bait. You're just going to bail, yeah. Very wise decision.
Fox used no trinkets to help him out, not me. All he can do is damage and delay, but he will die all the same.
Got to get the other lanes in. Anytime Aurora group up, you really need to push the map as fast as possible here.
Yeah, the Undying was pushing out mid lane.
Got to get it done. Treants, Helm creep. There's a decent amount of lane shove in this lineup. So Spirit can reset the map every time Aurora go for a play. And Aurora's supports are not going to like that too much. They'd rather just get the lanes in and look for kill opportunities or setup. Particularly on this Fury. If you can find Yatoro a couple more times this game, you're going to feel really comfortable.
I mean, it's both the enemy carry and it's the biggest problem with the lane shove, right? If you decrease that pressure, it allows you to keep staying on the enemy side of the map. Collapse, well, with his Pine Cone here, he's going to spot out Kaori.
Very nice.
Nice pickup for Team Spirit. Rue, who had to use the Flesh Golem to defend himself against Makoto.
See if they can find anything else off this. Maybe even get a deep obs plant to set up for something later would be pretty nice.
They try and get the stun on Makoto, and it does land. Got him on the fire. Oh, can they get the wheel? They got him!
What?
What a long-range hit. Not me.
Okay.
Got the wheel in front of him, hit him with the whip just to chain the Dragon Tail stun beautifully.
That was 0.1 second that Ember doesn't get out of there.
Now, Aurora is still very dangerous, even without the Ember Spear, because they do have this Axe. The Axe is teleporting in now, but he's the last one to TP in. It's a long TP, so he does not arrive in time with his Blink Dagger.
Surprised Aurora reacted that much to that play.
Do you feel like they do not want to give up any Tier 2 towers? Like, it's fine to concede Tier 1s against Dragonite Furion, but they need to keep this map control?
The rest of you are the circuit.
I don't think you want to lose the Tier 2 there, but I don't think it required everybody coming up to do that. And now you're all stuck up here, right? I think basically now you're forced to either smoke out of this area or, you're just walking across the map with the axe. I think this is the saddest for WS, who just finished Blink. And what does he get to do with this finished Blink? He has to react to a play to a bad part of the map. So you got to get him out of here quickly, and that's going to run right across his obs. So
yeah, he's going to show his Blink dagger.
Oh, they missed it with the D-Ward too. This is really good information for Spirit. You just get to farm out the whole map with the Fury on right now. You get to wait for your DK form. And the pressure's on WS to find a play. So they are going to smoke him out of here.
Yeah, that deep ward was really nice with the scan. It reads it. Does Laurel respect that the scan showed some heroes? He's going to head up to the corner here. Not blinking away, not teleporting away yet. Oh, blinks away from WS. Up on the high ground, but they spot him. Got him on the Fiend's grip.
That single Distiller charge paying dividends.
I love Distiller, man. I love that we have like an item that can give you some vision for these like cliff line plays, you know?
That's nice. Look at this fast play through the gate. WSC wants the Fury on split push. Almost finds him.
Yeah, speed's definitely going to be the name of the game for Aurora, right? Because they have to play fast to keep snowballing heroes. Otherwise, they just inevitably get outmaneuvered on the map with all the lane shove.
100%. The more you can combine these plays into further kills, into a Tormentor, as we're getting close to 20 of these kind of little things, it's going to really snowball the map. And it helps your supports. Like, Bane is not a wave shover. This Hoodwink can do it, but ideally you're also looking for some setup in this type of game with the axe.
Yeah, he wants to be
the
playing
best
with the axe
combination
as much as possible.
So those 2 points of attack, it leaves a lot of lane pressure for the Ember to clean up, which means Makoto can't just run in and set plays up. That's why these kills matter a lot, particularly if you can find Yatoro.
Hey, it's so annoying. Collapse just, he doesn't even show his hero. He pulls the creep wave off the tower with his Helmet Dom creep and then safely farms it behind the tier 1.
And no opening. They are eyeing up mid here. Get enough damage from Makoto if he has full flame shield. I think it's close.
They showed the fireball, and they're also going to concede that top tower.
That's fine. They might get a trade bottom here. The bigger objective right now in my mind is this 20-minute Tormentor. You don't want to give up too much map control here.
I was going to say, at some point, Aurora just got to hit it, even without the creep wave. You've committed too many heroes here not to get this objective, and they finally do.
Aurora really wants this bottom tier 1.
He'll cut the wave. Man, Aurora not afraid of stacking. Just 5 heroes have been hanging out in this triangle area for like the last 90 seconds.
Eyeing up this mid-tier 1. They're really willing to just force the 5-on-5, which Spirit have no interest in taking, unsurprisingly.
Nope.
You're not going to fight in this game until you have a nice Fury on timing, which he is going effectively second item BKB after Mjolnir Dragonlance here. Will actually be pretty strong because the SF went the full Yasha Kaya Hurricane Pike, so his physical damage output is a little lower right now compared to the magical. If you just TP in with this Furion, pop BKB, you're going to be strong unless you get Axe called, which again, they have saves for, so I can kind of dig this itemization.
I'd be curious to see how, like, can we see the network change, the individual network change for these heroes over the last 5 minutes? Because I'd be curious to see how much like Axe has struggled because of the fact that they're just stacked together all the time. They're not finding any kills. He's farming some of the neutrals, but SF's going to take most of them. You could see a difference between him and the Centaur there for sure. The pick off here on Mira. Laurel takes that one up.
I mean, it's your carries at the top, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's, I guess, the only important thing. As long as SF is farming, it's all good.
That Centaur is definitely going to extract more out of the map. I mean, Collapse is completely recovered. He's about to have his heart. Another minute or so here. And there's that Tormentor. That little kill is going to create an opening.
Yep. Stack of heroes into a kill, into map control that...
They see Nightfall in this ward.
Thought he was a Tormentor, but they got to make that call. Speaking of call, WS has a call out of Yatoro right now, who has to use his early BKB to try and get away. The Ember Spirit chasing after him. A little bit of damage will result in a Culling Blade kill. And now this smoke that was headed to Nightfall has to get punishment instead onto the Axe. They do manage to hit him into the wheel, and that'll be the death of WS. Makoto battling it out with Rue right now. Has a hefty stack of zombies, but here comes Nightfall. And Nightfall that was not initiated on. They do have the shard save when he comes out. Will they be able to get that kill? Yeah. Nightfall, force forward, hits the raise. They'll get the Tombstone kill, and maybe even Rue as well. Yotoro's pickoff made this terrible for Team Spirit. That was supposed to be a smoke that kills Nightfall. Instead, Nightfall walks away with a double.
That was going to be a rough sequence for Aurora, and instead it's an amazing one. They dodged the Nightfall gang. They get Yotoro, and now they're going to end up getting Tormentor that Spirit probably could have just taken. I don't think Aurora really had eyes on it after the Moonwing died top. These little things make a huge difference. That's a big play from WS in the grand scheme of this game.
What is Laurel doing? Is he really going to try and... What is this? Heading out here solo. I think the saddest part of that, though, is Yotoro's playing Furion, right? Like, you can literally farm wherever you want.
Yes.
So he did not need to be in that area.
I think his read was just they're not going to make a play because they lost Hoodwink top, and my team is smoking through bottom.
Sure.
What's worst case scenario? But that was worst case scenario.
It definitely was. And as a result, Aurora claw back a bit of net worth lead. It was they were beginning to get out farmed a tad bit by Spirit, but now they have a healthy lead once again. I love this Blink Dagger build that all these Hoodwinks are going nowadays.
That's really annoying.
It makes the Bushwhack just so much more potent.
It's great offensively, and it's great to rat the map. You're in trees with this hero, with your passive, with an instant blink. Like, it's just so impossible to catch and kill the squirrel. It takes a really concentrated effort. That's great.
Yeah, I think in our games, already made it look real nice. BKB up next for Laurel. So we'll have a BKB timing for Team Spirit. I don't know if that really makes them that strong for fights. Aurora still had plenty of ways to get through it, both with physical damage and BKB piercing disables.
That's not the greatest BKB game. It's just going to reduce a lot of their damage output, I think. Reducing some of the axe damage, a lot of the ember damage, a decent chunk of the SF damage. It gives you a nice timing to just kind of barrel into the fight and win it through sheer force of net worth. Your Tricore is going to scale here, too. DK Furion can output a lot of overwhelming damage that the SF might have trouble dealing with because you don't have a hard save for Nightfall. You have Sleep, kind of it.
You could see, I mean, Collapse is farming so defensively there. I think they do have a read that this smoke is coming from Aurora, and they got the initiation onto WS. Still, though, the threat of Nightfall makes them back away. They've already lost Not Me due to Makoto jumping into the back lines. Now he's trying to get nice call from WS. He hit Furion, and with that blade mail, he's doing some work. Yotoro's going to get run down while Nightfall also dies. Both carries are in some trouble. WS, Makoto, he's good for now. He just dives in, trying to find some of these heroes that went for the buyback, and the supports are maybe both going to have a dieback here. Oh, this is terrible for Team Spirit. A fight that you committed the extra heroes for, and you can't even come close to winning it. They're going to get wiped +2.
Manly calls from WS there. Just wins the fight straight up. You get the Furion. He takes so much damage from this axe. 1,800 going straight into Yotoro, and that's your team fight. The Bane got a full grip on the Centaur up top, so the SF's just killing him. If you're Spirit, you basically lost that fight with 4 heroes playing against the 2 cores here, because the SF Bane are just dealing with your Centaur. Laurel has to retreat for a lot of his BKB. The wheel lands on nothing, and then this call coming through on 2, you get a chop, you do a lot of damage to Yotoro, and just nobody can back him up. Great fight from Aurora. In a rough spot to kind of find those angles, but they get the job done.
Yeah, I can't believe they hit the initiation, but there's just no power behind it, right? Like the Furion has to teleport into it. The Centaur wasn't there. We saw him farming very defensively. Those are your 2 biggest damage dealers.
The control did not latch around the Furion DPS. There was nothing really for Yotoro to hit because the Centaur's getting forced off, the wheel doesn't land, and then the DK... It was a clutch blink by Laurel. I can't really argue with him getting that first blink stun off, debilitating the Ember, but there's no damage coming out after that play. He just has to retreat.
Yeah.
So basically every control spell that Spirit had didn't lead to any damage being done. And that's Aurora just running through the fight. And that's suddenly a 7k net worth lead into the Roshan. Every team fight in this game is basically going to yield a large chunk of game control just because you're taking one of these carries off the map, and that just gives you so much freedom. So Nightfall in a commanding position now. I don't really know how you deal with this SF. He's got almost 3,000 HP. He's got an Aegis. He's got BKB. Who's fighting this guy? And this is where that Fury on counter pick is not great. Like, you need to be ahead. You need to snowball the game. You need to abuse map pressure. You're 3 levels behind. You're 700 gold behind.
Nice blink forward. Means the Nightmare doesn't actually kick him out of that Wisdom Shrine area. Either way, they get the kill on Kiori. So something small for Team Spirit to work with here, but there's still long ways to go. It feels like I don't really see Team Spirit winning a fight until they get like to a point where the Centaur has Ags, you know? Where they can play with their saves and in and out so much. Attempted call, miss from WS, and he's going to be pushed into the wheel. The Requiem goes down trying to help him, but Yutoro commits his BKB to finish off WS. Still, though, it took a long time to get that kill, and Nightfall has just been freely swinging on heroes. Pop in and out of the Tombstone. He's playing games with Nightfall right now. Rue will not be able to make it out alive.
Collapse going to try and get something here, but...
Yeah, he'll get something. He'll get Mira, but at the cost of Laurel's life, and I'm not sure if he can keep this going again. Nightfall showing up. Nightfall's a little bit low. He does have that Aegis. They finish him off. Is he going to be okay on the second life? Makoto is almost dead. He can't really help out Nightfall too much, but Team Spirit feel like they do not have the power to deal with a 100% HP SF.
Oh, to be honest, I think that went better for Spirit than I thought it was going to go.
Yeah, me too.
They didn't even really win the fight, but you did get the Aegis. You kind of traded evenly. You get a little turnaround at the end with the Furion, who doesn't die for once, which is a big win for them. But a lot of that is just WS just did not want to pop his BKB. I'm very surprised, because the second you get wheeled there, you're just dead. That fight could have been a lot better for Aurora. So dying's been annoying. It's a tough matchup for the Axe. The saves with the Tombstone are very obnoxious for the way their heroes are outputting damage right now.
Nightfall will watch on with his fresh Shadow Blade, knowing that he can't really go for this Dragon Knight. He doesn't want to reveal the Shadow Blade for nothing.
They catch Nightfall here.
He's playing very aggressively, man. Rue saves himself with a Tombstone. Nightfall gonna stick around, has to commit the BKB to try and finish off this Undying. A wheel right in the middle, doesn't catch the Ember Spirit. The Ember Spirit stunned up. Makoto, lots of damage there, but again, covered by the Requiem. Nightfall's making sure these heroes okay for now. BKB from Laurel is not gonna save him here. It's just too much physical damage, but maybe the box. The box might get him out of here. Nice run down. Nightfall and WS too much to handle. They got the stun onto Yutoro. Yutoro just comes in and almost immediately gets stunned. The BKB comes in late. Now it's just at TP way. WS almost caught him there. Nightfall, meanwhile, collapses big and bad, and he's got this buildup of strength that is overwhelming. He just keeps on hitting up double edge after double edge, and he is massive. 6,000 HP, more than Nightfall could handle.
That is a big horse.
And another hit, another stomp. Yutoro comes back into play to help him out. A Fiend Script goes out, trying to finish off Mira with the Glimmer Cape, keeping alive for now. WS with the call. Mira blinks forward, tries to help him with a bit more damage. Yutoro's almost dead. He gets a little bit onto WS, a stomp to finish him off. And now back to Kiori, cornered in the high ground area. Collapse will hit a triple with 7,000 HP to finish off the team fight.
He's level 21.
That's right.
I gotta see the damage numbers for the Centaur in the fight. He got up to 5 double-edged shard stacks so quickly. 10,000? What the hell is that?
It was all Collapse.
That is disgusting. This is why I have a hard time voting against this guy as like the best offlaner in the world, even when he's not playing at his absolute peak, right? It's just like he'll have fights like that, and you just go, okay, yeah, sure, he still got it. Absolutely. They forgot about Collapse, and they paid a massive price in this game. That is going to even it out considerably, as all of a sudden, this Centaur's a problem.
This is why these Centaurs are going this heart route, right? It makes it so they're ignored in a team fight, and with the Shard, they hit double edge after double edge. It just ramps up too much. Quick kill on a Kiari.
Just very aggressive.
Nightfall, do you want to complete this TP? He does. They want to take this fight. Laurel's trying to dance around, activates the BKB. Stun onto Nightfall, he pops a Requiem. Laurel in some trouble. Spirit are going to leave him behind. No, Yutoro actually comes into this fight. He hit the Sprout on Nightfall. Collapse, can he get here to help him out? They have the whip, and Yutoro's able to finish him off. Collapse holding his ground here for a bit, now gets the blink. He got it onto Mira. Meanwhile, the Undying Tombstone is bailed at Yatoro. Can he get away with the Hurricane Pike? Pushed it away, WS.
Oh, what a sprout!
The two of them holding him back. Makoto jumps forward with the Remnant to finish him off. Now they get another. Rue's in some trouble. Here comes Collapse though. Cooling Blade activated, gives him the extra movement speed to now kite around Collapse. A call first. Hit him with some damage. Kite him around. Hit him with while he's stunned. Don't let him hit you with that double edge. Have they used all their stuns? They have. So Collapse makes a smart read and TP's out.
That's a 1,000 gold gain fight for Aurora. It feels like it should be more, but you do lose the SF. The saves were on point from Spirit. It's just this axe is incredibly annoying for the Furion. The second that Blade Mail call lands, and he has been finding some decent damage on Yatoro.
The Furion has finally gotten ahead of the SF and is posing to be a problem for him in these fights.
Yeah, he took him down really quickly there. Nightfall, he felt the pain. Those Furion right clicks. That was an extremely aggressive move from Spirit. You got to remember, they make that move with the Furion dead for like the first 10 seconds of that fight.
Yeah.
How different is that if they wait a little bit, but they're trying to take advantage of Aurora, catch them off guard. Maybe feeling the momentum from the previous engagement.
Yeah, I mean, what a like, the fact that Laurel is willing to make that play. I mean, such a sacrificial mid laner for Team Spirit. Look at his net worth, man.
He's in the gutter.
He is not going to scale at all in this game. He is trying to give, he's just entirely initiation. He is trying to be the collapse of the team. He's trying to start the fights for his team to fall through and win it.
He's pretty much died every engagement.
Yeah.
Every big one. And yeah, you got to feel for him. He was having himself a really good game, and now he's just sacrificed to try and bring these other two cores back. You have to go in first here every time as the DK, and you're not going to be the save priority. You don't really want to tombstone the Dragon Knight in this game because you have to save it for this Furion.
Well, they will have an extra save now with the Aghanim Scepter done with the Centaur. So between the three of them, tombstone save, box save, and carts, then maybe they can have one of them used to bail out poor Laurel.
I don't know. I'm still not using it on the DK. I'm sorry, Laurel. What are you saving him for? Another gunpowder gauntlet hit? It's just not relevant, I think.
Sure.
You really have to prioritize the Furion here. Maybe if Yatoro's willing to take a fight with the buyback teleport, you can say, all right, we'll just extend it, and we don't need to throw all the saves on Furion. But I think this is the point of attack for Aurora. You have to respect that if you're Spirit in. He's out of nowhere.
Aurora showing, and he might just get point-blank record there. Silver Edge hit, but there's the card save. So they baited him out. Look at that. Oh, Nightfall's just dead right away. Team Spirit beautifully baited. A nice tombstone save that goes out alongside the box. The supports are saving themselves from this fight. One of them still goes down, but they've committed Aurora without Nightfall. It's hard to be able to win out this fight. Maybe they can at least get Yatoro, but Makoto, he has to commit the TP. The BKB was lingering here. He barely made it out alive.
Look at the damage on Nightfall. Again, it's the Centaur as the leader. Just doing so much DPS.
At this rate, I don't think Nightfall can be the aggressor anymore because they don't have the saves for him.
That's
Team Spirit can do that with Yatoro, but it's not the same for Aurora.
It's a very different fight setup that Aurora, they need the Ember and Axe to go in and then have this Shadow King give you the supplemental damage, at least until he has Satanic. If Nightfall has Satanic, I think he can be a little more aggressive and turn that around because you're not going to be able to stun him in BKB. So in theory, he has a free BKB Satanic hit, and SF should almost always be able to heal back up. But until then, you're very susceptible in this game, and he's paying a big price for it. And man, I mean, Collapse has just turned this game around. Let's be honest. That was an instant cart stun on the SF, just exactly what you want.
And now Yatoro, off of those saves, has a way to reset. Before, when he would get saved, he would oftentimes have to TP out and then teleport back in. But now he's got a Satanic. So you save him, he gets low, you save him, put him in the cart, he can activate Satanic, heal up the full.
It's a classic Team Spirit game. They're down gold and it feels like they're in control. Hitting a very strong power spike right now.
We just haven't seen Aurora, like, their team fight is still very scary. It just feels like we haven't seen them execute them starting a fight in a while.
That said, they have no vision mechanisms, and they don't have an easy way to start on Yatoro, because basically you're either going to randomly find him on the map, which shouldn't happen, or you have to start on somebody else in the fight, and he's going to TP in, and then when he TPs in, if you save the Axe jump, he gets Tombstone save, he gets Cart save. There's not an easy way to go on him anymore.
Yeah.
And that means you have to basically exist in the fight as a unit. You need more sustain and more survivability on Nightfall in particular. That probably means waiting until his Satanic. Taking a little breather right now, which is going to be an Aegis for the Furion. Things are just getting harder here.
It almost feels like Aurora are going to have to kind of wait until SF hits his next power spike, which is 25.
I think so. I think you have to play defensive right now, and we'll see how much Spirit take advantage of that. They still have a lot of scale in the tank. I mean, you can still get an Ags on this Ringmaster. That makes things even more difficult. There's no Dispel in this lineup.
Teleport to the bottom lane, clearing out this area.
There's no way you want to fight Yatoro right now. There's no way you look at this Furion and go, yeah, that's something I want to jump into.
Yeah. BKB on the Centaur kind of guarantees the save now. They only have so many AoE disables to try and catch him when he goes for that card save. It's Bushwhack and Requiem.
He's a beast. You need the SF-25 to kind of threaten him a little bit better. A bit of Wisdom Shrine steal. Kaori, always annoying on the back side of the map.
What do you make of Octarine? It's a choice for Axe.
I was looking at that.
I always find Axe itemization after the Blink, Blade Mail, BKB to just always kind of be a bit awkward.
It definitely can be. You're kind of looking at maybe a refresher. Or just some more.
Got him inside the Sprout. And he doesn't have a Quelling Blade to get out of here, so he may have popped the BKB, but he's dead all the same.
The body blocks. Ooh, that's a bad place to die with no buyback. There's a wave coming. This is going to be high ground if Spirit won it.
The Team Spirit actually going to go hunt for more heroes here. It's Laurel and Not Me looking around. Spotted Nightfall, force him to TP out.
They're going to get a lot of map pressure right now. They're going to get some nice objectives.
Take some of these remaining tier 2s. Collapse, almost level 25. A Butterfly almost done for Yatoro, and his level 25 is on the way as well. That's a big pickup, though. Shiva's on the Ember Spirit. Makoto's damage has been okay in these fights. But we haven't seen this. He's just not able to take over the fights like other Ember Spirits games, probably because these heroes are just too tanky for him.
I also think the fights are happening too quickly. It's one stun, one jump, somebody dies, and then it feels like Aurora either have to bail or you have to commit buybacks or something.
Right.
This Ember needs the fight to go longer. He needs his other 2 cores to survive multiple rounds of spells so he can dance on the back line and really disrupt the saves here. I mean, that's your ideal.
Which is yet another reason why Aurora should just chill out for a bit. They got to get to Satanic as well.
Yes.
On Nightfall, which that will presumably make the fight go longer.
I hope so, for his sake.
Yeah.
There's nothing else that's going to do it in this game. I guess Wind Waker on Hoodwink. That's your other option. It's not even on the menu. Still have some decent time on this Aegis. 2 minutes here.
Laurel leading the charge. A pick off on Mira. The wheel may not have hit, but the slowdown is still there. Still though, the Glimmer Cape goes out, missed out on the Zomp. They got a Force Staff away. WS, they'll back away with his BKB. Stun lands on a couple of heroes here. The SF and Kiari both get stunned up there. Pulled in Yatoro though. Yatoro with the Bushwhack and now the call. He's dead. They take away the Aegis and it's pretty free. He may have to BKB to get out of here. A Force Staff gets him down to low ground. They have the card save. If needed, he pops the Satanic to get rid of the Battle Hunger, and he's good. So they got the Aegis, but not a big punishment.
No, it's a nice defense from Aurora. You're not looking for much there. Just waste Spirit's time. Get to your SF timings. No real damage done, and now it's pretty difficult to force an aggressive go without the 2 lives on Yatoro. Again, if he finishes Butterfly and gets the buyback gold, then we're kind of cooking. That's the point where you really want to end the game. You're not going to get much stronger than that on this Furion. The DK can continue to scale because he's so far behind.
Yeah, he gets his Shivas, so his first real item in quite some time will make him much, much tankier.
He will become really annoying in this game.
Yeah, just the fact that he exists and it's it takes so much to bring him down.
Oh, there's a pick off. Some more armor for the Axe.
It is nice. It's not a hero off map, though, and dying will instant revive.
Got a lot of armor, by the way. Something you have to keep in mind here. Spirit. He's got,
Axe?
He's up to 70, 80% physical resist. Just running around. So I assume he can survive some of the Furion damage.
Yeah.
Depending on the
Oh,
crits.
God. Oh, no. That's a shield rune on Collapse. That's 7,500 HP, and Laurel will start the fight. Yotoro's going to TP in here on the side. Try and go for the quick kill on Amira. Nightfall pops Requiem BKBs, but he's just going to run away. The Fiend Script from the low ground is going to hold back these heroes as best they can, but look at Collapse. He's carting Yotoro straight after Nightfall. They chase after him, pops the Satanic. By the call. Meanwhile, the stun out for the Dragon Knight. That's going to help him reset a little bit, trying to hit him on the wheel. Looks like with the follow-up stun of the Dragon Tail again, Nightfall's just going to die underneath this wheel. There's not much they can do about it.
Another
they
box.
did manage to run down Yotoro and threaten him, but can they finish him off with these box saves? Just keep on going up. The life steal is keeping up. The stop is going down. There's just too many saves. They can't get him. It's too much, and Aurora get wiped and get nothing. Not a single thing for it.
The difference in the team comp, we're seeing it in the late game. Nightfall, he's getting jumped, he's getting stunned, and what is there to help him? There's nothing. He's just on his own. Meanwhile, Aurora, they're all jumping at Toro. He gets boxed. He gets boxed again. There's potential cart that saves him from the grip. There's a tombstone save at the end. There's soul rips coming through. There's so much to bail out this Furion. And even if you killed him there, guess what? He has a second life, potentially, that you have to deal with. It's way too annoying to take these late game engagements right now. And that might just be it. I don't know if Aurora have enough. I mean, that was your SF Satanic, but he never had the 25 for the extra damage here.
Right. Hey, with no buybacks on these heroes, it's going to be Megas and Team Spirit likely going to be able to go for Throne. They're going to try as best they can to threaten Yotoro, slow him down. Mira just going to die for his efforts.
Beautiful game.
GG.
From, Spirits 3, 4, and 5. I feel like I say that a lot because, well, I feel like I say that a lot when they're in good form. I want to see the Spirit that's not just all about, oh, Yotoro's really farmed and doing a lot of damage, and that's awesome. We know what he can do.
Yeah.
But to me, this team is about the 3, 4, and 5. If they are thriving, if Collapse is having good team fights, if the supports are making good moves, they're going to look great. These team fights are going to look great, and that's where they can out-execute opponents.
Team Spirit, classic. They're showing some great team form here in these team fights, that's for sure. We saw it close out in this game 1 against Aurora.
We'll see how Aurora will adapt and come back in game number 2, if they will. Team Spirit taking this game 1. I don't know, though. For the first, let's say, 15 to 20 minutes, I really thought Aurora had it. They looked so solid. They, of course, started the game with getting first blood fly. This looked like the perfect game for Aurora.
I think they had the ball rolling. I think
really
getting
did.
off to a great start. Nightfall destroyed his lane, so they didn't even get a chance to rotate to the Shadow Fiend lane because he was so far ahead. Honestly, it came down to little things. I think itemization was not that good, especially from Nightfall. I didn't like this whole Spellcaster Shadow Fiend. I think this is a game you should have went for the right-click build. And also Spirit outplaying them in teamfights. Like, straight up, they just teamfight so well that it's just beautiful to watch.
It was ever since the Centaur got his axe, it just feels like Aurora cannot win a fight. It was the fight on top where Centaur just got the axe, he got stomped on Nightfall. They won that fight, and then it just kept snowballing from that moment onwards.
Yeah, I'm very convinced by Centaur after watching this game. I think if somebody is really good at it, like Collapse, I don't know why, but it feels like on Centaur, there's like 2 types of players. There's the ones that have a performance like this, such as Collapse, where they are the big beefy core, that just seems unkillable, doing a billion damage. And then you have the Centaurs that become a support. And more that I see it on this patch, it seems like people are better at being this sort of Centaur. But for me, Collapse is absolutely peak. And yeah, like Saber said, once the Aghanim Scepter came out, his unkillability in the fights translated to also Yotoro being unkillable in the fights. And there were some fights early on where if Yotoro survived at 10-20% HP, they would have been winning earlier against Aurora. But when the Axe came out, he could actually survive these fights, and then the game just looked kind of hopeless.
It also looked like later on in the game for Aurora, it was very difficult for them to find entry to any fight, for that matter. Was that just credit to Team Spirit's positioning, or? How did that game to be?
I think it all kind of added together, where part of it was indeed just Spirit finding the openings better. When they get like a clear jump with the Dragon Knight going in first, Centaur second, like this kind of formation, and then Nature's Prophet can find a good way to teleport in. And also it did come down again to some of the items by Aurora. I'm not sure I'm feeling the Axe on the Manta. The Shadow Fiend cannot frontline because he went for this Spellcaster build instead of like Butterfly standing in front, like Satanic did for Vision. I think that's a different comparison we can use. So I think all of that combined resulted in what we saw.
I feel like W's needed a Cruella's Crozier, if you ask me. There's a lot of healing on a Radiant team, and then you have Manta instead of Cruella's Crozier. And honestly, you just you didn't salt your soup, if you ask me, in that scenario.
Yeah, and you do need to salt your soup. And someone's soup was properly salted because Collapse, he was cooking up quite the dish as we chose him for the MVP. I think everybody could have seen that one coming. He had a fantastic game once the ball did start rolling for Team Spirit. I don't think you can disagree.
No, I mean, I love watching these guys play when they're in form. Avery was kind of talking about it. The way that they take fights is very unparalleled when it comes to other teams. Like, they simply... It's like somebody makes a call, probably Yatoro, to be fair, just given how he is and how everybody knows that he is. He talks a lot, makes a lot of calls. They make a call on, here's exactly how we have to take a fight. We have to jump Nightfall in the backline. And if we cannot get this opening, we will not fight. But we will also not break formation. And it looks so hard to play against.
They have a rule on the team that, especially if a fight goes wrong, they will bring up what do we do for the next team fight. So they're going to actively discuss how they want to take fights.
In the middle of the game?
They will, yeah.
Okay.
Not a lot of teams do that, but this is why Spirit is so, such a world-class team, because they are constantly planning how they're going to take the fights, who needs to go first, who needs to be in the back, what spells need to interact with one another.
In what order.
Yeah. Exactly. So they actively think about this. Yatoro is usually the one who will kind of start this discussion, and we see why they're such a good fighting team.
Yeah, well, they had a lot of things to discuss after the fight, Saber, that you wanted to highlight, because this was still when we really thought Aurora had this in the bag.
Yeah, this was fight at 24 minutes. I really liked how W's played the early game. Like, you can look at this fight, how Aurora were kind of cooking them everywhere. At this point in the game, it just felt impossible. There was this huge call by WS. He kills the Prophet, and then this fight ends up being a 7-for-1. Kaori being the only guy on Aurora to die. And they even bought back some heroes. They bought back the Ringmaster and the Undying, and they still lost this fight. They weren't able to kill anyone on Aurora. So I feel like it's just somehow, if Aurora could kept this going, then that would be the best, obviously. But once Spirit got their items and they had like so many saves and they had their formations, then it became really hard.
How do you win a game when you have a 7-for-1? It's not 7-for-1. It's 7 for Kaori. Like, come on.
Come on, man.
Kaori
supports lives matter.
This guy.
Right, Cheever?
They do.
He's playing. I mean, if he's on Phoenix, sure, but if he's Bane, this guy's just running in there. He's a sacrifice. He'll use the spells. He'll die. And to lose 7 heroes like that and then still win the game, Spirit in TI form is scary, man.
Yeah.
There are no teams like this.
We could take a look at the fight that brought them back, because that was one specific fight just about 4 minutes after the fight we just witnessed.
Yeah, which is just crazy, but that's when the Ags timing came out, and as Fly was mentioning, maybe part of the entry into the fight for them was like, let's just run the Undying in, and he can, as we talked about for Kaori, position 5, sacrifice himself, maybe respawn. In this case, he didn't have it. But this is the fight where you see Collapse. Both offlaners did a really good job doing this, by the way. I love seeing this sort of gameplay where they go in, they initiate, they start the fight, they kill a hero, and then they kind of chill on the sideline. This is where Heart is a really nice item. And then you go back in, you re-engage when your spells are up. And I feel like in this fight, Collapse did this 6-7 times.
Yeah, at least.
I like how they baited them into the low ground. I think that's something that we saw both these fights. Team Spirit is trying to take fights around their high ground, and they slowly bait them into this like top left corner. Like slowly they're going down the stairs. Like Nightfall was initially in the middle of the triangle being like a boss, and then he walks down, and then suddenly like this Team Spirit heroes start cornering them and like attacking them from the high ground. And that's, Dota is, a war basically. Like it's a battleground, and he who has the high ground usually is in an advantage.
Yeah, and that makes maybe people wonder, like, how is Team Spirit able to do all this? How is Team Spirit, and in particular Collapse, able to recover a game that looked like it was in the hands of Aurora for a very long time? Well, we put our best man on that. We got something for you guys. You know him, you love him. Let's head over to Purge.
Thank you, Cheever. Yeah, Collapse had a really rough laning stage, partially because he was laning against a Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend got first blood. That gives Shadow Fiend like 6 extra damage starting the lane than normal. So what he has to do to try to make up for it is terrible. And it's even worse. It's Shadow Fiend and Bane, which means they can do these Nightmare into Raze setups that make his life basically a living hell. He's taking tons of damage every time they cycle their abilities here. There's not a lot of Ringmaster in the first couple clips because he did have to go back to heal at some point, then he stacked Ancients, but every single time that he has these little engagements and he loses a huge amount of HP, it now becomes a big danger moment, especially when the Bane kind of sweeps in from behind. If he can get in here and Nightmare Collapse, again, what's going to happen is he's going to die. So despite a big creep wave being under tower, look what they have to do just to get some of these creeps here. Collapse has to go aggressive every time that he's in danger to stun and then run away. Even Not Me has to use his abilities to zone him away. It just makes his life very, very hard. This has happened multiple times. In this one, he almost died here as well. This Nightmare into Requiem was an inch away, but great save from Not Me, really keeping him alive here in that engagement. So then even over here, he finally gets across the map. He kills the tier 1 tower. The same kind of threat is just always on the map. So what he basically learned is, I just can't be anywhere remotely near where my enemies are. So what he does once he gets the Helm, the Dominator, is he just does the safe thing. The dangerous place is where his creep is going to go. This is going to go push out the wave while he is busy jungling instead. He even does pulls, which is very, very cool. Even when his team finally got active on the map at 15 minutes, if we pause for a second and take a look at this, look where he is on the map. He's just over here. He's just hitting creeps the whole time. He's got his creep there, but he doesn't actually need to participate in these fights because he knows his net worth is still catching up and very far behind. But look at this cool thing that he did with his little creep. This is the second time he tried it. The previous time it ended up getting caught. But he's basically grabbing creep waves. And look what's happening on the map in the meantime while he's doing this here. Basically, this whole part of the map is just dangerous because you've got them playing super aggressive. They're desperate. They're looking for kills. And by pulling these creeps together, he basically says, like, these creeps are in the fridge, basically. I'm going to eat these later. But in the meantime, you're going to see Aurora, they're just sweeping back and forth on the map here. They're going back and forth, just looking for any heroes. And in the meantime, Collapse is taking all this easy farming here, and he's taking this creeps for later. So eventually what happens is, you're going to see one member from Aurora come over to kill this, because they're like, okay, well, they're getting these creeps technically, because they're going to kill them later. So we actually have to kill this. And when Mira rotates over and kills it, that's the moment that Spirit finally swoops in together as a squad, and both kills these creeps and gets a kill. So basically, this whole time, they're still going even net worth. They're still getting kills, and finally collapses equal net worth to everybody else on the team. Just a very, very good performance from him to catch up after a really terrible laning stage.
Thank you very much, Purge.
Funny.
Thank you, Purge.
I don't think...
Purge?
I must admit, I did not notice that during the game. That was really funny to see, and so annoying.
It's not the first time that I've seen something like that for good teams. Like, good teams recognize that a triple creep wave is legitimately an objective on the same scale as like a tower. Maybe not, Roshan level objective, but it becomes an objective. And for Spirit to recognize that Aurora and respect that Aurora is going to treat it that way and then gank to it is really cool. Like, that's pretty next level.
To me, it seems like this moment Spirit just had a better read on this situation, because I remember, I don't know if it was at TI or at Essence 2, but Liquid was playing against the guy that was doing exactly this. And then when the triple wave came, they
pushed with it, right?
Yeah, they pushed with the wave. And there was like a triple wave, they just went high ground minute 15. So I think if Aurora were able to do that...
That's the counterpart to that.
Yeah, it's like dangerous.
No, that's the beauty of Dota. It's these constant small things adding up into something that could be bigger. Yeah, they could have smoked to the wave and tried to attack the Centaur when he wants to collect the wave. And at the same time, Spirit is doing a similar thing. They're going there to protect the wave. It's just these small battles happening across the map. It's just awesome.
Let's see if we can see any of the small and big battles in game number 2, as we have got the draft kicking off on your screens. We got Aurora on the Radiant side this time around, and Team Spirit on the Dire side. We got Team Spirit with first pick. It seems to be very common that almost every single game we see, at least on this stream, we have the Dire side getting first pick. He gets his hand on the Lone Druid, and the trade with the Lina is there because we have a lot of bans from the previous game. Both Shadow Fiend and Nature's Prophet removed by Aurora. They don't want to deal with that anymore. We also have Invoker left in the pool. We saw first phase banned in the previous game, so something else to keep on our radars. And the Earth Spirit, same story there. So making sure to keep that on our radar.
It's a lot of respect for Yatoro's hero pool from Aurora's side. I'm not sure about this Nature's Prophet ban. Maybe they're thinking ahead, like we're going to give them Lone Druid, pick Lina, and then we're going to save a ban by banning Nature's Prophet early so it doesn't become the same scenario as the first game. Because otherwise I would have called this a bit of like a panicky ban. But maybe they're just thinking that far ahead, like, because they insta-picked the Lina. Like, some guy was mashing that button. Like, as soon as Lone Druid came on the screen, like, Lina instantly came down. So, you know that's what's happening. And this is interesting because, like you said, there are a lot of heroes in the pool that are normally banned. Like, the Earth Spirit is still in there. And we do get to see this Lone Druid, which we've been talking about a little bit yesterday. And it seems like some teams still rate it very high. I know Vision won some games with it yesterday. And some teams don't really rate it. Now, is Lina good against Lone Druid? I guess. Like, you can kind of kill the bear wherever it goes. You're just so much high magic damage or right-click damage if you want to go. I do want to see maybe more emphasis on this Undying. I think he was doing a lot of work in the last game.
Yeah.
We saw the win rate this morning, and it is a great pairing with both Lina and the Lone Druid. So maybe it's something Kayori is willing to play. I'm not sure.
I think even into Lina, who's like a tombstone hitter, is that thinking too much about like the one-to-one counter?
I think it is easy to get trapped in the one-to-one vacuum where, like, I don't want to play Undying because I see Alina. Because even yesterday I was like, this guy should still play Clockwork even though he's playing against Phantom Lancer because it's the overall bigger picture.
Yeah.
You don't have to deal with everything on the enemy lineup. You just need to kind of help enable yours and address something.
Right.
So they do steal the Centaur, so I guess they said the Centaur was too big of a problem last game.
It's a nice hero. The lane is not the easiest against Lone Druid, but I would say later on the Stampede and Save for Lina is super powerful. It's always nice to play Centaur with these turret heroes. Yeah, so as long as he's able to get through the lane, it should be good.
The hero just it does so much. It does so much in a game. If you're, and I don't even feel like I said, there used to be this dichotomy of the really good centaurs that would become the true core, right? Top net worth, and then the support centaurs. And it just seems like these days, with the heart and how people are playing it, with the Dom getting huge amounts of farm, you always become that insane core.
Yeah, I think you always hit this critical mass. Unless the game is extremely one-sided, you're going to get your items eventually, and this is exactly what they had in the first game on the Spirit side with the Centaur plus a turret, like Saber was saying. And now we do get to see the Earth Spirit that we were talking about. This hero is just a very powerful mid laner because he scales really well into the game. The later it goes, he just becomes really powerful of items, and his talents are very strong. He's also good early game because you can rotate everywhere. You're kind of fast on the map. You deal a lot of damage. I think it is a hero that can, he can roll onto the Lina, which is what you want. You want that gap close we keep talking about. So I like the Earth Spirit. Maybe they have some read on where the Lina is because I'm not sure how Nightfall rates Lina on his list.
Mm-hmm.
I know Mikoto for sure plays it.
Yeah.
And if they know that, then maybe they're like, Earth Spirit is going to be fine against Lina. We're just going to take the matchup already. And now we see the Bane coming out because Undying is banned. I think Undying would have been fantastic for both teams. But we do see Bane, which usually I believe Rue plays it. So they kind of have their lane showing. And now I'm thinking Aurora should probably just pick their two supports to kind of keep things hidden. Shadow Demon, I like that. That is a save against the Bane, specifically. When somebody gets grip, you can just disrupt them. It's also a good lane with the Centaur because you set up for the Stomp. It's a save for Lina later in the game. And now I'm thinking maybe Kayori's going to play the Shadow Demon. I know he does play that one.
He does, yeah. That's one of his four.
Yeah.
It is a really strong lane with Centaur, though. I feel like they might be able to put this one and then pick a melee guy to protect the Lina. But that's the beauty. They can do whatever they want in this situation. That's a nice part about Shadow Demon is that he can go both safe lane and offlane.
What about Phoenix here? Because I think Phoenix is actually pretty good against Lone Druid in the game. I think Sunray is very good against these high HP targets. There it is. Let's go. I'm hyped. I love Phoenix. So it's one of my favorite heroes of all time. And obviously Kaori plays a fantastic Phoenix. And I can see it here because currently you have this angle to gate on the Lone Druid. Because I think this Lone Druid hero, we talked about it yesterday, but if the Lone Druid doesn't get off to a good start, he can kind of be a liability for a very long time.
Yeah.
And if you're able to draw the lane a little bit, and then the position 5 gates to your lane and you start attacking him, and maybe you get a kill on him when he doesn't have his bear up, like the bear cooldown, the hero suffers a lot. So I can kind of picture it now where they get this Shadow Demon disrupt on the Lone Druid, the Phoenix is gating in, they're mass attacking this lane, the Lone Druid suffers, and they can snowball the game off of that.
Also, Bane and Earth Spirit are pretty bad egg hitters.
They are, yeah. I mean, Lone Druid is good, but you're relying on a hero that's like already kind of countered by Phoenix to hit the egg. Like Tal was saying, the percentage damage is insanely good this game. It's really nice against the Lone Druid bear.
I'm interested to see what they pick here because they need an offlaner. Yeah, offlane against Lina. Mars is very nice. It's counters both Lina and Centaur because, as a Centaur you want to click Stampede to run away, but against Mars you can't really do that because he's going to arena you. It's really nice team fight. They have the Earth Spirit and Mars to set up the fights together. They have many circles, and circles are OP in team fights. At the same time, they also have the Bane to pick off on the map. So far, very balanced draft from Spirit.
Yeah, I think it's they are definitely addressing the Lina. Like for sure, Mars is good against Lina. It's good against Centaur. I guess in some ways it can also be good against. I don't think it's that good against Phoenix SD anymore because you can still save through the arena, and Egg is definitely good. Like honestly, this is an amazing Phoenix game. If I'm a Phoenix player here, I'm like, guys, I can carry this if I get a good egg off in the fights. And now I'm guessing Nightfall gets his pick against Mars. Maybe we're going to see the Phantom Lancer again. If they don't ban it, that is a really good matchup for the Phantom Lancer, and I think it's also a good game for PL. Even though you have Alina, I think you can pick harder carries. And they do leave it in a pool, so they're saying, we're going to ban Tiny and Alchemist, who sort of help Lina play her game because they're another initiator. So they're trying to ban the cohesiveness of the Aurora lineup as opposed to the worst possible matchup for Mars. So that's what Spirit thinks like, and I see the vision, but we'll see what Nightfall wants to play. And I think the last hero left is not Mies. I think he's the last one who picks this hero here.
And yeah, Willow looks amazing.
I like Willow.
Willow plus Mars, classic combo.
Yep. Is the Rubik that gets banned out also a very strong hero, especially in the hands of Not Me? And we've seen Rubik being very popular this morning as well. Definitely, it's always a good TI hero as well.
A lot of good stuff to steal.
Yeah.
In this game. Big ultis. Disruption is nice.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see. Not a lot of reserve time left for Spirit. They've used the majority of it already. These are their last couple of seconds that they have. And they end up going for the Jakiro. And that means, yeah.
I guess that means Bane is going position 4 then?
Looks like it. Yeah.
They can do either.
Yeah, they can do either. I'm thinking this looks like a pretty good illusion game for Nightfall, like Naga Siren, Phantom Lancer. Maybe doesn't lend into the Lina lineup, but he could overtake the game just with those heroes alone. That's what I'm thinking. What do you guys think?
I mean, look at that guy. He's cooking. He's ready. He's like, guys, give me PL.
He's getting the spice ready right now to put into the soup.
He looks very excited. Yeah. Really into that. I mean, if you give Nightfall an excuse to play Phantom Lancer, my boy is going to take it. Like, that is the only question for me is like PL plus Lina. But Lina mid these days is, I don't know. It's not like people are playing the carry Lina mid, right? You're playing this like spell damage, kill you in one hit build.
Yeah.
I think it works.
No, she's flexible, and it is just a different play style if they go for that, where they might have to delay the game a little bit, so they'll play more on the side lanes, play a little bit slower, kind of push the waves in, see what happens. But okay, they go for what we talked about instead, is that they're going for the Sven that is going to make it for a more cohesive lineup for the Lina to be able to shine. So they went for, let's just make sure our lineup makes a lot of sense together. Sven is really good with Phoenix. As Phoenix, you want people to go in for you and stun them. Same for Lina. And I'm totally fine with this route. I think it makes sense. And Nightfall plays a fantastic Sven as well.
And it will be the Bane position 4 and Jakiro position 5 on the side of Team Spirit. Which I think
cool. I mean,
is fine either way.
Yeah, maybe drums build on Jakiro and you're a bit of an egg hitter then. I think that makes a lot of sense because you're getting the double hit. But yeah, I do like the Sven for Aurora. It's similar to the Tiny Lina that they run. It seems like they just have this idea that a carry, like a beefy carry that goes in with the stun, is really good for setting up for the Lina. Like she can just destroy team fights with a setup stun and someone to reveal heroes.
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards Aurora for this game too. I think their draft is just super cohesive and it's very easy for them to kill heroes. The Lina can do it solo. The Sven will be able to do it once he has his items. And this time Spirit does not have their saves. They only have the Bane Sleep, which is a little bit of a save, but not like a real one. They don't have the Tombstone, so it's not easy.
Very important question, though, because there's 2 heroes that we see banned, especially against Team Spirit, normally. Lone Druid, Earth Spirit. Surely, Spirit has an edge here because they get those heroes that they're normally so good at. Earth Spirit, maybe even especially so in the hands of Laurel Jenkins. Does that sway you over on the side of Team Spirit?
It does sway me over. You know, there's this bias that comes in. We're looking at the whole cohesive draft, and we forget that there's a reason Earth Spirit is banned in so many games, right? It's a really busted hero. I think the people that are good at it mid can simply take over a game without even considering the enemy draft, right? And Laurel is up there. Like, he's a good Earth Spirit.
He is a great Earth Spirit, and we're going to find out how great as we are going to see if Team Spirit can take this 2-0 or if we're going to have a game number 3 with Cap and SVG.
Oh yeah, Laurel's going to have to do some heavy lifting in this one because as OP as Earth Spirit is, they drafted a Mars. If Amar couldn't make that one, well, I'm just saying if Amar couldn't make that work, and if this goes bad for Team Spirit, Collapse can't make it work, it's time to put this hero out to pasture. Get him out of here.
Yeah, we're not going to see him for another patch at least.
Yeah.
And we were talking yesterday, I said if we're going to see Mars this tournament, it's going to be either ATF or Collapse.
Yep.
They're going to get their one game.
They're going to put it to the test.
I have a lot of doubts about this hero. It is not the hero it used to be, however. He has a very good argument as the best Mars in the world alongside ATF. Different play styles with the hero, but they both just make it shine. He's going to have to really pull out all the stops. He did have a very nice game 1, though. He's kind of in the zone.
He is.
So maybe he's feeling himself, maybe a little too much.
Well, he was in the zone. He wasn't in Collapse making godlike initiations, right?
He had some nice zones.
He had some okay ones, but he was just carrying through in the damage department. And I think that's the problem you have with Mars right now, is that the hero can still start fights and be okay in that regard, but his damage just seems to suck.
It's pretty bad. The refresher double BKB arena build got nerfed too.
Rami, what are you doing here?
I'm trying to scout with some nighttime vision, but he is absolutely dead here.
He scouted them. He saw all 4 of them.
Maybe you can get another rune here. Your Spirit, they're a little late to run in.
Yeah, should be able to get 3.
Yeah. And that is worth it. I think getting 3 runes, giving up First Blood is worth it outside of very rare mid-matchup situations. This one could punish Laurel a bit. This is a very one-sided lane, and now this Lina has extra gold injection, so a little concerned for him. However, getting the 3 runes is a way bigger gold swing, so you're kind of okay with this in your Spirit on a macro level, even if Laurel's probably going to have a pretty bad time here.
Well, at least for Aurora's sake, they better hope that Laurel has a bad time because we've seen her Spirit kick some serious butt in some of the tournaments recently, and day 1 of TI has been no exception. We'll see how day 2 goes for at least Team Spirit.
I like that Aurora went back to get a hard save of their own. I think it really caused them team fight issues in game 1, and I think when you play against Spirit, you need to be able to match them just in terms of team fight concepts. It's not even about the individual matchups. It's just you have to be able to out-execute them when it matters, and having certain team fight contributions that can do that, like a hard save, like an initiator, like some AoE punish, give you the ability to fight them in the late game regardless of the matchup. So I think having this SD here is a big deal. And it could cause Spirit some serious issues because they don't really have a hard save. You have the Geomagnetic Grip, Sleep, and like an Arena displacement, but it's a very different style game than they played in Game 1. They're going to have to rely on the double bear, finding some nice stun angles, and really getting on the leaner of the backline. If that doesn't happen, then I think Mira can do some work. I think this Phoenix can do a lot of DPS here. He's against 3 strength cores effectively with these big HP pools.
Yeah.
Kaori can really pump out some damage with these Sun Rays and some Fire Spirits.
So it sounds like a lot of the onus to win these fights is on Collapse and Laurel, right? The two initiators. On Collapse and Laurel, right? The two initiators, the two with the most mobility to get to that said back line.
These 2 jumps have to land for Spirit to bring the line up together. You find a nice little kill top. Jakiro proving his later pick worth here, as the lane is quite strong. And Laurel try to do some wave pulling. He'll get away with it at least a little bit here. Very good player at getting out of these tough lanes.
If Maureen is the king of that, would you say Laurel is number 2?
The Prince. Yeah,
the Prince, sure.
I would give it to him.
Well, he's certainly taking a beating right now. 15-7 for the Lina. Total free farm for Makoto in that lane. And we also have a Lone Druid with the early kill. So there's definitely going to be some early dominant lanes on both sides.
Double Bracer already up for Collapse feels pretty good down here. He's having a nice time early. If you can get to a quick Soul Ring, maybe you can exert some offensive potential. Hero, he's going to walk that one off. But feeling the wrath is Jakiro for sure.
Yeah, this his lane impact is just being completely negated by the presence of the Jakiro. Not able to do much. Being completely negated by the presence of the Jakiro. Not able to do much against Lone Druid as is. Be gonna disrupt the bear. It's about as best as you could do.
I think the Soul Ring nerf also hurt Mars a lot. He was one of the more dependent heroes on Soul Ring. You don't have another mana regen item build-up. That really just killed some of the lane pressure he could exert, the farming speed. This hero also just does not buy Helmet Dominator. I'm curious if someone will eventually try it out, but I doubt we'll see it at this event. I just don't think the hero's been played enough or experimented with enough. Perhaps you can go Helmet Dom on this hero and play him more like a farming Centaur style, but then you probably just rather play Centaur, right?
Ooh, Makoto! He's going to be punished heavily here. Nice. I think he's just dead. Nightmare back in with a blood grenade, guaranteeing the kill. Not me is the one to pick it up, not Laurel. So, at least from Makoto's perspective, the extra gold doesn't go to Laurel, but they're going to have...
Huge find. Huge find in this matchup. That's a first blood Lina getting killed in the lane by an Earth Spirit with a clutch teleport. Exactly what you want to find in this matchup. That's a lot of breathing room for Laurel. Another big kill. Spirit finding some openings in this Game 2 laning phase. They're not dominating it by any means, but definitely finding a little more experience with the extra kills going their way.
Ooh, with Spear there from Collapse, all right. Trying to get the rust off. It's been a while, understand. Mars hasn't been the most meta. Bear chasing after WS, trying to hold back Rue, but there are 3 different heroes in this lane with the Bear. Can only disrupt one of them. He might be able to get the kill on Rue, but WS is still going to suffer. Even if he lives here, he's kind of being kicked out of lane, got another entangle on him, and down he goes. So that's the trade-off. Mira might be able to kill the Bear, but it's going to be a rough call to make to stack up these Shadow Poisons fast enough. The Bear is just out healing him right now. Mira underneath tower will not die, but again, Yatoro just freely, not necessarily getting the most CS out of this lane, but getting a lot of experience with all these kills.
Huge gold injection off that Centaur kill. He's very happy up top. He is above free farm right now. And that is a very good sign for Spirit, because he's going to have to carry some of that damage load as we go later. Again, you're playing with Mars, you're playing with a Bane who's not doing a lot. Earth Spirit can do a lot of damage, but it kind of scales up as the game goes later. This is your big carry, your big damage thing in this game. And a nice rotation from Makoto should get the kill here.
Disruption setting up Laguna Blade. Hit him with the fear, but Yotoro's pretty slow, so Makoto should be able to outrun him, hunt him down. Very nice.
Nice little rotation. Not one Yotoro expected. No comms on it, I guess. Just off the map for too long.
Is that the bear on cooldown, by the way? Because that was a full HP bear.
No,
Did he resummon?
No. He sent it to base, so he'll have a resummon.
Roll in from the Earth Spirit. Doesn't quite land, but connects on the kick to slow down Makoto with double supports providing damage. They will chase him down underneath the tier 2. Will they finish him off? Another hit from Rue. It's all not quite enough, and the cooldowns from Laurel just a bit too long.
And Raindrop bails you out. No level 6 on Laurel yet.
He could go for a long-range kick, but Lena's, I think, out of sight for that one. Maybe go for carry instead. The silence disruption save does go out. They have the dive. Carry should be okay.
You do not want to give up a kill that gives Laurel level 6 there, and then that fight can snowball. So nice defensive play from Aurora. Defend the Lina.
And that does leave the Wisdom Shrine open.
Yeah, it does. The bear sneaking in. Why can the bear take this? Nobody knows, but he can take it, and he's going to get it.
Read all. Okay, double wisdoms for Team Spirit.
Very interesting early game. The experience is going Spirit's way with some kills and now the Shrine, but the gold is going Aurora's way. First blood injection plus some of the Lina lane domination, the Sven's free farming.
Yeah, they've had to spend less on consumables, right? Earth Spirit has to buy a lot. Nami still managed to hunt him down. Carry, I guess, got low from that mid lane and then still got hunted down in the jungle. I don't even find that. Like, he doesn't seem to have any wards. He's going to find a courier as well. Wait, what is this?
Broadsword, that's mega value.
Yeah,
this guy just finds openings. You could just tell some players they just have an instinct for where to be on the map at the right time. I'm gonna get WS again.
Yeah, he's been trying to cut waves and will be punished by Yotoro.
A lot of kill action for Spirit with a lineup I didn't expect to get this much. In terms of
comes Laurel. Aurora just brought 3 heroes to kill Collapse, and it's going to be rough. The arena goes down. Laurel rolls right into the middle of them with the Magnetize going off. A longer fight will be trouble for Aurora. Let's see if they can get away or at least threaten Laurel from not chasing them down. The Magnetize probably going to burn out the Phoenix. What about Nightfall, though? Nightfall's going to chase down Nafi. Kills him. Laurel feels like he can't keep it up on Nightfall, so Nightfall's going to be fine. Carry also lived. Very ineffective somehow.
Well, not somehow. I mean, that's Mars.
Okay.
That's why we don't see his hero. It's just he doesn't have mana for another spear, and he can't Soul Ring because he's going to go down to 0 HP. This is part of the issue with the hero. It just doesn't have the same efficiency he used to. The spells are not doing as much damage. It's a little harder to lane. These things add up, especially in pro games. He's still having himself a fine game, but if that's an older version of Mars, you might pick up 2 there. Now they just have to look towards mid. Don't have a Magnetize. Makoto, he's got damage in the bottle. This is a dangerous point of attack. I don't know if this is what you want to be looking for right now. A lot of wards placed on this mid lane, too, to protect the Lina. He's going to kill the ward under the tower.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my.
What is happening? Not me with just the most insane D ward I've seen in a minute. Makoto did kill Laurel with the burnout there, the slow burn.
Really nice pickup from Makoto. Didn't even pop the amp damage for it. Just nuked him down. So that is the bigger kill, but not me making it.
Yeah, but not me. He's about to set up maybe another kill on Centaur.
He's doing work in this game. A lot of little things.
Sneaks up behind him, though, with the Helmet Dom creep. If he goes for the Nightmare, he's going to trade it off to the creep.
It's just a poke play, not committing. He got the TP out of Makoto.
Yeah, got a TP out of Makoto. That's pretty good.
Some little forms of pressure coming out from this Bane that is helping Spirit stay in this early game.
Disruption into stun.
It's tanky here.
Chase him down. Collapse will spear him back. Mira's going to keep up the chase. Missing one of those poisons. He needed that in order to get the kill. Misses another one. Mira's still trying to kill his old lane partner, and he gets him in the end.
Give him the tip. Nah, Mira's not a tipper, you know.
No, he's not. Makoto dodges yet another gank here, even after he lost his mid lane ward due to the aggressive D ward. Throws some damage right back at Laurel. This is how do you like it, huh?
I mean, looking for the sleep setup. Very hard to grab here, though. There's the bots delivery, so the Lina's really fast here.
Yeah, he's too fast.
Only 2 points in the Nightmare.
Immediately with the chat wheel.
It's been even with the extra kills, you can sense this is a frustrating early game for Spirit.
Yeah.
There's just not a lot of openings for early moves. The bear is jacked, so that's the one thing they got going for him. A very fat Lone Druid.
How big of a
Exactly
counter
what you
do you
want.
think Sven is to Lone Druid?
It's solid. You have a lot of openings where you can kill this bear in the mid game if you're having a nice tempo.
Here comes the Boots of Travel play with the glyph on the creeps to prevent them from dying, securing the TP in from Makoto. Collapse will go down, and they actually get the +1 here. The disruption on Rue, and even a demonic purge. So 1 kill for Nightfall, 1 for Mira.
There's just no pressure coming out from this Mars lane. 0-2-0 start for Collapse. He's going to have to make it up later on. Because not finding a lot of action here. Got to combine this Earth Spirit Mars.
Happening.
Does
Mira know? Mira knows now. The courier flies right over Not Me, but the Nightmare hits them. They're going to go for a fast Fiend's Grip kill. Get the kill and get out before the punish comes in because the Stampede, Hastened Heroes are on their way. Nightfall closing the distance, hits the stun. Bane likely to, but Carry does die to Laurel. Carry's not having a whole lot of fun in this game, that's for sure. Roll through. Nice dodge there from Nightfall and Makoto. With the Arcane Rune, kicks him back up to the high ground, with the Nightmare pulling him back. The Ice Path as well, now hit him with the Magnetize. He's going to die. Makoto has to abandon. He knows that Nightfall is dead. He's just got to try and preserve his own life here. Hits him with the kick. The roll-in didn't land, but with slow down with Blood Grenade, the Magnetize building up. Disruption trying to bail him out here, but it just sets up a dual breath. More Magnetizes. Makoto will die. He hit a Dragon Slave, though. Finish off the support. Now Mira's going to be in some trouble. Laurel underneath the tier 2 tower. Rampage for him. What is happening? Give him another Rampage with the arena going up. No! The Phoenix 8 to finish off 1. The burn, it'll take Rue out as well. So Kaori, with the sacrificial play, will pick up 2 at the end, but a big win, I guess, for Team Spirit, and in particular, their Spirit of Laurel.
He gets 1,000 gold off that sequence. Again, absolute free farm Lone Druid, and you're team wiping them with your lowest net worth cores in the game. Absolutely disgusting stuff from Spirit. Just running them down. They effectively 2v5 that. 3v5, you know, with the Jakiro coming in. I guess 3v6.
Yeah.
There's an egg kill. Just absolutely disgusting stuff. Not me putting on a Bane clinic right now. These little setups coming in for the last Brain Sap off some wand charges, and then this Arcane Rune Earth Spirit putting in work with the lower cooldowns. Aurora just caught sleeping in. They just walk it in one by one.
Disruption set up. Nice Nightmare dodge, though, and a kick away from Laurel to ensure, even with the Demonic Purge, Not Me might survive. They really want this kill. They are heavily committing. Stampede dive past the tower, and they get him with the Shadow Poison, but surely there's going to be some punish here. TP in from Collapse, but it's a long TP, and he just cancels it. Too long for him to get the arena out to stop the Shadow Demon. The Stampede works, and with this pressure mounting up, they'll also get the mid tower. So Makoto, bouncing back after a rough death earlier, secures his dominance of this mid lane.
This is a wild game. Spirit got a Rampage on their mid hero, and they're behind.
Yeah, down 2K.
It's not really close. Because a lot of that, they'd be even farther behind if they didn't have this LD just free farming, which, you know, there's a bounce. Obviously, you're taking these fights. Yatoro's going to have a lot of space here. That is your game plan. Get a really farmed Lone Druid. The game still looks completely fine for Aurora. It's hard to imagine what this game would look like if you didn't give away those 5 or 6 kills in the jungle.
Yep.
Big plays from the Spirit support duo. They're going to have to keep it up here because the pressure's going to mount. As these next round of items come out for Aurora, the damage is going to be online.
Searching through the corners here to try and find Kaori, who already went through the gate, is going to come back through at the perfect time, apparently, right as Team Spirit went down to the low ground.
Does hit nighttime for the Bane Vision. He's going to get a nice ward plant. Still only 2 points in that Nightmare, though. Very hard to get the direct setup.
And Team Spirit just stacked 4 heroes up here, not getting anything for it, really.
Space for Mars. Kappa.
Well, he's almost got his Blink Dagger, so we'll see what he gets done with that. But yeah, it means Nightfall and Makoto are just totally free farming. Rue blocked in there by the disruption.
Okay.
It will be fine, though.
Got to farm a nice obs, plus some illusions. Extra gold for him. Says thank you very much. Looking for that next power rune, too.
This wave will complete the Blink Dagger for Collapse. Blink is almost done for Nightfall as well, so he's about ready to be a little bit more active.
You're waiting on that plus the lean ags, and then the fights look a lot easier for Aurora. They do have a window here to kind of get something done. If you can combine this Mars and Earth Spirit, jump the Lina, jump Centaur with Arena, kind of counteract Stampede, those types of initiations could look good for you. You still have to take into account this disruption, which is a big problem in this game. You can certainly look for some plays here.
This feels like the start of the game. Not me. This time we'll take the speed of the river to get out of here.
That's a lot of information. This is invaluable right now. And this is the power of Bane. You run around at nighttime, you get to see some heroes, you get to plant some wards. If they find you, you just sleep somebody, run away. It's really obnoxious.
Dire are scanning.
You say it's invaluable, but what are they actually going to do with this information? Okay, there's a bunch of heroes in the jungle farming.
I mean, what is Yatoro going to do with that information?
Ooh, Spear. Barely misses out on Carry as he dives away, but he is surrounded by heroes, goes for a TP out, but the nighttime vision of the Bane will find him.
Little things count for a lot. Just a little extra golden XP for these heroes that are not farming at the same rate that the Centaur Lina are. You got to get a little extra something here. And they're going to try to make a fast play off that. Numbers advantage, no egg in the team fight, look top. Going to go straight in on WS.
Carl with the Invis rune. Initiates on WS. Hit him with the Ice Path. Got to make sure they can stop the Stampede, and the roll comes in time. That little bit of stun was enough.
They needed it too. The Magnetize got instant dispelled with early Lotus Orb. Got to be a little careful.
And finds the extra kill. Collapse reveals his Blink Dagger.
Okay.
Get the Shadow Demon as well. The tower will fall.
Nice sequence for Spirit here. Aurora not ready to take those full fights. Yeah, you have the blink on the Sven. You do have the Ags on the Lina, but they were not in position to recuperate or regroup. And another deep ops plant off this Bane during the nighttime as not me just waiting behind this tier 1. Fishing. Looking for anything.
I mean, do you think that Aurora should fight these? I almost feel like if they just let Team Spirit pick up support kills in tier 1 towers in exchange for Makoto and Nightfall farming to BKBs.
It's okay. At some point, though, you gotta.
They are gonna go for the jump. Nightfall shows his Blink Dagger and takes out Rue out of the equation. Now hunts for more, but Laurel has already rolled away. Disruption found Not Me, who is behind Enemy Alliance with that deep ward that he had earlier.
You gotta look for stuff like that. I don't think you have to take full fights. You just want to get the Lina active in this game a little bit more. You don't want to let LD absolute free farm and let Yatoro turn this into some weird rat game.
Sure, just enough pushback to keep Team Spirit off.
Yeah.
We'll take a tier 1 of their own. And this will push Nightfall well on his way to BKB. Already has the hammer. We've got the Centaur WS with the early Lotus.
Yep, very nice.
He's queuing up the Blink Dagger. Do you think this is the game you should go Blink, or do you like the heart and
Blink's
just
fine.
farm it up?
Blink's fine. You have a lot of scale between Lina, Sven, and 2 supports that are going to be really good in the late game.
Okay, so he doesn't need to do what Collapse did and carry team fights and damage.
You can go back for the heart. You don't need an early heart here. You're already farming really well, too. Again, you have SD Phoenix, right? You should not be worried about going late here.
Yeah, you've got scale both from your cores and your supports, yeah. Nice Nightmare timing. Catches a mid-dive.
He has had his number. Just gripping this Phoenix off cooldown.
Feels like Nami just crammed carry replays over the night.
Spirit on the hunt. Trying to get a little more active in this game. They have the LD Ags completed, so it's one of the timings you can look for more aggressive plays, bring the Baron with that, or at least to the general area. Got to start accelerating and trying to build a net worth lead. You don't want to let Aurora continue to just farm this game.
Makoto cannot afford to die here, but he has no way out of the arena. The Flame Cloak is no protection here.
That is a great find right there. Straight in time for Tormentor on the bottom side of the map. Rough place to die. Spirit are going to clean it up very quickly here. This is their moment to strike in this game. They have great jump, easy initiations, a lot of chain stun. You don't have the BKBs yet if you're Aurora. And Stampede does not get you out of Arena. That is the power of Mars in this game. So you only have disruption, and that means that Mira has to be there, which is not that easy when you're playing the big map like this.
Right.
So in my opinion, Spirit need to start finding some more action right now, abuse the strength of Yatoro being ahead, and start to pick up some momentum.
As Makoto revives, Aurora are going to look for a smoke play here. And it's just going to be a pick off on not me. Nothing major. In fact, he might even TP out in time. He will! Oh.
He's playing so well.
Yeah, Nami's just killing it, man, in this game, too.
He even got the obs deny while he slept the Phoenix. Just so many little things, so much space, so much time.
You can't kill the king. What a line to spam after you TP away from a big smoke.
That is some good time for that bear. There's the BKB for the Sven.
Yeah, Aurora, no matter what's kind of happened with Team Spirit finding kills and so on and so forth, and these little Bane shenanigans, they've had 3 different cores on 3 different parts of the map. They're farming very efficiently, which means that they have never been down in net worth, really. Like, right now, it's Spirit up by 1K. Not much to really worry about.
I don't think this game's going poorly for them. You can just feel they're getting outplayed on some of the little things, which, that's Spirit's MO. They're very good at that.
Going for the bear kill. And they should have it here with the stomp from WS securing it.
325, not too bad. Instant resummon. See how aggressive Yatoro plays with it here. Can die again. Or really want to focus it down.
WS, nice play with a neutral creep. Hits him with the Congregations of the Deep. The follow-up stomp. Now a disruption to catch the Bane as well. Not me. Not going to get out of this one unless he can Nightmare up to the high ground, but Nightmare doesn't go that fast, sadly.
This is where all those little plays by Spirit, it gave you some breathing room to stabilize the game. It doesn't necessarily help you win these fights on the map. I think this Aurora lineup's still really scary to take head-on if they group.
Yeah, and I struggle to see how, like, Lone Druid is an amazing carry. But is he really going to be able to contest Sven, Lina, Shadow Demon, Phoenix? Like,
not on his own. It has to be some really nice teamfight execution. Again, the stuns have to land between the 2 big boys going in first. You have to find a high DPS target at the start.
Can't afford to lose the bear here.
That's a little greedy.
Takes the Ancients, but now will be punished by the Demonic Purge, so that puts the bear on cooldown.
Got aggressive with it. That's 40 seconds.
Do you feel like this is a time where Aurora should smoke and go for a play knowing the bear is on cooldown, or is it whatever? You can just farm.
It's whatever. You don't have God Strength. You use Laguna and Purge for that.
Okay.
I don't think you're pressured in this game if you're Aurora.
Yeah, I agree.
I would feel very confident scaling here. I see Mars on enemy team. I'm like,
I knew it was going to go back
okay,
to
let's
the
just go
Mars.
late. What is this guy going to do in the late? I refuse, I should have confidence my Centaur is doing more than Mars in the late game. I should have confidence in having the hard save in this game. Having the demonic purge in this game. Having disseminate is great in this game.
Yeah, Fire Spirit's an egg. I think it's hard for Lone Druid to fight into that.
Yes. He already has Shivas, by the way. As much as Coward died, he found a lot of farm.
Now with the extra life on Nightfall, Team Spirit will retreat a smoke that finds nothing.
His God Strength on cooldown can maybe start something. You have your BKBs here. That's why I'm looking at it. BKB Mars, BKB Earth Spirit, both done. It's this Spirit's time to get something done.
Trying to go for an execution on a support, but they may still catch him. Stampede goes off. Shadow Demon trying to get away from the bear, but the roll-in, or maybe the God's Rebuke from Collapse TP away attempted, but Spear will deny that. Collapse in the right place at the right time.
A big find.
This is the power of the bear. These 2 killers in the Earth Spirit and the Mars. Yatoro brings back the bear. LSA hits the 2 of them, but they have to fly out of here. Makoto actually doesn't have the power of flight. He has to go BKB, TP out, but the Entangle will stop him.
That's costly.
That is a big misplay for Aurora.
I think they just got baited a little bit. You see this LD hero under the mobs. It's so tempting to go kill him. You know, it's supposed to be a free kill.
But I mean,
it's just so deep.
I also think that killing the hero is kind of whatever.
I've seen this before. The bird crypt, the bird down.
Yeah. Not Me continues to terrorize Kaori around the map.
Aurora bleeding some big kills right now. The story of this game. Oh, trying to find WS bottom.
WS. He's going to be spotted here. Can he blink away before he gets got? Does manage to get the blink out. Collapse trying to chase him down still, but he's too far out.
I thought he had that. Must have been really close.
With his Helmet Dom creep, he'll pull a large wave off the tier 2. Bear in trouble. Demonic Cleanse. Yet another tool that is very helpful against the bear. Oh, got him on the long-range Nightmare, though.
Do anything with this.
Do you really want to commit into an Aegis hero like this? Makoto's going to slip up the side, and Not Me just dies for this. They're not careful. They're going to give up even more. Collapse is trying. The bear's going to come forward, going after Mira. Here comes that Sunray, trying to keep Mira alive, but the bear executes him. BKB from Collapse so he can escape. Maybe he goes back in. Trying to get these two, and he got the spear on him with Laurel rolling in. The ice path too late to stop Makoto, but it will stop Nightfall, who's going to have to give up this Aegis. Kick back on the bear, not what he intended, but to get the kill all the same. Makoto playing the distance here while it's going to be Nightfall. He does have BKB. He can fight this bear just fine. Activates the BKB right as Laurel tries to roll in on him. Finishes off the bear. Now feeling like without God's Strike, can't really keep the fight going. Nightfall. Collapse is going to go for the spear back on WS. BKB from WS. Got hit by some damage. We'll just go for the TP out rather than the blink away.
BKBs are still really strong right now. Makoto looking for a cheeky pick-off after the play. Oh. Well, they didn't see each other?
Well, he hears the Lotuses, surely. He runs right into Mira, hit by the disruption. Lena's gonna try and come in and help out with this situation. With Nightfall also here, it looks like both cores may be in some trouble. Laurel gets the roll away. The bear TP's out. Laurel, he's good, only losing Collapse there, who did have a killing streak. That'll help Mira boost up his net worth.
Aurora, I think they've been a little frustrated in this game, and now they're done messing around. Like, all right, well, let's just start looking for some kills. I don't want to run away from this bear all day. I don't want to get killed by this Bane all day. Nightfall is coming alive here, 7-1-5. He has very strong kill threat on pretty much anything in this game. There's not a lot that stops Sven just jumping in, hitting you 3 times and you're dead.
Right.
Pretty bad matchup for the Mars as well.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Really comes down to how much damage the bear can get done. Maybe at the start of a fight, finding supports, things like this. We really haven't seen great supernovas because Kaori's been focused a lot at the start of these engagements. He might just want an early Aeon disc or something in this game.
Power of the bear right here, clearing out the enemy jungle.
Now he's fat.
Little concern. And Aurora, we're seeing them group up a lot more. Seeing them play around. I mean, these supports pretty much have to be around Akora at all times because the bear will kill them in like 2 seconds flat.
Nice smoke break.
Spots Not Me. Burns him out. Nightfall looks for more in the triangle. Doesn't find anything immediately, but if he goes far enough, might spot Rue. Got him on the stun. Makoto will follow him in. They'll pick off both supports. So, Aurora, now it feels like they're the ones picking up tempo, taking control of the game a bit.
They're really strong right now. If they can just get a heads-up fight with their formation, with the Sven going in, protect the supports. This is a nice bear backstab. No detection.
Yeah, with Bear getting so much vision on Kaori. Kaori, can he get off the side? No way. And they got the spear on the Nightfall. That's nasty. Makoto from the high ground, though. He's going to try and deal with the bear. They do have the arena that goes out to ensure Mira should die here. Bear almost dead. Goes for the kill, but Mira actually gets it with the Demonic Purge. trades away his life for that one. So the 2 supports get executed by Team Spirit. They don't really lose anything for it. A bear that put on cooldown, who cares? Yatoro's got another one.
I still think there's a lot of deaths on this Aurora support duo this game. And they're not really respecting the jump and the backstab potential from the bear.
Yeah, how are you sieging that tier 2 with no sentries down
It's
to spot
just,
bear, right?
We haven't seen supernovas, and it makes a big deal. It hasn't felt super disciplined here. And, you know, it's not that it's changing the course of the game drastically, but this Earth Spirit is getting a lot of extra gold in this game. It's quietly been a really nice game from Laurel. 9-2-9, 200 CS. He's 3rd in net worth, which is just prime position for this hero to continue to be a menace in the late game. Already level 20. These talents on the 20 and 25 are what make this hero a menace in that late game. He's a beast. Like, this is the extra scale for Spirit if he's having such a good game like this. This isn't looking as good for Aurora as I thought it was, given the position of the Sven and the Lina.
It feels like they're giving Team Spirit more of a chance.
Yeah,
right? Because almost at this point, it feels like it's guaranteed we're going to see the broken Earth Spirit level 25.
I think so.
Because he's 20 at 32 minutes, right? This game is probably not going to close out quickly.
You already have the level 20 talent on the bars, too. These are big deals for these heroes, because you really need to land these stuns and make them count. Head-on clash.
And if he hits that spear, they've got an Aghanim Scepter on the Jakiro.
Oh, yeah, there's some damage follow-up.
We're going to go for the bear with this smoke. Didn't find any heroes. BKB, and they've got nothing to stop it, so.
That's a God Strength pop. Spirit might try and do something on the back of that cooldown. Roche can spawn as well, so it's not a bad time to try and just go for aggressive smoke and clear out some of the map. 1.5 minutes on that spawn. Pretty quick.
What do you think about Collapse's Lincoln's build?
It's a good Lincoln's game. There's some really nice spells to block here. It might not be as much for him as...
Yeah, what is he putting it on?
The bear? Earth Spirit?
Bear to stop Demonic Purge?
Yeah.
Be like the best thing, right?
If you can block a Laguna, it's not bad. If you can block Demonic Purge, it's great. Another just walk into grip. Okay. Oh, yeah. He's finding openings in this game. It's pretty ridiculous.
High ground ward into quick blink Fiend's Grip. Not me is playing with some confidence, that is for sure.
He's really done so much work in this game. It's ridiculous. Maybe we'll see Makoto start to bring up that late game Lina threat where he can pick some heroes off and kind of reset position. That assassin style, where the hero can become a menace. You can land the stuns on him with Dagon build.
Dagon 5, yeah.
I think this is a fine game for it. If you can assassinate one of the supports early on, it's such a big deal in a game like this. If you can ever land a stun on the Earth Spirit of the Mars as they go in, you need the burst damage to finish them before they're able to BKB and reset.
It's going to be a pretty fast Roshan spawn here. Both teams setting up for the Radiant side, but it's going to switch over to the other side in 55 seconds. So if you don't make something happen soon, heads over to Dire side, which I think would probably favor Team Spirit a bit. Nice kill on the bear, though.
Big during this Roche time. Instant resummons, so you have 2 minutes without the second bear here, roughly. Trying to finish Satanic on Nightfall would be a big upgrade for him to just be able to sit in the fight, tank some of the stuns, and still survive.
Collapse playing with the bear. You can hit a spear. The bear can kill most things off of that spear. Maybe not WS. And maybe not Nightfall, who now has a Satanic complete. Baited in. Collapse in some trouble. Nightmares are going to do too much. In fact, it only pulls Bane out of position. I didn't want the Ice Path, though. That's a little bit problematic. Nightfall's almost dead already before he can get off the BKB. Supernova's going to help him out, though. They do have the Satanic to heal back up the full. Kaori survives. The egg just barely manages to go off in time. Both supports went down to nothing.
Very clutch Ice Path. Bails out what otherwise is probably just a run over of a fight for Aurora. But it ends up debilitating the Sven by such a large margin, you're able to put so much damage on Nightfall, you kind of have to just stand your ground, defend the egg. You don't get that run over fight you were looking for with a really nice initiation and counterplay on that Mars that was fishing in the tree line. No God Strength for 40. Can force the Roche here. You know Yatoro still has only one bear, and they don't have Magnetize. They don't have BKB, so I think this is an okay Roche force. It's a little slower. You don't have Supernova. But you still have BKB on Makoto, and you're stronger right now. You are doing it against Spirit. You are doing it against Collapse.
Get here in time. It's already half HP. Larl, he would be the first one on scene, potentially. But the Roche, it's going to go down before they can get the roll in, before they can get the initiation.
Smart play.
Aegis and Banner picked up for Aurora. So now, I mean, even net worth, but now they've really got an advantage to work with. This extra life on Makoto, he can play a lot more aggressive.
I can't believe Nami didn't try and go for that sleep. He's been so aggressive all game.
Oh, yeah.
And you're assuming they're all there after the Roche pit. It's a very reasonable play. It's just, that was a completely solo Shadow Demon with Gem. You would have had him. If only you could have known which way Aurora were running after that Roshan. Spirit are scaling here. They're scaling a lot better than I thought they'd be at this spot. Getting some decent items on the supports. The Baneags could be pretty nice on this Sven. Really tough spell for Sven to deal with. X on the Mars could be a massive deal as well.
Did he just enfeeble a neutral?
Hey, that's damage. That's farm.
Guess it'll get the kill eventually.
Got to get to that Ag somehow.
He's a long ways away from that one.
There's a cart in this game, at least potentially.
Yeah, WS has gone a bit of a roundabout way to that. Lotus early has only just now picked up a heart and is even thinking about a Shivas before the Aghanim Scepter is a consideration. TP up to the top lane, trying to catch the bear. They had the Ice Path. Yatoro, he tries to commit. BKB couldn't kill, now TP's out.
Who's the support for that cheeky attempt?
Rue will be the only casualty here.
Just splitting the map. No interest in fighting this Aegis head on. Can't really blame him. It's giving Aurora a lot of time to just power up though. Almost level 25 on this Sven. Closing in on some more levels for Makoto as well. Some nice level 25 talents to try and get to.
This butterfly is always kind of a problem, right?
Yeah, you can go double M. I mean, you can go MKB here, and Nightfall's considering it. I think you have to.
Okay, fair enough. Gets MKB to replace Treads. Feels like you need everything else.
MKB is pretty low value on Sven, generally. It's not the item you want to buy here. You gotta do it, I guess. Surprised he's not wanting to go Bloodthorn, though. I feel like Bloodthorn is the preferred. I guess, yeah, the bear can dispel it and stuff.
Yeah.
It's a catch.
Between BKB and the dispel from the hero.
Ooh, a pick
nice
off.
assassination. These supports have been playing around each other pretty well, but at the same time, they get the initiation on Laurel. He goes for the BKB kick away roll, but it's too much.
Better pick off. That is a long time without her spirit on the map.
Is it enough for Aurora to consider going high ground? Because they're dealing with these rat shenanigans. Another attempt here from the bear to go for the Phoenix. Almost got him. Good lord. Survives just 70 HP. One more swipe of the bear would have been a second support kill.
Absolute menace. Such an obnoxious hero to play against. Clears so much of the map, buys you so much space. That's why it's hard for Aurora to do anything after these big kills. They just can't get the map in a good state. You just killed your Hex on Courier.
That's so annoying, man.
Can't catch him. You need detection there, too.
More initiation for Collapse. A Scythe of Ice to guarantee the spear landing.
Really big pickup for him. Take that.
Which means the BKB usage from Aurora has to be really on point.
Yes.
Which is something that I think Nightfall, like part of the reason Nightfall is known for his BKB TP play, right, is he's very conservative with using BKB early on in a fight. Which might just catch him off guard.
Save it for the Nightfall.
Exactly, you have to save it for the Nightfall. So that means there's a chance that he tries to make some sort of play, just gets hit by the Scythe Spear, and could get 100-0.
Use the memes against him. Aggressive timing to smoke here for Aurora. No Aegis, but they have Satanic on Nightfall.
Bob's going to break it from the low ground, try to get the initiation. He got off the BKB, hit him with the Scythe, hit him with the Spear.
Oh, he's in
Nightfall's
trouble.
in trouble, he's dead.
Collapse.
Nobody had any saves for him. Kaori's going to be run down. Now WS is going to pop the Stampede to get himself and Makoto out of here. Can Makoto survive, though?
It's tough to escape the Earth Spirit.
BKB is only going to last so long, and Laurel's just going to keep up to him, slowing him down long enough for the lone Druid. The bear gets here. He's surrounded.
You called it exactly. He was conservative with the BKB, and you can't be conservative here against probably the best stunner in the game. Just instant Hex from Collapse. And see you later. The second you're hexed, where was the disruption though? Could Mira just not get there in time? Did he get tagged by something?
Yeah,
I'd have to watch
I
that
didn't
fight
see
again.
Mira. I saw Phoenix on the upside of the river.
Yes, I did not see where the ST was. Oh, they're gonna get even more.
This is nasty. It's both WS and the gem being dropped, which is crucial because that is how the bear hunts down these heroes.
He has no buy. Sven has no buy.
Team Spirit, all of a sudden, I mean, this is a dead even game for 40 minutes, and Team Spirit might have just cracked it open.
This is too late.
Are going through now in in a lot of our drafts. The priority is being given maybe a little bit more to the Largo, definitely to the Io, and definitely to the Wyvern. Like, these are the heroes that... Mirana, too. Like, these 4 heroes, in the last basically 2 weeks, their stonks went up. Meanwhile, at the same time, we don't see some other casual bans that we've had before. Lina, Earth Spirit, like these kind of heroes that were considered really damn broken on the mid lane are going through. So there's like the depth of this patch is still unexplored, I feel like, when it comes to what's really the best to pick as an opener. It all comes down to teams. It all comes down to like match-to-match basis. Like, very often you don't even see the first 3 bans from the team that has first pick, right? You don't see them being the same, which is kind of insane. Usually it's always reserved. Every patch it's reserved for a certain 3 heroes.
LGD Gaming's turn to ban.
Banning Hoodwink. The Shadow Fiend getting banned. None of that Shadow Fiend, none of that Mirana nonsense. A lot of heroes definitely making a name for themselves early on.
Yeah,
Undying, completely unlooked at right now.
Yeah, Undying as well. Like, I did glance through the win rates, by the way, and it didn't look that amazing for Undying with a lot of picks, by the way. But there you go. Now in the second banning stage, we are seeing some of those heroes that we just mentioned, right? Like the SF, the Lina. Maybe here comes the Undying or the Earth Spirit ban. You know, there's just a lot of options for Migma to get rid of. The fact that they have Clock opens up a lot of glass cannony position ones, but it could also be a Clock 4, and then you can think about your carry and offering in a bit of a different way, and then basically SF Lina Earth Spirits, right? Like, literally what we just talked about. Dazzle isn't, but Dazzle's GH is literally next level. I feel like in a lot of games he is making a huge difference on this hero. There's, by the way, the position 1 that I did talk about with you quite a few times. I don't know if you'll see it here, maybe on Sumail, but there's the Heal Bomb Dazzle PL idea, you know, which is out there. It can happen. I'm not saying it will, but I think that hero is not explored enough in the competitive scene. Like in pubs, Phoenix. Taking the Phoenix
Does this
away
set up
from...
potentially Mars off lane?
It sets up a lot of heroes, yeah. Like Phoenix, Dark Willow, Lone Druid don't really have a lot of control right now. You tend to like some control for the egg. It's
10 seconds.
like this hero versus Clockwork works in a funny way, where Clock likes to play around cogs, but Phoenix actually prevents you from hitting them. Like you don't have a lot of attack speed, so you can summon the cogs, you can create them, but you can't use them properly. At the same time, diving into a fight versus a Clock is really difficult. Like Battery Assault and Cogs, just both of these spells just stop you, so you got to be extremely careful how you position yourself. The thing about Phoenix is this hero just isn't a strong laner. At least you know how much what a big Phoenix enjoyer I am. We'll see how it does here. By the way, Phoenix into Necro is one of the best heroes. That's another thing. You're a natural-born Vessel buyer, by the way. Like, you can literally, even if you're a support, you can rush Vessel into Necro. And you're one of those rare heroes that is purely all magic. Plus, you get on top of Necro without fear. You apply the Vessel like... I actually... One of my highest win rate heroes right now is a core Phoenix into the Necro. But... that aside, I feel like it's not a bad game for him at all, but they are lacking some stuns on LGD. They got themselves a chill Viper pick here, I guess, into the Ember mid, right? Unless they're really cooking with some crazy Viper off, and then they have a last pick mid. I think this is just a chill Viper into the Ember, make his life as hard as possible, and some frontline stunner from the offlane would be really good for them.
Gonna say this, the Ember is one of Lornoff's best heroes, so to see him up against potentially the Viper will be an interesting matchup for him.
Very fashionable game and very fashionable Thompson, by the way. The slick back with the glasses and mustache, like he's embracing the dad role completely.
He's coming in, he's like, I used to be a piece of shit. It's like, well, if you know the reference, I'm not calling him that, guys. It is an I think you should leave reference. Don't put me out of context here.
I thought you were just talking about Thompson, the nicest guy, by the way.
I know. That's what makes it a little bit funnier.
He's super chill overall. Like one of those dudes that I don't think I've had a pub with him where he flamed ever. Like ever.
He's just always having fun.
He's just, of course, people do flame him though every now and then for the picks, but in general, it's super chill. When it comes to Nigma, by the way, what do they need? The question is maybe not easily answerable because Necro could be off. It could be your safe lane as well, depending on how they want to lane into the Lone Druid, if they have like a better idea into the lone. LGD have an inkling feeling that it could be a safe lane Necro, because they ban out Lycan. It would round up Nigma's draft very nicely. Like if they had something like a Lycan or a Beast, you know, suddenly you have purely magic safe laner, you have a mixed bag from the Ember, and then you would have some objective taking from the Lycan or a Beast-esque offlaners. Heroes like Enigma as well.
Look at those muscles, man. Thompson looking pretty swole right now.
He truly...
We are on Thompson cam for a while. We're all getting the look in. Take a look over here at Lornoff as well.
You caught our
dude,
you caught our cameraman. He's like shy now.
Take it off Thompson. Put it back on Thompson right now.
Yeah, there you go. The Enigma band, by the way, that we just mentioned. Like these kind of heroes, I don't like the Beast is the last one. I feel like Beast is maybe an option too, but I feel like he's not as strong in the lane versus the Lone Druid, but it gives you some attack speed versus the egg as well. Overall, I feel like Enigma and Lycan were better picks if you are going for the offlaner. Because you need these kind of offlaners. You need to hit towers eventually on Enigma. Or you just get a carry. Maybe you get something... I don't think you get a carry, right? Like you just put Necro into Axe now. And you're happy with the lane. I'm pretty sure you...
What is it? It's Axe Willow?
Like, who cares what's up with Axe? Who's coming with Axe? You have Necro there. Like, you're chilling. Like, that lane should be And Dazzle on top, by the way, so that lane should probably be never lost.
Double heal.
Yeah, double heal with Ghost Shroud. Good luck killing the Necro. The thing is, like, just what do you put now on offlane that can lane well against Lone Druid, but that covers your weaknesses? And there are a few weaknesses on Nigma's draft. You don't have an egg hitting hero, and you don't have an objective hitting hero. Beast solves all of that, but is he strong enough to lane with Clock? Prophet is...
Whoa, hey, yo.
Is this a safe lane Prophet then? No, it's a mid lane Prophet.
Mid Prophet, interesting. Warnoff giving away his best hero.
Oh, yo, yesterday I had this question from some very sad guy in my chat. How do I deal with Viper in mid lane? Basically, old school counter was the Prophet, right? Like you had two heroes that you picked into the Viper on mid lane old school. It's Naga and it's Prophet. Like heroes that he cannot deal with because of summons. The things have changed a little bit for the Viper. He didn't have Nether Toxin back in the past to put on the ground, right? Like he does have that. He's got some nice AoE damage as well. But the Prophet also got buffed. Like last patch Prophet, by the way, wasn't good against a Viper because you couldn't play around treants. But now that you can play around treants again, now that they actually hurt again, maybe this is a matchup that's good. The only thing that I don't like too much is the fact that Necro won't be playing into the Axe in the lane. I feel like this lane could have been good for him and the Dazzle, but Dazzle into the Axe mid game, late game is bad for the Dazzle, right? Like because he has his goddamn Culling Blade that he can get through the grave with easily. However, the laning stage has always been Dazzle favored. Like the Axe likes to get into the creep wave, you just heal the creep wave. Axe likes to run at you with high armor, you just poison touch him, you remove that armor, you keep on hitting him. So overall, I feel like the Prophet is the archetype of a hero that they needed. They just got it from a different position than what I expected and what LGD expected too, because they were banning offlaners as well.
Be interesting to see what Thompson ends up wanting to build here for the Viper. We'll see how the Axe ends up laning and how that will go. But game number 1 is just about to get underway here between Enigma Galaxy as well as LGD. And this is, of course, an LGD that's got a little bit of a different look, and Thompson seeming to fit in quite well. So let's jump into game number 1 and see how this ends up going. Okay, so we're always expecting a weird hero from Thompson or something a little bit out there, a little bit more fun. This isn't it, but could the build be it?
Switch it up with some Dagon Viper. Let's go. Kanda Viper or something. I don't know, man. I don't think so. I think this hero is pretty straightforward. There's like a couple of builds that people go for at the moment, and the most common one is like a Maid Slayer Dragonlance kind of a build, which is what you pretty much need on the mid lane. Of course, in some other patches, Aghanim's Veil, Shiva's Dominator, it was all viable, but right now I feel like we're pretty much stuck in the same spot for the majority of the Viper pickers. We'll see. Like, you know, Viper pickers. I never took Thompson for a Viper picker though. He's the flashy guy, you know. Like
He picks a toxic hero. You're just talking him up. You're like, oh yeah, you know, he's the nicest guy. He's so sweet. This guy plays freaking Viper. The slick back was a sign.
It's a sign. He's a changed man for real. Like,
Slick that way back there, and all of a sudden you're picking Viper.
Yeah, slick back Viper Brood Huskar player now, you know. When the hair is down and without gel, like he's picking these honest mid laners, but he's done with that. He's done playing. It's Viper time, baby. Let's see. Versus the Prophet. We shall see how this lane goes. Like, in the past, at least, this was Prophet favored. Might not be the same case anymore.
Oh, deny already to start from Warnoff. It's over. I got that first deny.
The morale damage of the first deny, yeah. He's got 2, by the way, to his name already, so.
But no last hits. Nobody CSing currently.
Yeah. Thing is, like, a Prophet, another reason why this is such a good pick here is it's an extra hero to hit the egg at all times of the game. as you can TP on top of it, and you build into a lot of attack speed eventually, right? I expect this Prophet, by the way, to be played from mid, but I expect a carry build. First blood already.
First blood. You said it, that maybe this was going to be a safe Necro, but even Sumail taking a lot of damage and almost dying in that situation. But you also said Necro was going to be safe. It was going to be safely with the Dazzle, not in this situation in the offlane.
I legit don't understand this switch up. Like, that's the one thing out of... I understand it because they wanted the Prophet, they needed to fix the draft.
Brambles,
but
trouble for Sumail. He's just going to die. Whisper gets the kill into Sumail, and GH, he's left alone under the tower. Theo Okura looking to just go in with the Shadow Realm, but a strike from a distance.
So close.
Didn't quite get him, had a pretty big stick.
Yeah, so what I think happened for Nigma is, I think they fixed 2 lanes. No, they fixed 1 lane with the Prophet pick, but they broke 2. Like, they broke their top potential and their bot potential.
Searing Chains, Theo Okura. Brambles down, gets into the Shadow Realm, and is able to escape the grasp of Sumail, who's got slight, though, but
Davai, bot
healed
lane?
up enough.
Davai?
Tops in mid lane. He's going to end up dead.
Mm-hmm. I think the...
Icarus dive on Davai. He is in trouble. The chase is on. Yuma with this bear. They'll get another kill onto the Necrophos. So the side lanes for LGD going really well, but they did, in fact, just lose Topson.
Yeah, like, basically, like we talked about, right? Like, the mid lane is going well, but the side lanes are terrible for them. So, we shall see if the mid lane matchup can, like, bleed over into the other lanes as well. Because Prophet can do that. Like, if you have a really good lane mid, like, you can start TPing top, TPing bottom. It's a bit different, of course. Like, you don't even... he didn't even take teleportation just yet. So, it will be a bit rougher to do early on. And if you're going for that carry build, it's not like you're going to have an urn to work with.
Icarus dive again, right on top of Davai. The chase not on from the bear and Yuma just yet, but Yuma not going to commit to this. KJ did Icarus dive in, and he will back away with both those spells on cooldown. But the bear in the face of Davai, not exactly letting him try to come back and go to the KJ if he tried to. Yuma's got to control that bear, Death Pulse, and maybe a lot of golds coming in for Davai. This is also going to be a courier, potentially.
I think... Yeah, he got it. Davai got the bear, if I saw the color properly. Top lane, Sumail also dropping really low. Dude, these side lanes are crazy. Like, yeah. Bot lane again on Davai move.
Davai rooted. KJ doesn't have a lot of life, but he does have an Icarus dive. Omar is going to be dead, and maybe he wants to go in on Davai. Instead, he'll dive the other way. You've got Dark Will taking a lot of damage while GH under the top tier 1. He ends up dying into the Shadow Realm. They'll look for Sumail. They've got him rooted as well. Searing Chains aren't going to do anything. Whisper with a double kill. It's 6-1 LGD.
We might... Seeing a Brazil if this continues. Mid lane as well, by the way. Viper is just being dominated. Look at this.
Like, don't look literally like getting that 6-1. He is getting run down by these treants and getting body blocked really well. Lornoff looking at TP in front of him. One more right click. It's not even needed. He'll sprout and get the kill. Lornoff showing that ability from the mid lane.
And the ult, by the way, to help out top. Maybe. TP's out.
Thought maybe he'd get him. He was very low at the time of ult.
Dude, we gotta move faster. Like, I gotta put my metronome on a higher BPM bot lane as well.
Not quite my
They were diving the druid. Yeah. This is a really quick-paced game. Everywhere, the kills. We have 8 already, 5 minutes in. So far, Necro is probably the biggest loser of the laning stage, right? Like, he's got 16 CS, not really enjoying his time. Level 3, about to hit level 4. You could argue maybe that the Viper is more or less in the same position because both of these heroes are lane dominators. You really want to do well in the laning stage so that you can transition into the mid game with enough oomph.
Ooh, I do like using the word oomph. Or the homonym? I don't... Is that the right word? Homonyms are sounds of things, I think. I don't know, dude. I'm so far removed from high school and my 2-year degree. Maybe I'm smart for a second. Who knows? Yuma going to collect that Lotus on the bear. There's an onomatopoeia, I'm being told. I am not smart. Anyway, tier 1 tower mid, down under half health. And
who told you that, by the way? Are you reading the chat?
No,
or is
no.
it production helping you?
Somebody messaged me immediately.
Or you're Googling it as you're playing. Oh, onomatopoeia. I see.
Yeah. So somebody
lane, by
messaged
the
me,
way?
I was stupid immediately. Ooh, Cogs stopped the Icarus dive. And good Cogs, but Theocore here. KJ is going to end up dead. Lornoff came in with the Wrath of Nature. Yuma having to ult. He is in some trouble under the tower. And they will get the kill in the divide, but Omar right on top of Yuma trying to get a kill here onto the lone druid.
Where's the Dark Willow?
Ooh, can they just get the bear? Why not just get the bear?
Maybe they get the
Gods?
lone druid as well. Okay, no.
Yeah,
I was
25 gold for Lornoff.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe if the lone druid is low enough and you kill the bear, you kill the lone because of that punishment damage. Anyway, but okay, they don't get the lone, they get his bear though. He has the resummon, so it's not that bad. But this is what we talked about a little bit earlier. Like, Nigma, even though the side lanes are going poorly, you have this Prophet from the mid lane that is literally God mode right now. And maybe...
Maybe? Alright, well, maybe he can get things going. I don't know what happened. I think, he disappeared. Not just me, though. It's in the maybe not. Apparently, it's maybe not. Tops in mid, doing his thing. Go through the twin gate. GH will step up over bottom, maybe trying to get a kill here onto Yuma. The chase will be there with Omar, and he'll have the Cogs to push him. And GH taking a lot of damage. The bear doing a lot. The Wrath of Nature coming in. Thompson making the rotation. They've got the root around this Dazzle. And GH made the rotation and the move, but they're not going to just lose one. They're going to lose two. And this is a play that comes in from Enigma Galaxy, and they pay dearly for it. Yeah, they're getting a tier 1 over mid. Warnoff gets that. He puts a little bit of damage through. But overall, not a bad play for LGD to get that rotation from Thompson, who's trying to recover from the aggression that he was taking from the Nature's Prophet. Lornoff, who is top of the net worth at 5,300, really having a good time looking for that Maelstrom early on, and he's got to really make up a lot of ground for LGD, or for the side lanes who have lost to LGD, and hopefully he can start to do that because he's been pretty mobile. He's been doing a lot. He moved over bottom to try and get that kill, ended up getting a bear. They ended up getting KJ in that moment, but moving over your supports to try and get a kill over bottom and losing both of them is just not something you really want to be going to. Curious to see how Thompson kind of reacts to this. He's holding on to 800 gold. He's backed up. He's gone into the Nether Toxin pretty heavily. But bottom lane, they're going to go for KJ once again. They've got Devi in. Sprout gets used, and they will get the kill here on a KJ. Terrorized through. That's on a 2. Can they clean up Omar and go for Devi? Omar low ends up falling. Theocore gets that kill, and Devi's going to fall to Whisper. Another good reaction from LGD as they take out 2 on the side of Enigma Galaxy, who make a move and only get themselves a Phoenix once again.
I'm back, by the way. Sorry,
nice
I had some
support. Oh, thank God.
I had some internet issues, but yeah, overall a pretty bad dive, right? Like you get super punished. Like you get the Phoenix, but it's always a nasty hero to go for because not only okay, at least he doesn't have 6 at this point, but you go for him. He drops low. He casts some fire spirits. Like it's hard to.
They found the Nature's Prophet. This would be a massive kill. But Ember comes over, and they're in the Shadow Realm. They're trying to get something with the Bedlam on top of Lornoff, but they just don't have the damage. With GH making the rotation, they've got the heal, they've got the help to survive. They don't have a Shallow Grave, but it won't matter. They'll take out Theocore, who tries to play aggressive with Whisper. A kill out of the Nature's Prophet would have been massive here for LGD to slow down that top net worth hero, but immediately Lornoff is off to the races, going bottom and to take a tower.
It's so quick. Like the tempo of this game is absolutely insane in comparison to our last match. Even though when you think about it, like you have the Lone Druid on one side, they're still managing to face them. Like, they're still managing on LGD at least to play the tempo as fast, but they're definitely the slower team. Like, you have an Axe, you have a Lone Druid as well. Like, these heroes don't necessarily play the game all too fast. They need a lot of items, especially if your Axe is going for Vessel, by the way.
Whisper! Whisper!
Not even close.
Oh my god, okay.
Not even close. He was fine. He was fine. Not even close.
Gotta chill, dude. He was in the middle of those creeps. I thought he was so done. Oh, God, I had a little mini heart attack.
And continues farming casually. By the way,
never in doubt.
I really like the Vessel as a build on LGD. I really kind of hate it on Axe at the same time. He's buying it because he thinks, or they think, that they need it early. And Vessel is a tempo item. You want to get it as fast as possible. But I would even rather see it on a Viper or a Phoenix than on him.
Hook shot. Cogs, Terrorize, lands on a 2. That's going to save Thompson for the time being. He's able to get that ult off. They get the kill on Sumail. They'll use the Culling Blade. Whisper now going to turn his attention over onto the Dazzle. And this should be another Culling Blade, a double dunk. Whisper coming in and slamming down some stacks. Ooh, getting a
another.
And that's
courier, why not?
That's a Hyperstone.
It's a
Mjolnir's
pretty
gonna have to
important
wait.
item. Yeah, pretty important item, by the way. Taking away the Hyperstone, just making sure that the KJ's game is a little bit easier as well, right? Like if you want to dive in and use that egg.
Sumail wants in again. This is a dangerous play. They're going to go for the bear. They've got the fear. Now the Shadow Realm strike. But Sumail can't even commit without being pushed away. It was a good save to keep Thompson alive. He's going into the Hurricane Pike. He's got this Arcane Rune. Maybe they move and try to smoke and get a kill, but I say that. Nobody's by Thompson at the moment anyway.
By the way, not the worst recovery from the Necro either. Like the two cores on the side lanes are definitely struggling.
Sumail in again with Omar. Cogs pushing Battle Hunger, hook shot on a Sumail to get away. So an ally hook shot for the escape. He's closing in on the Radiance. It's still a little ways out. Picked up that casual fluffy hat. Has himself a windlace.
There's like a couple of options, right? Whenever you're playing a core Necro in the current state, like if you're playing him safe lane, mid lane, off lane, whatever, like you can either go for travels or you can go for something like a Radiance instantly. Both work, but it just depends on how your game starts.
It seems like Sumail wants to fight really badly. Problem is he's only level 8. Like he has floundered a little bit in this game. But that's something we talked about, right? The side lanes doing well, and the one lifting, or really doing the heavy lifting, is Lornoff, who will have this Mjolnir flying out to him, and he's going to try and carry the team to getting back into the game. It's going to take some time, though, and you can see it'll get a little bit easier for the Necro with that Radiance. Like you said, he's recovering okay.
Yep.
But the one I do worry about is Sumail.
Yep, absolutely. Like, you can look at this game as basically as a mid lane Ember Spirit. He even has a bottle, by the way. So basically, it's a mid lane Ember Spirit that played from the safe lane. And he's not a true position 1 of this team. In this particular match, at least. It's Lorenov. And like we mentioned, like he is going full on for the right-click build. The rest of them are basically creating space. It's just create space, make this Prophet big enough so that he can carry the game. My issue with that is, though, do you think that this Spirit Bear eventually just mows through the tree? Like, you get that Aghanim's Mjolnir Silver Edge and you just hunt the goddamn Prophet across the map with the Lone Druid.
Which will make it come down to if the positioning for Nature's Prophet is good enough, which it won't be easy to set yourself up on. To Roche? No. Go back to where you came from. Are you trying to use me? Get the hell back in there. Are you kidding me?
That's actually so. Like, he could have tossed him in the other direction, by the way.
No,
as well.
he said,
no,
fuck that,
no.
dude. Are you kidding me?
You're going back, boy. Nice try.
Man.
And he's stunned as well, by the way. So he had that cursed crown. Couldn't get away even if he wanted to. Blink on X, by the way. So the vessel actually wasn't half bad at all. 16 minutes in.
They found the Nature's Prophet, Cursed Crown. Can he survive? They've got the help from the Ember. This is the second time they've tried to make an aggressive play like this. Terrorized, but Dark Willow needs to really run, and there's going to be a TP in his face, Sprout, and a kill.
By the way, I just managed to get back into the game, so I wasn't able to see what was happening. That was solo Dark Willow, right? Hook shot?
Yeah, that was solo Dark Willow trying to go for this Sumail, going over on a KJ Reaper's sight, killing off the Phoenix.
I feel like maybe on the side of LGD, the supports are a bit overdoing it. Like, the tempo is good, but honestly, there is nothing stopping, in my opinion, LGD from just farming. Like, this game isn't looking too bad. As the game goes on, all the natural item builds that they go for are good against Nigma. Like, eventually you're going to get the fire on the bear as well. Like, this lone druid is 503. Like, he's still not top net worth, sure, but it's I would settle for this sort of a game. If I could just play the status quo and farm, I would settle for this big of a lone druid. Like, he almost has Aghanis, you know, with the Mjolnir. It's a pretty good timing.
Game sitting even, currently 14-7,
Thompson.
but Thompson. He is got himself that Hurricane Pike, Shield Rune if he is in any trouble.
Yeah, with the Shield Rune, like, he can basically move across the map into the enemy territory, and he probably shouldn't care. They have no dispels for him.
Smart play. 3 heroes, like you said, they've got the Blink Dagger on the Axe ready. Can he make a move to this time find the Nature's Prophet?
Yeah, if they can find an angle. Like, you kind of know where he likes to farm, but it's still a bit too deep. Like, when you think about it, the Prophet and the Lone Druid farm the same spots of the map, right? Like, they're these heroes that can afford to farm the river area on the outskirts of the map. Just stay there. If anything happens, you just TP. Or you send a bear.
KJ did spot this ward, a sentry on the edge of it. Game kind of slowing down, like you said. LGD, you're okay with them just farming? That's exactly what they're doing at the moment.
I think they got punished a few too many times after trying to break the game completely. So they chilled a little bit, you know? They accepted, okay, guys, we don't have to overdo it. I think that's a respectable and the proper decision as well. However, they are TPing mid behind the Viper. They want to take a fight in the Radiant jungle.
Might end up being a TP here that ends up defending what was potentially going to be a gank from Nigma Galaxy. They'll go forward, and they have found themselves a Vi. But there is the shallow grave. Nobody hitting this egg. They're taunted by a two-man call. Reaper Scythe, though, kills Whisper. Sunray on Sumail. He's able to get the Remnant away. Thompson's low. He's dead, too. Two heroes end up dead. GH doing all the heavy lifting. Sleight of Fist. Deal Core is gone. LGD are losing plenty as Enigma Galaxy come out unscathed, and they're going to look for more. Omar in on the bear. That's going to be a bear kill? No, that's going to be a bear killing Omar. And eventually losing his life as KJ ends up dead. But Resummon and Yuma now needs to get back into his base. Otherwise, he's going to use that Resummon to be dead for a while. What? And they've got the Poison Touch. They have the Spirit Vessel. It's a full team wipe for Enigma Galaxy.
Dude, the Resummon, what the hell? He got the Aghanims. Oh, okay. When that fight started, he didn't have the Aghanims. I believed it was only the point booster. That worried me for a moment. It could have, it's still a disaster for LGD, by the way. But at least it's not like a game-losing disaster. The Aghanims just got delivered. It's all good. He's fine.
Deep breaths.
Yeah. But overall, this whole fight, by the way, Whisper tipping GH in the middle of the fight because of all the control and the heal that he was giving the Vi, but Omar needs to be tipped because he's the one that scouts Whisper. He's the one that keeps him away from Necro. Look at it, from the clockwork. Like, he just cogs him and that's it. And yeah, sure, you have this you have this Necro to 1 HP, but he's graved and Axe is controlled. Axe wasn't there on time to use the Culling Blade. Just a beautiful play from both of the supports. The Dazzle saving the Necro and the clock making sure that Dazzle can actually save the Necro.
I saw the stun on the Necro and the call elsewhere. I thought that might have been a two-man call, but he ended up being a little bit too far away. And like you said, just not close enough to get the Culling Blade off or anything of the sort. And they end up getting team wipes. So Enigma Galaxy took themselves a little bit of a lead and trying to maybe get themselves a little bit of a golden injection. Something that they desperately need, because even despite the fact that they got this full team wipe, Sumail is sitting here, bottom of the net worth of the cores. Hook shot comes through KJ. He's been caught. They've got the cogs. They hit the Reaper Scythe. That's another kill for Devi. He's got himself another Reaper Scythe stack.
Yeah. If you're LGD, I think even with these couple of deaths and stuff like the team wipe basically on bot lane, you can take a deep breath. Like, your lone druid is still chill even after feeding that 1-6-0 score. Unstoppable kill streak went the way of Lorenov, by the way. You can still, it's still playable. He resummoned the bear with an Aghanims, can continue farming, going into Silver Edge next. I think, like, even the fight could have, that last fight could have went their way very easily if they managed to call the Necro. Like, it's a completely different story that happens there, but...
Terrorized, they're going to try this again, man. They have tried plenty of times to kill this Nature's Prophet, and the cogs pushing the bear away. Yuma, that bear, it ain't living. They found themselves through a core as well. Devi is in on this one, and they will burn him out.
I think killing the Prophet is a bait. It's a big bait because this hero...
They've tried like 5 times.
Exactly, and he's 8-0-4. Like, this hero is squishy, by the way. Don't get me wrong. Hunting Prophet... Taking him down is generally the idea. Whenever you're playing into this hero, you want to find him. You don't want to find his teammates because then he TPs in and overwhelms you. But you have to bring the numbers. Like, he's having too good of a game to just solo him with the Dark Willow or solo him with the Bear. Like, you actually need to bring the numbers in this one.
Omar's got the jetpack now.
A fantastic item, of course, for the clock. This shard just works so well in so many different ways. It activates your hero. The shard and the dazzle, of course, isn't that bad either, but the clockwork shard is the one that you always want to get from the Tormy, maybe even buy it. You know, just getting the clockwork shard so you can reposition yourself for hookshot. The fact that you can always stop the jetpack and continue it again makes cogging much easier, like he's doing right now.
Hook shot away, Viper Strike was used, and Thompson was trying to get a kill here onto Omar. Got the Shallow Grave.
The Hex.
And the Hex. Does he survive? He's got the call. In time, Omar going to be caught. Shallow Grave's not going to do it for him, but he does have that jetpack. He does have those cogs. Force staff with the Hurricane Pike from the Viper. And that will still be a kill under the clockwork.
But he's still tipping GH. He's tipping GH because of another save. And this fight instead of this pickoff, instead of being simple, killing the clock, and that's it, like suddenly your axe actually has to use his fresh bought BKB. You know, it's like, it never feels great. Like, he bought these brand new shoes and he had to use them to go to the market. He didn't use them for some like big event, you know.
And scuffed them immediately, and now they're worth
instantly scuffed. Exactly, instantly scuffed.
Yeah, the heals have been pretty heavy-handed. He's got the Holy Locket as well.
The Holy Locket, the mech, the amp healing as well that you get to Necro anyway, like the restoration amplification from the Ghost Shroud. Like, it's a pretty good Dazzle game unless he gets cold here. They have vision on Axe though.
Oh man, Reaper Scythe, Whisper caught. Devi again with another kill. He had a slow start, but he is definitely online now, way ahead of Topsin or this Axe of Whisper. The bear is getting big, but currently he's barely a problem.
Yeah. Yeah. Your puns are great as always. What's even better is going into the pit when you have this kind of a lead and just taking that Aegis away from the enemy team, especially when they're not ready and they don't have their axe. Maybe... I don't think they can get here actually on time. This is not a bad place to fight for Radiant, which is the saddest part of it, because you have a lot of heroes that really work well in the Rosh pit. Like you have Phoenix and Dark Willow and Axe. But they're not even getting a lot out of the map from this. They just smoked up. I feel like they are maybe even unaware of it happening.
Well, they're aware now. Yes, Roche dies and the Aegis is in the hands of Lornoff, who is yet to die.
They have Aghanims on Ember as well. Ember, speaking of mid.
Going for Ember, terrorized, but the shallow grave, it's through Lornoff. He's got some help with the hook shot. And, well, they will get the kill onto the bear. And look for more as KJ, Icarus dive into the Roche pit, Sunray TP attempt, and he's gone. Just gets away.
Yeah, the axe is there on the Ember, but he did not have the chains. So even with a sleight of fist, I don't think that's Phoenix. But the bear is dying a little bit too easily, I feel like. Another fight where he just absolutely evaporates. And these kind of fights, by the way, these kind of pickoffs are good on Ember. Like, this is what you want to be attempting in the map. There's one thing stopping them, though. Too many objectives to TP to. Like, Dazzle has tier 1 bottom, tier 2 mid, tier 2 top. If you go for anyone around these towers, Dazzle will TP. He will save them. You cannot stop that from happening. I was just thinking if he's going to buy a blink, I click on him, has a blink queued up. Makes things even simpler for him, right? Like, it's all about that range. It's all about making sure that you can use the nodal projection on time and in range.
How do you deal with this Nature's Prophet, seeing that he's been continuing to get all the help that he needs? Hook shot off the mark, doesn't land it on Whisper. And Lornoff again looking, Sprout. And Lornoff again looking, Sprout. But a Remnant right on top of the core, Searing Chains, Yules up into the air and trying to survive. Curse Crown on the Sumail won't matter. And he will be stunned, but they will get the kill onto GH.
This is more to what I have been expecting from this game. Like Lone Druid just constantly catching the backlines, killing them off. But they didn't really focus on the backlines. They were focusing a bit too much on the Prophet. Oh, Devi, he cancels the TP bot. They see him.
Yeah, Yuma, he's got the help from Topsin. So Yuma won't have to do it with his own bare hands, but that will be the team coming together to get the kill into the Necrophos.
Why did he... And he used BKB, but why did he cancel the TP? Did he travel on a creep or something that died? I didn't see, but his TP stopped. Like, in any case, like, he was kind of out. Axe was too far for the call. But canceling the TP and then running into the bear was also not really on him. so the Savage Roar couldn't connect, I believe. In any case, yeah. The moment, but you see the difference. There's no Dazzle in this fight, right? But the moment the Dazzle dies, anything is possible.
Yeah, as long as you take out the heal bomb and the save, they have that chance to just get these kills. Warnoff coming over once again. Thinking about going over and killing off the Phoenix as this bear is invis. He's got this Silver Edge, but there is a tower standing between him and getting a kill.
Yeah, I feel like that was more about just pressuring the tier 1 tower and trying to eliminate at least one of these big buildings where Dazzle can TP to, even if it costs him his life. That's a weird ward to plant, by the way, on KJ. If you look at this obs, it sees a little bit of the Twin Gate down bottom, and that's it. Like, that's really weird. But okay, like if your job is to just see the Twin Gate plays, maybe it's valuable. Or value enough, at least. You know, you see that Twin Gate being popped, if nothing else.
I trust you. I trust that ward.
If you plan that ward, you'll get reported, by the way. I'm pretty damn sure.
I was thinking about doing it in my next pub.
If
All right,
you do
I won't do it.
Absolutely reported. I can guarantee it. Mid lane tier 2.
Tier 2.
Hook shot.
And getting ripped apart. Hook shot in on a Whisper. Whisper is going to be forced to use that BKB. He goes to the call. He's got the taunt. It's on the Nature's Prophet. They'll throw out the Terrorize. They've got the Fear and a Warnoff, but nobody else is here. Bear's pushing top. Cutting the creep wave.
Omar wants to control it from returning back, and the Dust as well.
He needs to be careful. He's got him Cogs surrounding. And now the Bear will go after Super. You gotta have to fight back. Remnant's over. Jesus, he's almost dead, but Omar feared and killed instead.
Yeah.
They will finally get this Bear.
This is more to what my expectations were from the game. But when a Lone Druid starts the game with 6-0-3, this is usually how it looks like. He's just eating everyone alive. Like, this hero is just absolutely ridiculous. That's why he's banned all the time. By the way, BKB is up on it now. So they have a good old Silver Edge, BKB, Mjolnir. I expect maybe a Nullifier, maybe a Butterfly. We'll see what he goes for next. Like, there's just a lot of good options. Even a Bloodthorn at some point, you know, like, just... You don't actually need it that much. You usually kill heroes in one Savage Roar. That's your play, right? Like, a Silver Edge, Savage Roar, they can't move, they're rooted, they can't use anything, they're stunned. GG.
Also, they've had a little bit of a struggle trying to get the egg. Phoenix is, at least right now, queued up the Refresher.
I think it's a perfect build. Like, when you, by the way, the main item that you need to get on Phoenix in most of the games currently, in the current state of the game, is the Refresher. Like, especially if the egg cannot be killed. Even if you're a position 5, who cares? Just buy it, you know? Like, you're going to have 2 ways of initiating in a fight with an axe to back you up and terrorize. Not too bad. The only thing is, though, Prophet solos the egg at any single point. So that Refresher can feel pretty damn bad if the first egg dies.
Right. It could be a waste of gold if he doesn't find the opening. And I'm watching this Bear. He's thinking about Divide, also thinking about just pushing the bottom tier 2 tower.
And the Nullifier, right? As expected, the next item on him. He's playing into Yule's Ghost on Clockwork, Ghost Shroud on Necro, of course, as well. Just a fantastic item for him. Even the Ember, by the way, with the Ghost Scepter on their side. All of these ghosts will feel pretty dumb once the Nullifier is up, but at least you survive for now.
Game's been sitting pretty even. Has never really broken out into a massive lead of any sort. Maybe Galaxy had about a 7,000 network lead, but that was about it. Gone back towards even. LGD continuing to farm up pretty heavily, but so is Lornoff as he's getting closer and closer to that 30,000 mark. Looking for the Daedalus with the Satanic.
He's already as rich as more or less you can get, right, for this state of the game. 33 minutes in, 905 on the Prophet.
Yeah,
with the Satanic, Yeah, with Satanic you'll have that second life. The one hero that we aren't really mentioning or talking too much about is the Viper, right? Like 1-3-4, a very chill game from Thompson. He had a hard mid lane matchup, but yeah, so far, like he's keeping up with farm at least. You know, some Vipers fall off. Call.
Whisper. He is going to try and survive Omar, but he's in on the hook shot. Reaper Scythe comes through and gets the kill onto the Axe, so they will not have that control. And immediately they will bail out. I had a couple of heroes down here bottom, and they went right towards top.
Yeah, it's a 30 fight, right? Like they basically were setting up for Tormentor, and they caught a straggler. They caught that little Axe trying to play the map. They're not going to go into the Torm. Instead, they move top instant. Okay,
I think recognizing that they might be here from LGD.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what they're expecting. And also Tormy will move top anyway, right? So you have more value playing the top lane, shutting them off.
In pretty far, looking towards the tier 2 tower. KJ's courier stopped in its tracks as these heroes from Enigma Galaxy are set up, and they're using these treants as well to get these heroes in. They've got the boots of travel on Devi. He'll TP in onto the treants, and then now Thompson isn't quite left alone, but they were thinking about making a move. Haven't dived in just yet.
Yeah, going for the MKB next, by the way. And you asked if we were going to see maybe a little bit of a different build. So it is a bit different on Viper, by the way. Even just getting the Disperser this game is different. Like, he's got multiple ways of dispelling the Manta, the Disperser as well. Of course, you can use it on yourself, or you can use it on the enemy team as well for that active. It's not that bad. It's definitely a little bit weirder than the standard just bulk up build. This is more of a I want to carry kind of a build on Viper. MKB next. He really wants to be that hard right clicker.
Meanwhile, Nature's Prophet hits that level 25 and goes to the 3 times tree in HP and damage.
Interesting.
I thought he would go to the remove teleportation.
I thought so too, but treants have been buffed. They are stronger, and maybe eventually you can mirror the bear ratting with your own rat. Maybe he's already preparing for that mindset, you know?
MKB finished. Smoke up for LGD, trying to find an opening here.
Nullifier.
Trying to fall behind again, but they get the blink into the call. They've got the BKB being popped here by Whisper, but can they get the kill out through? No. Shallow Grave is there to get the save as well as the heal coming in. They hit the hook shot. It's on a Whisper. They've got the Bear locked up in the cog, so Bear doing no damage at the moment while Lordoff is just teeing off on a Thompson. They've got themselves the Reaper, so they get the kill to Thompson as well as the core. Down goes Omar. The Yuma Bear finally gets something out of this fight, but he was locked up via the cogs for quite some time. And just so much damage coming out from Lornoff. They're looking for the bear, but don't quite hang on to him just yet, and he barely escapes. Roche back up. They will hear the roar, they will be aware. But I don't really think they have the opportunity to make a play. Really good play by not only the Dazzle, but Omar getting those cogs and the hook shot onto both the Axe as well as that bear. So just the damage lacking from LGD. Yuma is about to hit that level 25.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower.
Finally hits that marker, and he will take the Entangle root duration plus 0.6 seconds.
Yeah, this is basically the point in which Lone Dray just solos anyone that he finds on the map. If he finds solo targets, of course, with the bear.
Pause coming out from the Lone Druid. Go when ready. Just a quick little moment. But we're back into the game immediately. And with time going here for LGD, they will find themselves Omar. But there is another shallow grave. Divide coming forward. Lornoff is in. They hit the Hex. It's onto the Bear. They go and find themselves the egg. Reaper Scythe onto the Bear. Doesn't do anything with the BKB being popped. He's trying to fight back. They get the blink into the call. And Yuma, he will finally get a kill on Lornoff. Taking away the 10-time spree. He does not have buyback. It's an Aegis on Sumail. I thought maybe, surely it'd be on Lornoff. But instead, it is on this Ember. So they do not have a second life on this Nature's Prophet. And despite the fact that they lose Thompson as well as Duo Core, I think this is well worth a win here for LGD, getting that kill on the Nature's Prophet. But now Bear in once again. Shallow Grave, it will save him for a moment, but this time they've got the Culling Blade. They've got the kill on Omar. It's going to be a second dead. Sumail able to escape with GH, but they are starting to put the hurt on from LGD, especially when they catch that Nature's Prophet with the call.
Yeah, they just managed to find the backline, or the backline came to them. Like, it's the Prophet that went in. It's the Prophet that tried just absolutely going ham fighting, and that's because of the item build. Like, if you look at this Prophet, it is maxed out. Like, this is what you want to see from your carry, or your mid lane turned into a carry. With the Satanic, he thought that he could survive, but for the first time in many of these fights, Axe was not controlled at all. So he was able to jump in. And it's kind of hard to control the Axe when he literally itemized everything into being uncontrollable. Bear
just going after Divide. He'll try to do it himself.
Forcing out a little BKB, and maybe he can turn back in, by the way. Silver Edge up in 5 seconds. This is the problem with the Bear. He goes on you, you don't kill him, he goes straight back in. OTP. Dazzle though. Dazzle is gone.
Oy. Oh. Shallow Grave doesn't matter. Culling Blade is there. Bear doing it.
Not barely anymore, by the way. These kills look pretty damn simple now for him. The tier 2 will fall as well. Every single tower you take in this game makes it like by a huge percentage easier. Hook
shot, BKB, TP out.
The problem with initiating on Axe, though, for Nigma is you cannot initiate with a hook shot. Like, if you initiate with a hook shot, he just BKB TPs out. That's like your only BKB piercing ability. So you kind of have to save it, maybe initiate with a dagger, or he doesn't have a dagger on Clockwork, but maybe with the Ember or anyone else, basically. This build from Axe is wild, by the way, and I'm all for it. I love it. Lotus Dispel, Manta Dispel, BKB Dispel, Krellas on top for some extra region removal. Very nice.
Bots 2 for Divide. Building into the Aghanim Scepter next. And this will be a Torm for LGD. Whisper also almost level 25. What are you looking for him to get at 25? The AoE on the Berserker's Call or the Culling Blade damage?
Oh, the Culling Blade damage is so juicy this game as well versus Dazzle. Like, usually it's the AoE, right? Like, that's what you want. There was even a build around the AoE build, if you remember, with Berserker's Call at 25, which was insane. Like, back when you got it from, what was it? I think Bloodstone gave it. It was pretty cool. I mean, you could still go for the range, it's good. But maybe the Culling Blade has value versus the Dazzle. Make these dunks a bit easier for yourself, you know? Like, a lot of these dunks have missed due to Dazzle just healing them in the nick of time.
Bear top. Looked like it was going to push into the tier 3, but instead will jump back and get out of there with that swift blink.
Yeah, I think this is where the Prophet's level 25 actually is making the biggest difference. Like, he's able to prevent the Bear from at least pressuring your high ground already, just by out-pushing all the lanes with the Treants, however, smoke up.
Radiant are scanning.
A smoke play here from LGD. They've got a gem now on Enigma Galaxy. Who's going to be holding on to said gem? Looking, Whisper in, looking for Omar. Shell Grave, hook shot blocked. Icarus dive in. KJ with the Supernova to get the kill now on Omar. Thompson's got the credit on that one. Viper strike onto this Necro. Necro needs to be a little bit careful. GH is pretty far behind. Lornoff going after Thompson, doing some decent damage. Terrorize thrown out. That's going to fear up Sumail. Sumail hit with the call afterwards. Reaper Scythe comes in, doesn't get the kill into Thompson, but they've got the TP forward. They'll get the kill onto the Viper with the help of Lornoff. Now a Remnant named KJ ends up dead. Double kill for Lornoff. And the Bear looking for a moment to jump forward and maybe get a kill. But they are looking as they've got the boots of travel level 2 to TP over onto Sumail with Devi. Devi goes in. There's the Krellas. Jumping after Whisper. Has the call. It's only on a 1. Poison Touch doesn't connect. Whisper with the Lotus Orb trying to get away from the hands of Enigma Galaxy. They've got no Bear with him. Whisper's been left for dead. They'll get the 3, and Enigma Galaxy come out ahead.
That's a double damage Nature's Prophet right there, critting him for 1600. He was not getting away. This fight was kind of botched from LGD. They had the smoke. They had like a good idea where everyone is, but the call doesn't connect. And the moment the call doesn't connect, they go a little bit too deep. This doesn't really work out. The refresher is there on the Phoenix, but the secondary egg was not. And this is a set of Raxes at least. A set of Rax, maybe even bot, maybe Throne. Maybe just Throne, yeah, double damage Prophet. This game might just end.
They're gonna try for it, but Yuma's Bear was in for a second, gets rooted, and now sprouted. The Bear's being controlled. They gotta pull these Treants off the base. They took a tier 4 already. They'll fall back, they'll go for the Rax. They've got a tier 4 to buy in. Can they hold out? They thought about this straight 4s into a finish. It's not as easy as it once was, but man, are they trying. Now they'll move their attention towards bottom. Lornoff still doing the damage to get the tier 3 in this lane. So both lanes opening up mid and bottom. But can they get the Rax on top of this to get the extra damage? Thompson's going to be back alive. It's going to be a 5-on-5 sleight of fist. Searing Chains, that goes in onto KJ. They've got the fear, it's on a Devi. But here is GH ready to go in with the Shallow Grave and the heal. They go to the Reaper Scythe. It's onto the Bear. That kills the Bear. 425 gold for Devi. As the BKB duration is done. And they will take out this banner, getting everything that they want out of this and more. They resummon the Bear, but Bear is top, so they're going to give up this bottom set of racks, and Bear is just going to go and push out top.
Yeah, it's just absolutely difficult to take this fight now without the buyback on Axe. He went for the 150 Culling Blade, by the way. In the end, that whole last fight, he was not taking any talent, even though he was 25. He just didn't have the time, or maybe couldn't decide, but he does go for the damage. Definitely feels valuable in this game to have it. Like, his calls are most of the time connecting anyway, but a huge win for Enigma. This game, by the way, is not over yet. It all depends on it's yeah, you're 2 sides up, but it's 46 minutes in, and they can definitely defend against the double side. Of course, the lanes being pushed in all the time is annoying, but you have a Bear on the map, so you basically have an extra hero to deal with that.
The thing is, right now, because of the fact that he resummoned the Bear, he's got to wait to really push it out into a spot that's dangerous, right? Because if you lose the Bear right now, it's like buying back. You do not have that Bear to defend. And with one set of racks remaining, you might just end up losing it and losing the game.
He's almost got Refresher, by the way, on the Lone Druid, so those problems won't be as big of a deal anymore for him once he gets the full Refresher complete, which he will in 100 gold.
Lornoff, St. on Roche, can they even make a play at this?
Oh, it's hard. They have no
Last time they gave the Aegis to Sumail, and they ended up losing Lornoff, which was a big play for LGD. This time around, with just Omar and Lornoff there, it's set in stone. They're going to give Lornoff the Aegis. Not going to make that mistake again.
Yeah, they have the Shard, they have everything. Refresher as well. Cheese. By the way, level 25 on Necro is interesting, like minus 2.5 seconds death pulse. Like, I see the other one very often. I'm a big 0.3 Reaper Sight damage per missing HP enjoyer as well, because you just bring the target low enough. You don't have to bring them below 50 anymore, and you can use that sight for the kill. But okay, I mean, he is getting Reaper Sight kills anyway. When they are used, he mostly gets the kill.
Looking at a massive lead here for Enigma Galaxy, but one you believe to not be too much. Question is, can the Bear do it? And they are grouped up together on Enigma Galaxy. They've got this second life on the Nature's Prophet. And in theory, potentially a third life with the Satanic, which he'll put out of his backpack into his hands when he ends up dying. So he could have that extra bit of regen. If they can get this kill onto this Nature's Prophet, maybe they can find everybody else out. But they have started to get the farm. You can see Sumail no longer the least farm core. He is ahead of that axe. He does have that level 25 hex, the extra Culling Blade damage, something you were talking about. But he's building a Yules to maybe slow down some of these heroes.
And the Wind Waker, right?
Surviving. Yeah.
He's trying to get the Wind Waker. As well. Oh, hook shot.
Seeker in. Thompson. I need to get out of this, or does Divine need to get away? BKB Blink Call connects. He's going to have the help of the rest of the team, though. Can they get him before the Culling Blade's able to get out? Yes, they can. And by that, I meant hitting the Shallow Grave with the Culling Blade. Not going to be a matter of that, because they'll go for Omar. They'll get themselves a second kill. They're going to buy back on both these heroes. Remnant's back and forth. They're going to look over at the axe. Yuma with the bear. They got the Counter Whisper. They take him out. He's dead for 2 minutes. Reaper sight through. Thompson gone. He's got buyback. So he's going to be back into the fight. It's still going to be a 6v4. And Lornoff's going to go for this tier 3 and the Mega Creeps. Thompson, how much is there for him to do? They're going to smoke up. They'll hit the hook shot. It's going to be on the Thompson. They've got the control. They'll go to the Remnant on the back line. As now, Omar, the bear, he's got the right to bear arms. But is he going to have the damage to get that kill? They'll go to the egg. And now they're going to look over as Sumail into the back lines with this Remnant once again. Yuma's bear, half health. They'll explode on the Supernova. Lornoff down and low, but not out. And he's got this Aegis still to work with. Into the Shadow Realm. They've got no more heroes on this side of LGD that are dead with buyback, because they used it on this Viper and he bought back immediately, and now they've got no buyback on Whisper. So they're looking forward. They've got the Necro in the face of these heroes on the side of LGD. Yuma forcing back on that bear. This throne is going to die. GG's going to be called. Enigma Galaxy get game number 1.
A 50-minute affair in beautiful game 1, by the way, for
They end up winning that game there for the side of Enigma Galaxy. And man, Lornoff popping off as, you know, it's the side of LGD who end up losing that game. And I lost my buddy Lizard, but Enigma Galaxy, I mean, showing up in a big way, especially based on the position that they were in. I mean, it was not an easy one for them. Lornoff is doing well, and he's the only one really doing well from mid, but the side lanes at the beginning of this game did not look good for Enigma Galaxy. You look here in the highlights, it's 14-5, but what was really holding them tough and strong was Lornoff on this Nature's Prophet. A couple of fights here, you see the call, it's not onto the Necro. Necro's down low, but no Culling Blade to finish him off inside the Shallow Grave, and they just do not get this kill. Instead, it's a Reaper Scythe turnaround. Sadist, he's going to stay full health throughout this, and this is where the turnaround happens for Enigma Galaxy. They've got the full team wipe that ends up coming for LGD, but ultimately, LGD, they fight, but they just can't fight enough. And it just, Enigma Galaxy showing up in a big way in such a struggle off side lanes, and really proving adversity is not a problem for them in a moment like this. That's really good. And LGD, I think they had their moments, and obviously they've got this Lone Druid, but there are a couple things that fall short, and I think maybe Viper was one of them, because it felt at times, especially on the back end of this game, where he didn't feel like he was doing much of anything.
He was definitely the weak link. Like, when it comes to their whole draft, look, he was the weak link, but he also in a very weak lane for himself, right? Like, he got soloed twice by the Prophet, and the thing is, it's not even about the Viper not perhaps looking like he's doing a lot in these fights. It's about the Viper making Prophet look like a god in these fights, because he got off on a great start from the mid lane, and then he started rotating, he started pressuring the other lanes. Because if you think about it, if you remember how the laning stage started, they were losing top and bottom, right? It looked like a disaster. Like Necro was dying bottom, the Lone Druid was 5 kills in at 10-12 minutes. At the same time, Axe was dominating top, Sumail was not really having a good time on Ember. But this Nature's Prophet from the mid lane just rescued everything. He was like the glue. He connected the bot and the mid and the top, and he made sure that they can get themselves into the mid game. At the same time, this combination of Necro and Dazzle is absolutely scary, and you can see why the Dazzle as well as the Coddle usually gets banned out from GH.
Yeah, an amazing game from Dazzle, definitely feeling like the MVP there, and you see the stats Yuma losing this game despite only dying once. A little bit of a, not showing the whole picture stat because you don't have the amount of bear deaths there, which I think is more the hero than he is. But overall, Feel Core dying a couple times. There were a lot of times in the mid game where LGD were really trying to break it open by killing this Nature's Prophet, and they failed to do so. And it was something that I think really held them back in this mid game, where at the end of the day, they only killed Lornoff once. He ends this game 16-1-9, and it is way too much for them to handle. And standout player GH 05-18, no kills, but that's more than okay, especially when you're supporting, doing all that healing, and keeping your allies alive, right?
If you're getting kills on Dazzle, you're probably not doing something right. You're positioning yourself a little bit too aggressively. So 0-5-18 is a perfect score for an MVP of the game. I think you can give it to him, but you can give it to Lornoff as well. Lornoff truly carried the game. GH was one of the reasons why it was even able for them, and we're gonna shout out our standout player on the Prophet as well, 16-1. You don't see these kind of scores very often at the grand stage. He basically did so much damn work. He refused to lose. It's like one of those games where everything is burning around you, but you're keeping it kind of calm, and you're making sure that you can get the dub for the team.
Yeah, definitely very big win here for Nigma Galaxy, one way and away from taking the series 2-0 over LGD. So we're going to be back with game number 2 in just a moment, so stay tuned. We'll be right back.
All right, Lornoff. Let me just check my notes. Lornoff of, it's Nigma Galaxy? Is it Nigma Galaxy this time?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Because it's hard for me to keep track with you, Lornoff, because I went through your history for the past 12 months. I'm going to read off all of the names that you've played on. You played on VP. You played on Avalis. You played on Mouse. You played on Cheeky Breeky. You played on Aurora. You stood in for Falcons. You played on Mouse again. And now you're on Nigma.
Yeah.
Bro, what does your closet look like? Is it just 50 different jerseys? What is going on?
I have a lot of clothes at home. I have a lot of...
So you're famously known as you are the mercenary stand-in, always. But now it seems like you finally found a roster. What was the process like for Nigma calling you up and saying, yo, you want to play TI with us?
I mean, I was looking for players with who I want to play for EWC and for TI, and we just speak with Nigma for this, and I was having the choice to go to them.
Leaving that team, were you confident that you would be able to find a new team for?
Not at all. Not at all. Because I feel like in Dota it's really hard to find a good roster right now, actually, because teams stay together for a long time, right? And they don't change any player. So for you to come to some team, it's actually really hard. So I was not confident at all.
Especially for Nigma specifically, because you took mid from the King. What was the conversation like between you and Sumail joining back at least from publicly, it was the same time? Was there any conversation on who takes what role?
Honestly, not really, because Sumail, I would say he don't really enjoy maybe playing mid so much right now. He wanna maybe change something in his life, to have something new stuff.
He's getting old these days, he needs a change in his life.
Yeah, need to change something a little bit, and I think it's worked well, it's worked really well. So it's like this. We don't actually have really talk. I don't speak with him about this. It's mainly was her choice.
So then did you even know who your carry was gonna be when you were gonna join?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So at least you knew who the other 4 players were. Yes. Sumail's going carry, and it's Sumail. How bad could it really be? He's gonna be great no matter what.
Yeah, it is, exactly.
Okay. Now that you're on a team interacting with a roster, is there more of a back and forth of you sharing your ideas with Kuroki?
A little bit, yes. A little bit, yes. I mean, if you like work with people for a long term, you kind of like need to speak well with the guys and find the solution how you wanna play and work in one way. So I don't think it's really hard for me, honestly. I can like be pretty easy on this.
Nice. And then coming into this TI specifically, did you get your first TI jitters out in 2024 with Aurora, or does coming back you still kind of get a little anxiety, like, oh, it's TI time?
Honestly, right now for myself, I don't have this like stressed about that. I would say, no, it's pretty good to be here, pretty good to play on this TI, amazing time. So just wanna like focusing on myself. But I feel it is actually important for me this TI because it's anyway like the biggest tournament for me in the year, so it's important.
And you've set a high standard in 2024. You guys got top 8, right?
Kind of. It's not really like super high, but it's fine.
Wow, you're quite modest. First TI top 8.
I mean, it is not really high. It's just normal, you know. It's a top 8 only. Sure, only top 8.
If you have high standards, listen. I come from North America. If we get top 8, it is a miracle run. We still look at Nouns back in Seattle. We're like, yo, top 8, let's go.
But yeah, but this might be in North American. You know, like,
come on, you do me like that?
No, I mean because not a lot of players in North America.
Sure.
That's why it's just a bit harder for the region.
Nice. Well, I'm glad to see that you got a good mindset coming into this tournament. Hopefully, this is your roster, and maybe you're going to stick with this one for maybe longer than like 3 months.
We'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see.
All right, we'll see. Thanks again, Lornoff. Looking forward to seeing how you and Enigma Galaxy do here in Shanghai.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. It is the International 2026 group stage here, and we are back with Nigma Galaxy up against LGD. And this is, I thought going to be game one, potentially going to the way of LGD with the way that the lanes went, the fact that they had a lone druid, but ultimately Nigma Galaxy proved to be supreme, and Lornoff, as he was called in that interview with Tsunami, the Mercenary King, showing up with a permanent roster and doing a lot, doing more than I think, truthfully, most mids would be able to do in a situation like that. He obviously had the support. We talked about GH on that Dazzle, really breaking through and keeping these heroes alive. But at the end of the day, man, it was such a good game from Lornoff. And it comes at the fact that he gave up one of his best heroes to put safe lane in the Ember, because Ember and Puck are his two most known heroes. But now you got to think about that Nature's Prophet, because he did work with that Nature's Prophet.
There's some like next level drafting involved as well, right? When you think about it, because how often would you see an Ember safe lane first is the question. And another question is, how often would you see like this kind of a combination of Ember safe lane plus Ember being taken away from the full comfort zone mid laner, right? Like these two things, and I think no one is expecting the Ember to leave. By the way, Ember leaving and Ember going mid was not what broke the game and won it. It was the Prophet being mid, right? So not only did you have to move the Ember, but you also had to find this perfect pick that was everything that they needed. They needed a tower taker, objective taker, egg hitter. They needed a carry from the mid laner, and they got it in the end. I expected something different, like I was talking about Beast, Lycan, and so was LGD with the bans, but in any case, yeah, a pretty good Prophet game. Lornoff, we'll see if he can recreate something in game number 2, but Necro will be taken away from them, at least, by LGD. They gave away the Wyvern, though. What is also very interesting... never mind. I was going to say what's interesting is Coral is true, but no, he's not. He's banned out as well by LGD. But overall, GH, if he is the Wyvern, he got his saving hero more or less already, right? Like you got the Wyvern, you have some Cold Embrace heals, you got the Winter's Curse. Like this player is just way too good in clutch moments. He always finds the right positioning. He finds the right way to use the Curse or the heal or the Grave in the last game.
Yeah, and we'll have to see how LGD now move with this Necrophos, what they're going to go to, and truthfully, what Thompson's going to look at. Is he looking into his bag of tricks, or is he looking into the meta bag of tricks? That's the real question, right? Because Viper is not exactly the most meta hero that you're bringing out in that moment, but also he's done things like Dragonite over mid. He's played Gyro mid. There are a lot of things that he has done already that have been a little bit off the meta line. So you have to kind of be aware of that. Whereas Nigma Galaxy, they're kind of just playing it straightforward. They're not really throwing something so crazy out there. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if maybe it's Wyvern and another GH hero, too. Like a double heal situation where you're trying to keep these heroes alive. Undying is definitely an option. Ringmaster maybe is not another healing hero, but it is one with an escape act that might help you out. But I'm curious to see what they want. As LGD, they go to the Clockwork.
Yeah, they snatch themselves up the clock. You have, like, overall a good lane wherever you go, right? Like, if you're going on offlane like Nigma did in the last game, like, it's all right. If you play it on the safe lane, it's also fine. Like, you can clock Necro anywhere, keeping it kind of stable and normal for now. When I completely agree with you when it comes to LGD and the flashiness that they've got and, like, the hero... I mean, when we say they, we basically mean Thompson, right? Like, let's be real here. If they want to have some, like, flair pick, it's from the mid lane. It's from Thompson. Like, he's the one that played Zeus. He's the one that played Gyro. So that's something that we might see. By the way, Zeus into Wyvern, not too terrible. Start the fight off with Thunder God's Wrath. So you can see where Wyvern is. Shaman is definitely a bit different. This hero is not weak, by the way. Not bad into the sight as well. You can also set things up. You can get rid of towers very easily with the wards. Like, overall, I want to see why the Shaman, by the way. I think there is more to it. But we will be given our answers very, very soon, probably. Of course, you get some break eventually as well from the Shaman. That can come in handy. A lot of control from position 4.
The only thing with Shaman, though, is you're standing still when you're trying to use that control, right? Like, definitely an opportunity for Clockwork to just hook shot in. Largoba here for Enigma Galaxy.
2 heroes that basically, when combo together, hit you for like 180, 190 damage. Their right click in the lane, so it's never super fun to play against. By the way, Largoba into Necro, you have a built-in Dispel. Also pretty good. And you buff up magic damage from whoever is played on mid lane, so you help out something like a Storm, like a Puck, very nicely. They can also pick some Vessel Builder from the mid lane again, or maybe from the safe lane like it was in the last game. We shall see.
Give me the Storm Lornoff. I want to see that.
Yeah, Storm Ember, like these kind of heroes. Like if you go for Ember though, there's already an option of Necro being laned against you, right? So that can be a bit of a problem. Gotta be a bit careful on Nigma. Like some of these heroes just laning into Necro is already an issue, and then the hero, if he has like the difference between usual Necro and the Necro in the last game, Davai actually had a pretty bad lane, right? Like he got killed 3-4 times. It was hard, and he still recovered. He still did a lot. There are games where the game is over by minute 15 if Necro has a good time. Like legit, the hero becomes unkillable. So.
We saw that with Amar at the Essence tournament. He won a game in 11 minutes.
Yeah, we covered that one, right? Like it was versus Liquid, right? Like they won an 11 or something. It was absolutely insane. And I've witnessed it in a lot of pubs, by the way, at the same time. So the Necro is quite popular right now, as he should be. Beastmaster. Okay. Also a bit versatile, right? Like can be on offlane, can be played mid. If Thompson takes it, of course, it's going to be like an Axe build. If it goes offlane, it will be more likely the Overlord build. Which is, by the way, currently my preferred position on it. I feel like just going off. However, I'm thinking, you know what, you're playing into a Wyvern. Having more creeps to hit with attack speed that you get might not be that great versus the Wyvern. Like, in general, Wyvern is considered kind of good versus Beast, by the way. Like, you have Cold Embrace, you have Winter's Curse, you have a teamfight breaking ability. It's like picking Beast into an Oracle or a Shadow Demon, you know, any one of these heroes that can mess with your roar. If you go for Axe, though, it's a bit of a different story, so maybe I expect that route instead.
Dark Willow for LGD, leaving potentially Thompson's hero if he doesn't take one of Necro or Beastmaster mid.
What if
Clinks? Ooh.
If we swap these two teams, by the way, at this point I would be saying, dude, a Wyvern Thompson mid, let's go. It's happening. Like with the amount of flair that he's got. By the way, they ban out the Zeus from him, so not gonna see it.
Would have been cool.
I mean, Zeus plus Largo, right? Zeus Largo. Actually, what am I saying? Zeus would be on LGD. My bad. But at the same time, Zeus plus Largo would be pretty sick to see from Nigma. Wouldn't be that bad. Plus all the magic damage that you would get into Necro. I stand by my idea. It would be good. Storm banned out, of course, for them. Like, when you look at Nigma, they do need some playmaking hero from the mid lane. Storm would be a good one. Even though I've seen a lot of Storm struggle if the Beast is mid. Like, you get Dowen under the tier 2 very, very early on. And those boars are hard to deal with. But it seems like they're expecting a Thompson hero as the last pick anyway. Which is maybe a problem for Nigma. They don't have the ultimate last pick here. They kind of are showing 2 of their cores. They're going to show, of course, the last one as well. I think that limits them a little bit when it comes to the picks that you can get for Lorenov. I think they're the ones that kind of need to think about these Viper-esque picks. Just heroes that don't really lose the lane. Nothing more.
Hear me out.
Mm-hmm.
It's time for the Thompson ancient apparition mid.
I was gonna call for it. By the way, when the Necro got first phase, but yeah, I mean, you do that, you just no, let's not. let's not even entertain the idea.
No, entertain it, please.
The craziest part.
Yeah.
I mean, look. The craziest part is when you look at Ancient Apparition and when you look at his, there's every hero more or less has like A skill set and B skill set, right? Like you can build in one way or the other. Like the B skill set on Ancient Apparition is made for a core, right? Like it's made for you to right click. It's something very similar to the Wyvern. Like both of them kind of have this B skill set that is basically telling you, go grief the game, do it. You can be the carry, do it. It tempts you. It's a temptation.
It's like the Green Goblin's mask. Just tempting you to put it on. I have a Nature's Prophet ban, taking that away from Lornoff this time.
I wonder if he would have even picked it. I feel like the Prophet was only the problem. I mean, look, Prophet was a problem through the game, and it carried the game. But it was the first. I don't think that's the pick for Enigma overall. I just don't like it with their draft. And second, it was picked because of the Viper. It was a really good pick for the Viper as well. Like there were so many reasons why the Prophet fit that last lineup. For this lineup, I think they need something that benefits from Croak. And Puck is
a Lornoff classic.
Yeah. It's a classic pick. Like they needed a playmaker. They needed something that benefits from the Croak. It's a classic pickup. You are kind of open to some counters though. If the Beast goes off, now you can pick something maybe a little bit stronger into the Puck, and you're kind of free to do the Beast off because you can still go for the Overlord build. I don't know if you're free, by the way. Versus Clinks, they go with the
Hey, oh,
this is the counter
Ricky,
to Puck, by the way. Yeah. Old school Thompson Ricky counter to the Puck. We will see if it works out or not, because it's always like that. It might be incredible. It might also just
sometimes good, sometimes bad.
Sometimes really bad. Yeah, we shall see. We shall see what we're getting here with the Ricky. But there are some other things here in play, by the way. So Ricky into Puck is really good. You get that silence, right? You also prevent the Puck from being targetable eventually, which is also nice with the smoke. However, I worry a little bit for the Beast on offlane. Like you will be playing Beast Dark Willow, it's a strong lane, but you're playing Beast Dark Willow into Wyvern plus Clinks. Like Clinks in general pretty much enjoys playing versus Beastmaster because Beast can't play around boars as easily. You just eat them with Clinks and that's it. Like one boar goes at you, you eat it. Another one it summons, you eat it again. So you kind of have to play around the axes. I wonder if it's going to be good enough. It's a strong lane. Dark Willow makes every lane look pretty strong, but there's a reason why they picked the Clinks, and the matchup is maybe one of those, maybe the main one.
Can I ask you a question?
Of course, anytime.
I see this Ricky mid, and is Thompson doing an eternal? Is he doing the Eternal Envy? Is he a 50-50 guy? Is he modern day envying us?
He used to be the Thompson or Dachshund back in the day. I feel like he's not 50-50ing us. Overall, like look, it looks weird, but this hero, like there are spammers that still play it. Like there are players that on high EU pubs, they still play Ricky quite a bit. So I think the hero is not maybe the most common pick, but it's viable. Like it can work. Especially versus a Puck who hates being silenced and controlled. So they didn't really need, all they needed on LGD was a playmaker. The objective taking is there from the Beast. He's going to go for Overlord most likely. The team fight and the damage will come from Necro. All you need is like the extra control that you do get from Ricky. Like the playmaking and the control.
I'm curious to see if this ends up working out. I'm also looking at my own screen and I currently have just a tree that's sitting mid. I don't really understand it. It's not the hero. My screen has a tree.
You have a tree in the middle?
Yeah, in the middle.
of I had that the other game as well. I don't have it this time, but yeah, it's like almost transparent, translucent tree that's changing color. Yeah, I had that bug. I don't know what's up. Like there's maybe an Easter egg for all of us. Who knows?
They can't see it on the PGM.
Yeah. Dude, I played the game. I know what you mean. I see that tree, the red tree. I had the same tree in my game. It was terrible to play with. Top lane?
Yeah, a lot of fights going on because they're looking at the clockwork. Now the shackle is on a Theo Core. He's trying to get away from Sumail, who might get this first blood. It's actually Omar who gets credit for it. Clockwork is a little bit low. Beastmaster turning this around, throws the axes onto this Shadow Shaman, but Whisper might have been baited in. Shackles are there. Another kill for Nick Galaxy.
Yeah, perfect. Absolutely perfect start for the top lane. Yeah, even KJ needs to be careful. He has no boots, by the way. Okay, never mind.
Another set of brambles. Sumail? Okay, that's way fine getting back for LGD.
Yeah, a couple of brambles that you walk into. Yeah, they get Sumail, but overall it's still good. It's still a good start. Shadow Shaman died to Roche. This bloodbath ends. I mean, this second game is literally starting off the same way as our first game, right? Like just absolute insanity across the map. Oh, good pull, by the way, with the axes by Beast top. It kind of prevents them from connecting. Like, so Dark Willow creep skipped, right? Like, took the wave. They tried doing the same on Klinks, but because of the axes connecting on the Centaur, it prevented the Klinks from doing it. So, yeah, pretty cool. Although, it also kind of benefits the Klinks because he does get the experience and the gold from the hard camp.
Trying to just pay attention to this Ricky over mid. I'm like so curious at how it ends up doing. Right now, the CS for LGD is pretty good, but this matchup over mid, 7-5 to the 6-1.
Yeah, you're not winning the mid lane versus Ricky as Puck. It's just not happening. He's got, unless there are some changes that I have missed or outplays by Lorenov, Ricky should do very well here. Like, it's hard to contest him, like he has way too much damage. Gets the water rune as well. Now some extra damage as well. It's a hard matchup for Puck, and at least he gets the water rune. One of those.
What's the build here for the mid Ricky?
I think you just go Diffusal. Diffusal Shard seems pretty good. Yeah, Diffusal Shard, that's it. Like, you jump in so that the Cold Embrace cannot be used. And then after that, I'm not really sure what he goes for. We shall see. It stops, and after all, he doesn't have to abide by mere mortal rules. But at the same time, when you're buying Ricky, what is normal? This hero isn't normally played, so we'll see.
There is the normal build, there is the Thompson build, and then there's the I'm griefing the game kind of builds, but that's just in pubs, guys.
This.
Yeah.
The thing is, you know you're going to see some Ricky's mid now, and they'll be played in the most difficult Ricky matchups, top lane, GH.
Axe is thrown over, Cold Embrace goes into the Shadow Realm. Gonna need another set of axes on cooldown for 4 more seconds, but the Shadow Realm strike gets the kill, trying to draw them back into the brambles, but instead the shackles are out in time, and it's a double kill for Sumail.
Yeah, just a beautiful rotation from Omar. And I love that right-click from Sumail. Just before he continues killing the beast, he makes sure the Dark Willow dies as well. And then he continues on to hitting the Beastmaster.
Klink's one of those heroes that a bit of a heavy start can mean he can lift the world above him. And we're already seeing that with the fact that he's 3-1 and 2. Yeah, he had that early death, but he is 100% kill participation right now. All of this happening towards top. And this is a hero you do not want to get the engine started on early if you're the side of LGD. See how they react to this, because Clinks now has an open lane with Whisper backing up into the jungle.
I kind of expected this, to be honest. Like, going into the Clinks in any way with Beastmaster is not easy. I thought that maybe Dark Willow will make the difference. They did get that kill on the Wyvern, but it still doesn't make things a lot easier, you know? Like, he's got the triple Sage's Mask on Beast. This is basically, I'm gonna jungle. Build. Get those axes out, just spam waves. At the same time, you know, it's not the hardest hero to jungle with. It's not going to be terrible for Beast. Like, he will find farm.
We'll see how quickly into his items as Sumail is going to lose his courier to Theocore, who goes back behind the creep wave to find that. And still continuing to make these stacks. They've got the Shackle with the Frog Stomp through onto Yuma. He's half health, but he's got the Death Pulse and Battery Assault right on top of Omar, only getting him down to about a fourth of his health remaining, but under the tier 1 tower, so he should be safe for the moment. Death Pulse flies in, but does not hit on to Divide, but they are diving the tier 1 tower, looking for somebody. Clockwork, can he make a way in? They've got the Winter Wyvern. So how far is too deep as they throw down the Brambles? They've got the Catchy Lick, but the Cold Embrace. This is going to be Omar living for a little bit longer after the foul play, and still now having the Shackles surviving quite a long time as they're under this tier 1, tier 2 area for the side of LGD, looking to try and get the Largo. Death Pulse flies in, not doing a lot of damage to Devise. He's got himself those infused raindrops. He's down to the last one, but the Brambles are down, and now he's forced to run as this Arctic Burn slows him up, does a good amount of damage onto the Dark Will, but he'll back away.
Yeah, and the teammates just absolutely abandoned him. Omar, oh, dude, he TP is just behind the tree. He might still get him. There's Shadow Realm, though. Yeah, you cannot...
Blood Grenade, he's got the Clockwork coming for some help. But Dark Willow survives with 5 health.
I saw 3 on my screen. I saw 3.
3 health.
Yeah, 3 health. Like, he dropped really damn low. But he does survive. And they do get away with a kill on the Shadow Shaman. So the positive side for Nigma in this game, at least, is you can leave the Clink stop.
Catchy Lick.
Playing the Trilane, yeah.
And the Arctic Burn, sorry about that. I fake hyped the potential of them jumping in for this kill, but the reason it stops is because KJ's in the face of Omar.
Yeah, basically they can Trilane bot. The only problem is, even if you Trilane bot, like, are you actually killing this Necro? Even if KJ isn't there, I feel like this Necro is big enough at this point.
Sumail's in on this, but they've got Primal Roar. And they get themselves the Shrine, so now Sumail is going to eat those boars and just TP out. All right, never mind.
Yeah.
He just leaves.
That pact just ruins Beastmaster. In this lane, even though he is CSing really, really well, the game isn't easy to play. I gotta say though, Whisper net worth is not bad. Like, he's about to complete his Dominator in 1,000 gold. Mid lane, Ricky.
Shackles and the Ether Shock, but Thompson surviving. He's also got himself a pack of infused raindrops.
He's making his first rotation top, by the way. Or thinking about the rune, at least, for now.
8-minute mark. We'll see who comes over. It's a party. It's everybody. It's Largo. It's Necro. It's Clockwork. It's everybody. It is a party over mid. I mean, even Sumail is here. This is for the 8-minute rune. Arcane rune picked up by Sumail. They have the dust on Thompson. Still, though, they'll all disengage and nobody dies.
Yeah, Sumail, the happiest one. I guess the Arcane Rune moves back top. Probably some extra death pacts on the board. He's hunting down Whisper, who's got Roar in 8.
Whisper with his triple Sage's Mask.
The Helm of Iron Will makes this a really hard kill to make. He just gets extra armor right from it, so it's just not happening. I gotta say, though, even though Sumail has been free farming top, his top net worth Like, he has been making a lot of moves, which does slow him down a little bit, and it opens up the space for the Beast a bit.
Not that it's ending up the same way, but it's something similar to what we saw Ame do in that first series, where he moved a little bit too much and didn't get enough out of it. Hex, they have the shackles under the tower, but the silence comes through from Topson to save this clockwork. A lot of rotations coming in from the side of the Dire. Pushed by those cogs, catchy lick. This is everybody showing up to party mid.
And another move from Sumail, but this time around he does get the kill.
Space technically being created. 5 mid.
Yeah. It truly is.
Wyvern?
Your Beast.
Gonna die to Topson, so they don't need 5 heroes to come over and get this kill, and they will get it. They're thinking about going for Field Accord. They've got the puck coming in. Silence with the Waning Rift. Dream Coil committed. Goes into the Shadow Realm. Curse Crown onto the puck. They'll dust. They'll see the Ricky. And after the Shadow Realm, Sumail's free to get these kills. And now they've got the Roar. They'll have the jump to hit the Silence. Sumail in. And that kill's not worth it to get the Dark Will if you're going to give up your own life.
Absolutely not worth it. Minute 10 rune is coming up as well. If Ricky gets a good one, maybe he gets the shield. So super worth it for LGD. They get the rune in the end. They kill the safe laner that was having basically the freest time. And now suddenly it doesn't look as free. Like, he's still top net worth. Orb of Corrosion, by the way, good old Ricky item. Like, you can get Orb of Corrosion, you can get a couple of raid bands as well from the mid lane. It all comes in very nicely with the backstab.
Jump in onto the Shadow Shaman, and now he will get low and end up dying. Topson just into the solo kill, the blink strike, the tricks of the trade, overwhelming damage despite the foul play.
Yeah, you can't. The thing is, they gave them the shield drone, and I believe they saw it, but they just didn't respect the damage output from the Ricky. You don't really play against this hero very often, you know, so sometimes that also hurts you, right? Like, you don't play against him, you kind of forget how much damage he can dish out.
They catch you lick.
Largo.
They dust him, they go to the Dream Coil. Largo's here. But the Cogs pushing him back, they hit the Hex. The Silence, though, protecting him to be able to jump back. They just can't get this kill, and we're still at 6-7.
Yeah, just a beautiful smoke screen. By the way, the same duration on all levels, which is 6 seconds. It's quite
Roar,
long.
Wyvern, tricks of the trade. That'll be a kill. And
the
GH,
clicks.
they hit the dust. Sumail's in trouble, and he might just die. They go into the Shadow Realm. They've got more than enough damage. Sumail is out too far, and it'll be a double kill for Topson.
You know, I talked extensively about Ricky into Puck, but Ricky into Klink's also not too bad. Getting on top of Klink's, using the smoke screen, the diffusal, not terrible at all. By the way, level 10 Ricky versus level 8 on the Puck.
Boy, Puck. Oh, how do you get away? No more mana left, but no more mana on this Ricky either. He's got no bottle, got no wand charges, and now needing to kind of run it back a little bit is the bottle of the double damage is there for Lornoff, but just doesn't have the health and mana to really make the jump in initially.
Yeah, this time around he didn't luck out with the rune. Puck had, this is, I believe, the first rune that he picked up when it comes to active runes. So, a little bit of luck for the Puck.
Yeah, this time, by the way, you know, we haven't really been talking about Yuma at all. He's been on this Necro. He's been quiet over bottom. There's just been so many moves over mid. 5 heroes coming in multiple times for the side of Enigma Galaxy. The whole time, it's just Necro who's top of the net worth. Farming away bottom, just doing whatever he wants. And he's happy.
And yeah, you could say that maybe they have some ways of dealing with him, but they're kind of far away from reaching that state of the game, right? Like, when you're looking at Necro, how do you deal with him? You deal with him with Croak of... Maybe a Croak of Genius Puck, right? Or a Nullifier Dazzle Clinks. But we're not getting these heroes online at time, it feels like.
Oh, what crazy hero win rate stats. 0 picks, 0%, 0%, 0%. We see this hero, of course, for the first time so far. I love when that stuff gets put up there.
Maybe the last time as well, depending on how this game goes. So far, so good for him, by the way. And he's not even unlocked his true potential just yet. He is 200 gold away from Diffusal. Diffusal plus Shard, that's basically your main build. This is what you want to see. The moment he gets Diffusal, I think he can solo anyone on the map. Like, basically anyone, as long as Wyvern isn't around to stop it.
Right.
Puck dies. Absolutely. The supports also die.
Mid lane, Omar gonna be chased. There's the jump, tricks of the trade. Bedlam on top. He'll foul play, but it won't matter. Thompson's got himself another kill. He is unstoppable. The better and better this does, the worse and worse that your pubs are gonna be.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
You guys must hope for a 2-0 here from Nigma because, yeah, Ricky mid is coming your way.
Guys, I saw it on Thompson's screen.
Yeah, do you know better than Thompson? Thompson did it.
He did it at TI. We're in the meta. Boozer your word, Lauren off, just trying to get as much farm as he can as he's sitting here bottom of the cores in terms of net worth. Not enjoying his time. Very different. A juxtaposition from where he was at in game number 1 compared to now. So it's very tough for him to kind of find that movement, find those spots. They're going to move over as a team once again, coming through. But
Octarine Core Largo, by the way. That's what
Whisper.
he queued up.
Catch you lick. And they've got the Serpent Wards down, but the Terrorize well placed. I don't know if it's going to save Whisper. They have Thompson coming in. Winter's Curse is going to be through and landing on just this Ricky. Ricky looking to maybe make a jump. He's at half health, goes into the tricks of the trade. These heroes on the side of Enigma Galaxy, are they going to jump back in? Not yet. Sumail, though,
They want to
looking
defend
for
the
an
wards, maybe.
opportunity.
Oh.
They've got the Sentry, so they see Sumail. He's forced to go back with the Cursed Crown about to pop on him, so he needs to get back towards the rest of his team.
It was a sneaky little play attempted by Sumail, by the way, to go back and defend the Serpent Wards because he knew that they will try to farm them, but the Sentry was well placed. Back to the Octarine Core as the first item.
Shot in.
Hookshot mid.
Oh, good hex by Omar. Stops him from going to the cogs afterwards. Not sure it's going to matter, though. Lornoff. Silence, Curse Crown, it's on him. Thompson gets the kill. Omar's next foul play doesn't matter. And Devi, you can only throw down a Frog Stomp and throw the Catchy Lick out onto Thompson, but yet it's not enough.
I know this hero is contested a lot, the Frog, and I know that he does a lot as the game passes, but it feels so wonky to me to see like an Octarine Core as the first item on him. And in general, I'm not even like sold on any of the items that I'm seeing as the first. Like we see some Meteor Hammers being purchased, we see some Radiances every now and then, we see some Lotus Orbs. I feel like this is one of those rare heroes where we don't really have a consensus on what's the best build to go for from the get-go. Even with the skill build, yet alone the item build.
Whisper, by the way, level 14. He is had a wide open game after being punished out of lane pretty early on.
Yeah, they made a lot of stacks for him. Like that's one thing that they did really well. The top lane, sure, a couple of kills on him. He's 0-3-4, but it's a very playable game for the Beastmaster. He was not shut down completely. He's got Overlord. The Dragon is farming the lane now while he's farming the jungle. He's in a good spot.
One of the things that I've noticed is Enigma Galaxy are grouped up pretty close together, and now a double silence on these supports. Oh, Wyvern done. Foul play again. Dead once more. And that's going to be 2 kills here for the side of LGD. KJ getting one, Thompson getting the other. This Ricky is just brutal to deal with.
And the worst part is they got punished while they were trying to kill the dragon. Right? Like, that's the only thing that they were trying to accomplish. Stop the Ancient Black Dragon from farming the Croaker camp twice. Like, it got stacked.
Largo.
Another kill, maybe?
He's got no mana. Cogs around him. He's dead. Thompson now godlike. And I think that the angle has become very downhill. They will get a kill on a KJ, but this is Ricky being a big nuisance. They hit the hex. Maybe they got him this time. Silence, though, for a second on this Roar. Lynx won't matter as they'll use the Roar, and now the Reaper Scythe is in. You may have killed the Ricky, but you forgot about the rest. They'll get the kill into the Shadow Shaman after the foul play. Winter's Curse, it'll hold down Yuma for a second, but not do enough. Serpent Wards are down. They're going to still move forward to kill off these Serpent Wards. They've got the Beastmaster and the Necrophos ready to go.
Dark Willow in the back.
Oh, in with the Bedlam. Trying to make a play, but the Cold Embrace saves the Winter Wyvern. And now Largo back alive. Frog Stomp, Death Seeker trying to keep this Dark Willow alive, but Devi's got the kill on Athela Core. Ricky's about to be back up.
I think they were a bit
fighting though.
And they were a bit disconnected, right, between the supports and the core. Like Dark Willow goes in, Beast and Necro weren't really following. They were pressuring the tower at that point. So also the Brambles didn't connect, and it was a hard target to catch. Like Wyvern flying over the trees, Battle does absolutely nothing against him. He's got a shard as well. Yeah, just overall, this is basically the core build for Ricky. The thing is, they still have kill potential on him. They just have to find him. This is the harder part. You need to be the one initiating on the Ricky with perhaps the Dream Coil into the silence. They have what it takes to kill him. But if he jumps you first, it's impossible. Like he jumps in, he chooses his fights.
Roar down.
Wyvern.
Winter Wyvern is very dead. He's going to die once more. Shackle is going to be for naught, as this will be another kill for Topson. The thing is, catching this Ricky is all well and good, but you got to catch him alone. These heroes that are here to support him as this core cast is definitely more than enough to make the stops, and Whisper gets the kill into Sumail. 3 kills. Yeah, you got the Ricky once, but overall, it is just plummeting.
Yeah.
Not hold on.
This is looking very rough. I feel like we might see some Roshans into high grounds very soon. It's minute 20, by the way. They're 10k ahead. The lead is, kind of hard to play against. There's a 4-staff, by the way, on Puck. At least you can use it on yourself, even if you're smoke screened. Like you can kind of get away from it, but it's not easy.
Certainly not. As LGD and the crew have a 12,000 net worth lead, and it does not look like it's slipping away anytime soon.
The problem that I see for Nigma as well is like these heroes are usually reactionary heroes. Besides the Shadow Shaman, like Largo, Wyvern, you know, these kind of heroes, they like the fight to be brought to them. Like fight starts, you're hiding in the trees, you use the curse. Fight starts, Largo uses Catchy Lick, he saves someone, then he starts playing his stupid guitar, he starts using his frog stomp and stuff. Meanwhile,
top, and they went through this twin gate. Jump in, silence for a second, but they'll blink, they'll go into the Primal Roar. It's going to be onto the Winter Wyvern. They get the kill into Omar, but now Wyvern, can he get away to get himself a Winter's Curse off? No, he can't, because Topson's going to get the double kill. Dream Coil got committed, and they just cannot counterplay what is coming from LGD.
Yeah, it's hard. They need... I'm trying to find a way for Nigma to play these fights and trying to figure out like what the natural way for them to be. The natural way is for the puck to start, right? And then the Clinks can follow up with the Dream Coil being there and stuff. But the thing is, like, it's a hard puck game. Like, not only did he lose mid lane, he's playing into Ricky, who's just hunting everyone.
This is going to be tough for him to survive. They've got Dark Willow coming in. Serpent Wards are down. They hit the shackles, but they need more follow-up than this. They're going to have to get this kill into the Ricky. They don't have the Necro here, but look at Ricky doing the damage, getting the kill on Omar instead. They had the shackles for a long time, but couldn't quite get him. Tricks of the trade once more. Phase shift now. Here comes the Largo. But Largo's going to be silenced. Diffusal slows him up. Winter's Curse holds him for a second, but Necro didn't get caught. Necro, he's got the Death Pulse. He has the Death Seeker. He's got the heal. No. Topson ends up dead. Reaper Scythe onto the Largo. They've got themselves a little bit of a trade. You get the Ricky, but how much is it going to cost you? They still want more. They want GH, then are they going to dive the tier 2 tower to get it? They'll go to the Glyph, but look at this. Yuma just going and looking to kill off this Winter Wyvern, who with the Arctic Burn will get over the cliff and away from this Necrophos.
Not the worst trade for Nigma the way it started when you think about it. Like, they did manage to kill this Ricky. Like, he's giving a lot of gold every time he dies. Unfortunately, of course, for Nigma, it is Omar that gets the kill, so none of the cores benefited too heavily from it. But Clinks, basically the same thing as Puck. The silences mess with him a little bit too hard. Like, he can't get the death pact off, he can't run away with Skeleton Walk. Like, there isn't really a lot that he can do once he gets jumped. He needs the BKB, he needs the defensive tool. And he is building it now, so he's gonna get there eventually, if he can find the space.
You look at this replay, and a lot used to get the kill here onto Topson. They are throwing everything in the kitchen sink at him, but then it's just him who ends up dying. Need a little bit more than that. They are going to smoke up, try and make a play, go towards Roche, get this Aegis, steal it away, but Aegis snatched. Ooh, that was a kill. They ended up getting the kill with the snatch. Aegis to look over at Sumail. They got the Primal Roar. They get the kill into the Clinks. So now, Clinks dead for 45, and Largo going to be saved via the Winter's Curse for a second, but he can continue to jump with you. He's got the tricks of the trade. They're trying to keep up with the Largo as well as the Winter Wyvern. Another blink jump on from this Riki. So now, maybe they'll focus their attention on the puck, but he's able to get the illusory orb off first, and Omar will die. He avoids the smoke screen and escapes. Largo quite tanky. He gets out as well. Dream Coil committed onto Yuma. He's got 6 wand charges. He's got the Ghost Shroud, but all that doesn't matter. He just dies. He's in too deep.
Is this a Lorinov diff about to happen again? I mean,
I don't know.
look,
Lornov's kind of doing it a little bit.
You know, he has Croak of Genius. This is what we talked about a little bit in the draft. We touched on it at least. Like, Puck can be really scary. That's why they picked Riki. They picked Riki as a counter to him, just the way they picked Viper in the last game as a counter to the Ember, right? Like, they're really trying to shut him down. This time around, it was successful, I would say, but, you know, like, he's finding some farm, building for Shiva's next, got a Blink, Witchblade, 4-staff. Like, this is very playable, and when you think about it, right, like, as the game progresses, would you rather have a Riki mid or a Puck mid? I feel like Puck definitely scales a bit better and is much, much harder to take down.
Maybe the Riki doesn't scale as much, but I'm thinking about the Necro and the Beastmaster who are doing work at the moment. Cold Embrace, but the cogs are around on the Winter Wyvern. GH will die.
Yeah, not an easy game to play for him, for sure. Constantly hunted down. You want to plant some wards, but there are very deep wards by Tio. Like, he made that one next to the tier 2.
Omar dead again. He is dead for the 12th time this game.
Yeah, I love this casual build on Beast, by the way, from the offlane. Overlord, AC, Blink, BKB, that's it. Like, your core setup is basically done with this. Every time you use Roar, you should be hoping to making that kill. Should be pretty easy with all the minus armor and the attack speed.
It's a lot of time spent dead for Omar, who's just level 9 at the moment. When you compare that to the other supports on the side of LGD, they're both level 13.
That's 12 deaths, by the way.
Yeah.
His whole team has 14 kills. He has 12 deaths, almost as much as his own team has kills. It's rough. Rough game for these supports. Not really the best supports to play into mid lane Riki.
No, not at all. You get caught, you're kind of
gone, yeah, pretty much. They're trying to itemize for it. There's a Ghost Scepter being queued up, at least by the Shadow Shaman. Wyvern. Solar Crest is up. Something.
Hasted Riki searching but not finding anybody. Cutting across all of top. Little does he know that they're pretty much just sitting in their base.
They're probably just trying to evade the Aegis timer, right? Like, just making sure that they don't feed too many kills while the Aegis is still up on Riki. Once the Aegis gets reclaimed, maybe you can make some sort of a play on him, but it's not getting any easier. He has a BKB, a 9-second BKB plus level 18 coming up on Riki, you know, like his... The bonus XP hero kill from Cloak and Dagger, by the way, something that people forget, you know? Nice little XPM boost when you're getting a lot of kills.
Pops in deep. They picked up a gem. Problem is, if you die so quickly, you're giving that gem right on back.
They have Shivas on Puck. That's the idea, right? Like, yeah, it is, but you have Shivas on Puck, he's got a lot of armor, the attack speed slow as well. He should be on paper surviving with the 4-staff. The thing is, like, there is one silver lining for Enigma here. Like, you can still use Winter's Curse, right? Like, you can't save your allies with Cold Embrace, but you can use Winter's Curse when someone gets gone on. Omar?
Ooh, all right. And a little bit of control onto the Riki for a second.
Riki was absolutely alone. but they still didn't want to try for it because they didn't see anyone else. They were still hiding on the map. Necro all the way on the left, and the other teammates were just not in any sort of a vision.
Aegis expires. Might be the time to think about moving at this point for Enigma Galaxy, but they are down 14,000 net worth. It's hard to make a move that is guaranteed position with the way that LGD can move. Got the boots of travel on the Necrophos. You've got the invisibility of Ricky. Obviously, you've got that gem, but Beastmaster now with BKB has a blink. He's going into the boots of travel as well. They're going to be able to move pretty fluidly throughout the map. And then Hookshot obviously is a very good counter to any initiation that Enigma Galaxy are going to try and make. They need to be very careful.
Yep, gem on both sides, by the way. And I mentioned the Octarine on Largo. But there's another Octarine being built this game, by the way. You see it?
I do. Puck. At least has it queued for the moment.
Yeah. And Clockwork Octarine core is not something that you see very often, if ever. That's an interesting take, let's put it that way. The hero. Like, once you get level 15, like, it used to be the minus 10 talent, right? Now it's minus 8, it's a bit worse, but with Octarine, you're gonna have these hook shots 24/7, basically.
Pretty much. I'm like, you weren't talking about the Puck. Whoops. Yeah, but I was giving you the answer everybody was definitely thinking about. Not the Clockwork, I mean, obviously.
It is the answer as well. Like, Puck has it queued up, but you can't expect it from the Puck.
Yeah, I know.
This guy has like a soul booster already, so he's committed. Like, this is a hard commit from Clockwork. Like, no messing about. No shard, no blink, nothing like that. Just pure good old Octarine core Clockwork coming through to your pubs.
Yeah, he's got the recipe. Otherwise, I'd say maybe he'll switch it for the Krellas. Surely.
No, he's got the recipe. It's happening, man. So what's the cooldown going to be like? He's going to have 12 seconds, like 8 seconds less on level 15. So 30 minus 8, it's going to be 22. You do the rest of the math.
No, I'm from NA, so I'm definitely not doing the rest of the maths. Not something I'm going to be able to pull
Basically,
off so
like
well.
16, 17 seconds of a cooldown, I believe. It's going to end up to. On level 3 hook, that is.
16,
and there you go.
17.
Yeah, he gets the shard as well.
See what you're doing there. I see what you're doing.
I truly didn't.
I didn't do it on purpose, guys. All right. Sure. Okay. Anyway, Enigma Galaxy, they're grouped up. Potentially trying to make a move here onto the side of LGD as they
look
together going through the river.
Because it's exactly 16.5. I opened up the calculator just to make sure. It's exactly 16.5. So what do you want me to say? 16 or 17? That's just the way it is.
Sure, it's not
Lincoln's, by the way.
7.
Shut up. By the way, Lincoln's on the Largo. So another buff for the Puck. Makes it harder to roar. And the Blink Strike as well, by the way. Kind of harder for the Ricky to get on top.
What is he building with this Encore? BKB Aghanim Scepter. So we'll be taking advantage of the Encore with just the Lincolns.
Yeah, I think you get like a Lotus or Lincolns, and then you go back into your own build. When it comes to Enigma's lineup, like this game, I would say is still playable if they can survive for, like, after this push that is coming with the banner and Aegis. Like, if they can survive this initial onslaught, if they can hold their high ground, I think Puck, Klinks, and Largo, they're not really that weak in the late game. Like, they will scale extremely well, especially when you get like a level 25 on Puck, when you have another item on him with the Croak of Genius. Like, this is going to be an insanely strong hero. Bot lane, Sumail.
BKB, TP, forced to get out of here and almost getting there for Whisper in time. I'm wondering, how much is too much? Like, we're talking about the things that Nigma Galaxy can do to kind of bring this game back, but they are at a 18,000 net worth deficit. How much of a net worth deficit is just too much?
Well, if they get tricky here.
Dobson BKB. And the smoke screen down, illusory orb out. Devi has the Lincolns on him, so they can't really catch him too much. Sumail coming around the bend, looking to get the kill on a KJ. They've got the right-click damage, but do they have enough? Yeah, even with the Death Pulse coming in from Yuma, they will clean up the clockwork. Sumail getting a pinch on that kill, and at least gets one. They don't have buyback.
I would say that 18k might not be enough, at least with the way this looked. Like a BKB forced out, by the way, from Ricky is maybe even bigger than killing the clockwork. Keep in mind that a big chunk of that network lead that they've got is, well, 1/3 of that network lead is in the Octarine core on clockwork. You know, so how useful is it at times? We shall see. It tanks him up, like he almost survived. Yeah.
Yeah.
Roar
and now the roar on to Sumail. They've got a Croaker there to help out. Sumail ends up dead. This should be another death on Omar. Reaper Scythe with the foul play won't matter. That is now a baker's dozen of deaths. But they've got the silence on a clockwork again. They'll at least get KJ one more time. He's dead for 50.
You know what would help him? You know, there's a glimmer item, you know?
Actually look for a second.
Largo?
Terrorize lands. It's onto the Largo. Largo pretty tanky, but the Cursed Crown, he's being held in place. He's under the silence. They go to the Winter's Curse. Is going to lock up this Thompson Ricky for a second. Cold Embrace, but it's not looking like enough. Device still dead. Theocore falls. Dream Coil committed. Warnoff trying to do the best he can to hold off this onslaught coming in from LGD. Both supports are gone, but they still have an Aegis here on the Ricky, and they're looking to go up under the high ground. No Winter's Curse, no Coil.
No banner, though. Right, banner was on the Dark Willows, so by killing the support, you actually made sure that you might be able to hold the high ground until Klinks is back up, even though Largo is dead. So kind of worth it for Nigma, maybe all things said and done, even though the network lead is continuing. They're buying Hex, by the way, on the Dark Willow, and she's not too far away from it either. Puck's game might be...
Got the banner from the stash, gave it to the Clockwork. He's going to be here with the banner in a second.
Okay, good play.
Hex, next. Caught for a second. Sumail trying to hold. His tier 3 is getting low very quickly. They'll take the Aegis away from Thompson. Can they hold him down? His heroes are going to be right there next to him to make sure that they can help him out. They go to the Serpent Wards. Can they get the damage out of Thompson? He's quite low, but now Shackles, it's through onto Yuma. But you're looking for the damage from Sumail. Even with the BKB, just can't put out enough. That's going to be the Range Rax falling. Still channeling, still trying to hold this high ground, and it's level 25 for Yuma. He's got that Death Pulse cooldown reduction of 2.5 seconds, so a lot of heal coming out and potentially a lot of damage.
Yeah, he went for the same build, the same level 25 talent that is the last game, and this time around, of course, it's working out quite well for them. So you kind of hold the high ground. You defend versus the Aegis. You lose the range racks, but not the melee one, and instant smoke afterwards. The only, not the only thing, there's a lot of things missing on Nigma right now with 20k deficit, but the big one that you mentioned, saw correctly, is the damage output from the Klinks, right? He just isn't really packing a punch right now.
And he's
Doesn't
going
feel
Lincoln,
like that.
so it's like not going to get that much better after a Lincoln.
I
Jump in,
guess
they'll
you're
find
just
Yuma. They've got the Shackle and the damage with the Dream Coil. Yuma still alive, goes into the Ghost Shroud. He's got the Reaper Scythe, but it's not going to be enough damage to get the kill initially. Still, though, Yuma surviving, getting a kill instead. Both Omar and GH are gone. They'll find Warnoff with the Primal Roar. Oh boy, Nigma Galaxy play themselves as they end up losing 3. Catchy look to pull back Sumail, trying to keep him alive. He has to fall back well back into the base.
They were on thin ice. They were on really thin ice. That was one play that kind of pushes them over or pushes them under. I feel like this game might be over. Just a perfect... The smoke was perfect. Like, they found the right target in the right place, but the damage just was not there. Yuma surviving makes all the difference here.
And then turns it onto them, and, you know, as is the case sometimes when you make a dive and a push like that, call an ambulance, but not for me.
No,
He's got his own ambulance. He's got his own heal.
It's a crazy hero. If you don't kill him completely, like, he heals up in a matter of seconds, especially with the heart. Ghost Shroud, heart, Death Pulse on a very low cooldown.
Watch those healing numbers tick up. Shackles, hook shot. Oh, hits 2. Winter's Curse, no hits 4. Thompson gone, has buyback. KJ now needing to leave. They get the kill on Theo Accord. They'll take out 2. This might be the turnaround that they need. Catchy lick with the shackle. That's 3 dead on the side of it. LGD.
That's 3 dead without puck, by the way. Like,
Yeah.
they didn't even have puck, and they didn't even have buybacks for this fight. So basically, this one was given to them. Just a perfect curse from GH. Beautiful play.
Yeah, but Ricky forced to Stopson with the Winter's Curse, and now they have a chance to kind of pull it back a little bit, but they're still down 22,000 net worth, and it's a hard way and a hard road back, because right now it does feel like a lot of this is on this puck, because Sumail, like I said, he's going for a Lincoln's. He's not getting that injection of damage that's coming in from the next item.
Yeah, puck is going for Lincolns as well, because
triple
LGD. Well, triple
quadruple with Encore.
Quadruple, exactly, the one that you get from Largo. Because when you look at LGD and what they're doing is, it's a Hex on Beastmaster, it's a Hex on Dark Willow as well, and it's a Hex queued up on the Clockwork. So basically everyone is just going all into the puck control.
Damn. Not enough Lincolns in the world.
Yeah. Luckily for Sumail, by the way, he got some kills in that last fight. And because of that, now he's got Lincolns and the crit, and he's going for Daedalus. I feel like even having this small crit amps up his damage quite a bit, so might be helpful in the upcoming fights.
Puck would like to have the Lincolns as quickly as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, he might have to settle for just getting it from the Largo constantly. He was trying to go to the Aghanim Scepter. Would you like a different item than Axe?
On Largo?
Say that for a second. Hold that thought. This time, they are calling the ambulance, but is it going to be not for me? Can they kill off this Necro? Not currently. Dream Coil, the Shackles. Meanwhile, Beastmaster, he's pushing your base. You ends up dead. Yeah, he had BKB.
He didn't BKB. Was that on purpose? So they lose mid-racks? Will they lose it?
I want the Overlord creep too. That's 250 gold for the puck.
By the way, you have time to BKB. If you manage to Yule yourself, like, you can always BKB after. Like, I don't think that he can stop it. But him not BKBing himself basically kills him in the end. Do they even have, like, okay, they have the curse as a BKB piercing ability, which is maybe something that's on your mind, but I feel like if you BKB, he actually just heals up immediately after. Like, you BKB a couple of death pulses and you're good to go.
Net worth lead has dropped a little bit. They are starting to claw their way out.
I mean, they're still on a very thin ice, just like before. It's only one fight for LGD. One fight that is separating them from the Mega Creeps or even the full game.
Yeah, you're not too wrong there. Just buying some time for Clinks to get a little bit more damage. And Lincoln's bought out in full for Puck.
So no buybacks as well, right? That's what I'm seeing. Basically, they're all out. Clinks is.
Largo's got his, Shaman's got his. And
Yeah, I mean,
Necro,
the
Beastmaster,
important-
Darkbow. Yeah, the important heroes don't. Largo's important. Come on, guys.
He is, but he's. I feel like he's the sideline, you know? Kind of a guy.
Largo the emo. They smoke up. They might have found Sumail. Going with the hook shot. Reaper Scythe very early. Gets the BKB off. Does he have the damage to look over the Beastmaster? Who's got a BKB as well as a Primal Roar. It's going to be onto the Shadow Shaman. The Winter's Curse. It's onto this Necrophos, but they get the kill to Sumail. He doesn't have buyback. Untargetable for the moment is Omar. He'll end up dead again. He's got buyback, but Theocora, Whisper, both gone. Buyback used by Sumail. He finally got it back up. BKB's been popped here by the Largo. They go to the Hex. It lands on a Thompson. He's going to be controlled. They got a double kill from Devi. They can't kill the Largo. They're trying to keep this frog in the frying pan, but he keeps jumping out.
He's not one of those that stays in hot boiling water. Yeah, like he gets out of the smoke screen very easily. They couldn't save the Clinks, by the way. I feel like Sumail gave up on his life when that fight started. Like he popped the BKB instantly and just started hitting. He didn't even want to get out of the smoke screen. Even though they had called Embrace, by the way, they couldn't really connect with it. However, it doesn't matter because he did buyback, but he has Aegis now. Like he's got Aegis. They didn't take the banner. Still in the pit. Someone needs to go and pick that one up. They forgot. But a fight that started off, like you would argue this is the best target to go for, right? Like you find Clinks. It's either Clinks or Puck. But they allow him to use the BKB. And they use the Reaper Sight way too soon, like you said. So he's able to at least dish out some damage and wastes Ricky time. Like just the time that he wasted from Ricky was good enough to justify for him standing in the smoke screen and hitting. Omar is, by the way, on point. Like every single... Like he's not playing with Blink even. He has no Blink, but it feels like he does. Like he's finding all the right initiations.
Meanwhile, Puck gets the refresher shard. He's level 25. The extra waning rift radius and distance.
Yeah, not bad at all.
Devi, level 25 as well. So the Amphibian Rhapsody song effects are going to get that extra boost, plus just picking up that Aghanim Scepter.
This is where Largo, to me at least, starts feeling like a hero of his own as well. Up to this point, like whenever you're playing Largo, you're basically, I'm gonna catch Illic twice, I'm gonna croak, I'm gonna give Lincolns, that's it. Like you're basically a utility offlaner, right? Once you get the Aghanim Scepter plus 25, this hero actually starts to hurt. It's not only about assisting your allies, like you can do quite a lot on your own.
And the Conjurer's Catalyst on top of that, he becomes level 25 and picks up this Ags. He becomes a real Freddie Mercury. And, you know, as Enigma Galaxy fans start to see the net worth go towards even, they're starting to say to themselves, is this the real life or is this just fantasy? Because Enigma Galaxy are kind of making this comeback happen. But as comebacks are, they're easy come, easy go. And we'll see if Enigma Galaxy can hold on to
any more? Are you gonna go through the
the
whole
entire
album?
song? Yeah, I could.
Yeah.
Maybe I could. But yeah, it is dropping. It was a 22,000 net worth lead. They've cut into it in half.
It's 10k lead now.
Yeah, and that's not when you hit these late game points. It's really nothing.
Oh, Puck, he's way deep in.
He is deep, but he's got the Lincolns. He's got the protection. He's going to be BKB from Omar.
My caster's curse is strong. Like, I was praising him in all the fights up to this point. Like, he was on point with the shackles, with the hexes. But this BKB was not it. He also decided to go for the BKB instead of the Blink Dagger. A fresh BKB. Gone. It is what it is.
I still don't think LGD looked to fight within this Aegis timing, at least for the moment. So I don't think that's going to hurt him too much. Like, I do think they won't fight for the next 60 seconds.
I mean, it's not about them not fighting. It's about you being unable to perhaps take a fight. Yeah, that's the problem, because I don't think they're weak anymore. I think this team is actually quite online right now. It all comes down to the execution, of course, but they've got the items that are necessary. And I feel like very impactful. You know, after this game, after the Ricky was like literally 10-0 or something, we're back to a 50-50. So,
like I said, is he the EE 50-50 of modern day Dota? We're back.
He just might be. Oh, Klinks, he's scouting them top. They didn't have the gem, by the way, I think, right? They didn't have the jump. They didn't have the vision on him. So they know exactly where they are on top lane now.
Oh boy, they're all top. They're all grouped up. BKB back online for Omar. They've got this Aegis for another 40 seconds. Can they make a move within this timing? They're thinking about going for the Tormentor. This is a bit of a risky play, but instead of the Tormentor, they'll go through the Twin Gate.
True, the Twin Gate and back to the Triangle, it seems like. But they don't know that Nigma had info on them, right? So because of that, maybe it's not going to connect.
TP.
Oh, they're actually TPing.
Oh, they're all Power Rangers TP. All the way over. BKB, immediate Hex onto the Necro. They hit the shackles, but the blink forward. He's looking for this roar. They'll finally throw it onto Omar. He's going to be stunned up for a second. They go to the refresher. They go to the primal roar once again. It's going to be onto the Largo. No Amphibian Rhapsody. To lightning, very, very frightening as he's backing up, and they go to the Witcher's Curse. It's out of the Ricky. Ricky jumping into the backlines looking for the Largo. Can they continue to go and get this kill? They get the kill to Theo Core, but it is all worn off on the front line trying to get these kills. Sumail's there with him. Do they have the damage? There's no more Primal Roars. Untargetable within the smoke screen. Thompson's kind of running out of gas. He's going to jump over to the rest of his team. They still have this Winter Wyvern with the Lincolns on him. They'll go to the Cogs. It's going to push these heroes away. They get the kill on Sumail. They'll take out these Clinks. Clinks now not needed as they'll get the kill on KJ. Lornoff still doing it all. They've got the silence out of the Necrophos. Necrophos inside the Frog Stomp. Largo still alive. Lornoff down low mana, low health, but can he get some help here? Necro heals up into the air. Lincoln still on Devise. He's still trying to run away, and these heroes starting to disengage, but they don't have buyback on Sumail or Omar.
Damn, that roar was almost there. Like, he lifted his hands but couldn't really get it off on Puck. Of course, the Lincolns is there as well. And Puck is back in.
Oh, Puck back in, looking for Whisper. I think he's got him. Oh, the roar. Does he have any help? No. Oh, nope. Gosh. Nobody else was there. Around. I thought maybe Thompson or Necro would be there shortly, but no, it's just the Beastmaster dying.
Yeah, they all left. They all just left. The Beastmaster, or maybe Beastmaster stuck around a little bit too long. And this Beastmaster kill kind of makes it even in the end, right? Like, the fight was pretty good for LGD. They only lost 2 supports. But in the end, by the Beastmaster dying, it's even, if not even beneficial for Nigma, as this Puck is growing and growing. He's becoming bigger and bigger. The whole fight, to me at least, for Nigma looked insane. Like, they're TPing in because they had pretty good wards. They know exactly what's coming their way because of the GH ward in the lane down bottom, right? So they saw the smoke. They knew what's coming. They BKB instantly on the Rasta, on the Shadow Shaman. But I feel like they just weren't ready. Like, the Shadow Shaman is in the position to catch the Necro, but the rest of them are not there to dish out the damage. So even though you BKB and you catch the Necro, you don't really have the damage to kill him off. It becomes sort of a disaster. And you can see Beastmaster waiting patiently to roar Omar, by the way. Look, he waited for the Lincolns and then he used the roar after, so making sure that Necro is alive and well.
Like, actually, the secondary roar that was onto the Largo pushed the Shadow Shaman onto the low ground. It didn't matter. He was Reaper-scythed anyway, but he ends up dying.
Yeah, there was another Cog, by the way, play that actually pushes Klinks away from everyone and saves him. Here, you see? I mean, it saves him for a couple of extra seconds, which these little plays, they do matter a lot, because then Winter Wyvern can connect, use the Cold Embrace. Klink still dies, but all these little split seconds, they matter in a fight like this one, because they buy your team enough time to perhaps get a clutch kill somewhere else. Bot lane, walk, hook.
Hook shot in. And
not sure that's a good hook.
Can they get the kill? Maybe not. Yuma's here to try and help out, but KJ, even with the jetpack, eventually dies here to Lornoff.
Yeah, that Octarine core
is hard to get away.
Almost hook shot, by the way, back up of cooldown. Maybe he was out if he managed to survive a couple of extra seconds. Didn't really work out. 66.7. Come on, man. Like, read it. It's on the screen. I know you like these numbers.
6-7, guys. Oh my God. All right, you happy? I did it. I did it.
I'm not really, no.
That's so sick, dude. 6-7.
I'm legit surprised your voice line didn't include 6-7.
I was one of the 10 people who was... No, 6-7 was never on my list. Come on.
I'm sure it wasn't.
But maybe in 2067 at TI 6-7, I'll put it as my voice line.
Blast
all the way down to...
You know what? At that point, it's gonna actually be cool. You know?
Yeah, it'll be cool again. It'll be so nostalgic.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's gonna cycle back to actually being cool. Straight into the pit, by the way, on LGD. I think Nigma can fight this. Like, the only thing is they have a good ward as well, which isn't rewarded. So they know they should definitely fight this. With a good ward, you absolutely can hold.
Roshores for a second. LGD, 5-man smoke trying to wrap around. Lornoff in a very good position. They've got the Sobs down, but the smoke is available. They're going to make the jump. It's onto the Winter Wyvern, pushing him out of the fight. They've got the silence to do on a Yuma. Dreamcore's going to be used on 2. Now, Thompson caught. Hook shot too late. Thompson dead. He's got no buyback on for 100 seconds. Can they re-engage on the side of Nigma Galaxy? Is the reach long enough? They jump forward. They've got the Brambles around on Lornoff. Illusory Orb still going forward. Now he's going to jaunt over to it. The pop the Lincolns will go to the Hex. It's on to KJ, but they've got the Fear with the Terrorize coming in on Omar. Cold Embrace keeps him alive. Winter's Curse on a 2. Now the Primal Roar gets used. It's going to stun up Lornoff, but they get the kill on a KJ. These are the Lincolns being popped in the TP out with the BKBs coming through. Yuma's going to be dead. He's dead for 100 seconds. Has buyback. Even with all these Lincolns, they just cannot break through on the side of LGD.
This is straight into the pit. Like, they have no buyback on Clock, no buyback on Ricky, which is, of course, even more important. This is free Roche, free Aegis, Cheese Refresher, and a free fight. Another fight that they decided to take, by the way, without checking the high ground vision. Like, they went into the pit, they didn't check this cliff, which was... Like, this cliff is legit the first thing that you check whenever you go into the pit. Ricky, by the way, just instantly collapsing. Jumping the Wyvern is a good idea, but Aeon Disc...
Not that far away.
First, not that far away, but second, Aeon Disc. Like, you need to deal with that somehow first.
He's going Abyssal. He needs potentially just a Nullifier. There's so many Lincolns. It's so hard to deal with. Can you even... God. I kind of made fun of it a little bit. But at the same time, you've got so many ways of defense with these Lincolns after Lincolns after Lincolns and Lotus and everything. It's impossible to break through. They're like an onion. There's so many layers.
There's one after another. It's a Lincoln's onion, indeed. The thing is, like, when you look at these heroes, like Reaper Sight, Roar, the most obvious candidates for the Lincolns, right? The reason why you're buying it. But surprisingly or unsurprisingly to some people, Lincoln's is insanely good versus Ricky too. Just by preventing him from blink striking you. The cooldown on blink strike is really low, but if you can just get away, BKB, by the way.
BKB disperser just to get out.
It gives you time to react, basically. That's all you need in these heroes. Time to react, time to press BKB or any of your spells, evasive ones. A very winnable game for Nigma now, by the way. 3k ahead. Still gotta be careful with the high ground pushes, though.
Hookshot gets away. Dream Coil though. On 4 heroes. They'll snap it. But now, again, these Lotuses coming through. They're continuing to put the layers on like a parfait. But can LGD find themselves breaking through?
Do you wait for a level 30 puck at this point? Like he's getting dangerously close to it? Probably not.
Bottom tier 3 is gone. There was a point where they were almost megged on the side of Enigma Galaxy, but they never gave up. Still continuing to burn on forward. Doesn't seem like there's enough in the gas tank for LGD to really stop this. And you look at Lornoff, man, the performance that he had on the Nature's Prophet, now on this puck, fully ready to go, jumping in, jumping out, doing the hokey pokey and turning them all around. I mean, how did LGD even react? Lornoff's everywhere, always at once. Like, it is insane to hold on to this kid.
You did not see this. You were watching top, but Sumail, like the last millisecond of the TP, they caught Omar instead, though.
Yeah, Reaper's Scythe will get the kill on Omar and get him for what is now the 17th time. That's a gem.
By the way, he was not the target. He was collateral damage, and it's good for them because this Klinks could have died twice, easily. Like, they just TP'd top, but they didn't disengage with the rest of the team fast enough, so... Omar is the scapegoat. Like, he dies in the end, sure, but... Or the sacrificial goat, whatever. Sheep. In any case.
Same thing.
Yeah, same thing. Close enough. Top link, Links again.
Oh, Sumail. Yeah, Lincoln's pop. But again, it's with an Aegis, so even if you get this first kill, the team's going to be able to respond. And so far, they're going to respond with the Largo, who's just here to be the queen for this Klinks. Hook shot closes down onto 2. Now they've got the cogs around him, but Tops is just dead immediately. Winter's Curse to try and turn this around. Necrophos forced to Wind Waker away from the team. They're the ones that initiated it. They wanted to go in onto this Klinks, and they're paying for it. It's big moves coming in from Largo. He just boots and travels level 2 right onto the Klinks, and they have no answer for the lives and just a healing that he's got to help out his own Sumail carry.
Yeah, keep in mind, by the way, I like to say that, yeah, sure, Largo did a lot, of course, but Klinks, that was some insane damage this fight in a very short time. 6k damage basically from more or less one strafe, you know? One burning barrage. This Ricky just disappeared. He instantly disappeared. The Klinks is a bit harder to kill at this point with the Lincolns, with the Aegis. Even if you kill him, he had the Aegis. Ricky still doesn't have buyback, by the way. So this is another high ground push. Lornoff is level 30.
Oof, God.
Yeah, good luck.
He's not Lornoff anymore. He's Lornon.
Yeah. The 30 seconds Dream Coil definitely makes him that. 30 seconds cooldown, by the way. It's 33 to be exact.
Jumps in, Waiting Rift, Dream Coil onto 2. Just keeps them away from this top tier 3. They're going to focus the tower. They've got the Serpent Wards down. And they will go and clean up another set of racks. They have not touched the racks since they had the opportunity to get Megas. And look at that. The Theolacor is just dead again. Meanwhile, they're going for the Beastmaster, BKB, but the damage, Whisper, he's on the run. But where do you go? Where do you hide? You got nowhere to hide.
The craziest part is Sumail didn't even continue the chase. Like, he started going back to the mid lane. Like, he's actually just pushing. He allowed Divide to just finish the kill and go straight back towards his teammates, towards the mid lane. He's got buyback. By the way, 8k gold in stash for Klinks. He can even buy an item and still have buyback. Largo has his. Klinks, puck. This game is looking mighty over right now, but not the way we expected it like 15 minutes ago.
No, not at all. 22,000 net worth lead for LGD in the mid game. 60 minutes into the game. Now it's mega creeps for Enigma Galaxy. They held on to not getting mega'd for so long, and it looked like they may have lacked the damage or lacked the ability to survive, but Largo's giving them survivability. Lornoff's giving them the output to allow Sumail to get the farm, and now they're putting it all together like Voltron, and they have formed that giant robot that is going to take you down. Double catch you lick on a Yuma, and they've got the silence. They'll get the kill. He's got buyback, but is it going to matter? Look how far this Shackle is. They'll kill off KJ. It is all falling apart for LGD. It's not going to matter if the team's from China or South America. It's still going down the same way.
They managed at least to survive, it seems like, even through mega creeps. They managed to survive, to have everyone up for one last ditch effort, right? Like one last fight. You're 30k behind, you don't have buybacks, so it's still very hard. Thompson hunting top, but Clinks is around. There's Aeon Disc. Once again.
Yeah. Alive for right now. And he's going to use that Wind Waker, but eventually they'll have the Reaper Sight. They'll get the kill. Anything that they can get right now is going to be good. But now they've got themselves the Largo as well as the Clinks, and they're moving forward. They're finding themselves the Necrophos. He's been hexed up. He's got his own Wind Waker. The buybacks are going to be used all over the place. And now, can they get the kill on the Thompson? Yes, they can, or no. He jumps out for a second, able to survive, gets invis and away with the BKB tricks of the trade. He'll move on. Sumail's a little bit low. They're going after Yuma. He's got the BKB, but now, can they at least get the damage on the Sumail? The Catch Helix is going to keep him alive for a moment. Lincolns. It's a full house of Lincolns as Sumail gets the kill on both KJ and Yuma. Finally loses his life, but he's going to buy back. They'll get that kill on the Thompson. He finally has buyback one more time.
Yeah, they have buybacks, but they don't have the Necro. They don't have the Clockwork. No gold.
Hex.
I mean, even...
Ooh, jump in. Beastmaster. Sumail. He might be in too far. Oh, he's dead for 2 minutes. They still get the count of the Beastmaster, and it's just the Ricky. It's just the Dark Willow, and it's all for naught as they will get the victory here for Enigma Galaxy. They will clean up the 2-0, and LGD will fall as Enigma Galaxy from the depths of defeat, and Devi hitting them with the "at least you won the draft." Whoa.
They did. I mean, on paper, they didn't because they lose the game in the end, but realistically, they were 2 barracks away from taking this one, right? Like 2 barracks away from getting those mega creeps. 1 melee on top, 1 melee on mid. Maybe one of them was even range at that point, I can't remember, but they were really close at ending this game. And then they started making one mistake after another, and just this Nigma team started combining their strengths. You know when what gave them the chance to win this one? Like the big fight. The big fight was when Sumail got the crit. Like he got a small crit.
Yeah.
You know, like that fight when Sumail gets a couple of kills, he doesn't die, he gets the small crit. Suddenly, this Clinks is actually able to dish out some serious damage. Even if you go on him, he BKBs, and with the crit, with the barrage, with strafe, like he's actually a threat. And this fight as well, like for LGD Gaming, I feel like it could have went a little bit better, but at this point, they weren't really in a firm control of the game anymore. And also, they lost the Beastmaster for free here in the end, right? Like, everything was more or less okay. 2 supports for a core and a support. It's a okay-ish of a deal for them, a fair trade, but then they lose the Beast in the end because he sticks around and Puck strikes back. But whenever you're playing versus Largo, you are on a timer. Like, this hero is scary good once he reaches level 25. Like, level 25 Largo becomes... I mean, it's kind of dumb, right? Like, if you're waiting for a 25 on a hero, it's not really a good plan. It's not the best plan in the game. But it is something with Largo. You always have to keep it in your mind. Like, the plus 30% Rhapsody effects is pretty damn significant. And then on top of that, of course, through the game, you're giving the croak to the Puck, just making him an absolute beast. For me, by the way, personally, Lorenov is definitely the MVP of the series. But game number 1, GH made a huge difference. Game number 2, Shadow Shaman Omar made a huge difference. Meanwhile, LGD supports might have dropped the ball a little bit. I know this game felt free, but, you know, one extra defensive item on the Clockwork or on the Dark Willow might have made a difference in this game. But instead, we saw some readier builds, you know, like an Octarine on Clock. Sure, I don't really mind anything from Teal Core. This is like the standard Blink Yules build from the Dark Willow. Maybe one of these cores of theirs needed a Lotus or something, some glimmer, you know, something to push them over the edge so that this Ricky isn't dead every time he gets caught. Like, you're playing into Shackles, into Hex. Like, he needs an extra layer of saves, just like Nigma had. They had the Lincolns, the what the hell not, they had everything. The cold embraces.
It was really just an insane amount of layers to get through to kill off Enigma Galaxy. And you can just see they just don't have the pieces at the end of the game. I mean, Thompson at a certain point, it felt like he fell off a cliff and he wasn't really doing much of anything.
Pretty
it was
much, yeah.
really insane how quickly they were able to kill him off. And honestly, the Largo coming in on all these fights, keeping everybody alive, the double catchy licks, having that amphibian Rhapsody, filling up Wembley with the amount of healing that he's doing in this game is insane. I mean, he really was keeping a lot of guys alive and making sure that they were always with somebody, right? These catchy licks, all the times when he's just singing away using, as you would call it, the stupid guitar. But that's because you play bass, not guitar. You know, you're trying to put him on the 4th string, of course, for the Arcana. But it really
he's got like 3 strings. He's got like 3 strings, I feel like, on the guitar of his. By the way, he dealt like 38k damage, which in this kind of a game doesn't feel insane. But he also dealt 13. He also healed for 13k.